So I was actually on. Let me get this together. I always have to say her name. Make this go viral. TV, and she kind of pulled my card on my channel not being structured right. You know, and I appreciate that because I really haven't put too much thought in the channel. Just doing what I want to do. My last channel was basically structured on family and trucking. So with this one, I started off, you know, doing a lot of, gender topics, having the conversation that way. But over time, I started escalating to seeing the need for the information. I mean, because ultimately, that was my thing for entering the space was the information, and gained a lot, learned, work with people and stuff like that. Um, Actually been meeting some good people, some good solid people for the most part. The people I reached out to for the most part have been good solid people. I've met three people offline in real life. I'm actually gonna beat my fourth one this weekend. Um, Doing some collabs with people, you know, and that's the biggest thing. Shout out Go P. I'm driving, so I'm not really looking too much. But when it comes down to it, you know, I'm starting to vamp my channel, like I said, in regards to talking about money, finance, the crowdfunding I'm actually in. Um, we're talking about, doing things and building it up, but I can't I can't bring it to some people in the space due to the fact that a lot of people don't want nothing. You know, there's the people we can talk the talk, but you know, I'm seeing the people who actually walk the walk by the channels they own, the way they speak and talk on the panels. So that's why I've been brought a lot of stuff up. To an extent, um, dealing with some good people, man. Just got some good information down the line. We dealing with more real estate stuff. Um, Getting more into stock, getting back on stock. I dropped it for a minute. You know, I probably still got the same stocks from probably what a year or two ago, and just never really pay attention too much to them. I think I probably bought one stock within the last couple months or so. You know, just mostly been spending money, doing things, getting little stuff for side hustles that I got going on, and ultimately, looking into just building these side hustles actually into business. And what steps do I need? I know I need to go ahead and get everything structured back for my business and go from there. Go ahead and break out some more LLCs to kind of push certain things. But in all, I mean, it's kind of crazy how we don't have the conversation like we should. You know, there should be more, you know, people in this space talking about money. I mean, because we need money to live, we need money to buy things. So why are we not having a conversation more on the lines of money and building? That's my biggest thing for the space that I'm in. When I when I talk to people, shout out to Kane the God. We had a conversation on my panel, and you know, the men should lead. But enough of that. Um, like I said, building yourself is better for you, for your family, you know, so forth. Even with women, you know, we hear a lot of women talk about certain things. They should build themselves for the right way as well. But ultimately, seeking marriage is the key, and you working that out with your husband. He might don't want you to work. He might do want you to work. Whatever's beneficial for the family, and going into that marriage. because my thing is this: when it comes down to it, you know, with your husband coming in, shout out to Mark. You know, shout out to Bunny Rose just coming in, and Mark just shared the screen. But like I said, at the same time, I'm focused on lines of money. Trying to get people looking in the right direction. Side hustles. I mean, Mark is a great artist, a producer. You know, he hosts some awesome panels. And I wish you would go ahead and make a comment so I can highlight, so people would go over there and check him out. Mark be on the move, but great channel. I found him through another channel. You know, and basically, like I was saying earlier, uh, MTGV, make this go viral TV. She actually showed my channel, and for the first time, someone critiquing my channel let me know that I haven't put enough in my channel like I wanted to, because this was something to just kind of throw up to get people to actually to get people to come over and just sub to my channel. That's how my channel actually was started. Getting people to sub, I share their stuff, and you know it's like a joint venture. You know, I share your channel. I'm already supporting channels. I do videos, and I'm actually going to start doing more videos of more people channels. Plus, I'm gonna have a category to where I'm actually, you know, showing love to everybody channel that I go on, and also, men and women. So I got a lot of men stuff because I'm always over in their spaces. So, and it's not that for the most part, like I told her, and that I actually, forget about doing videos. To be honest, I work pretty hard. I, do a lot of work. So when I have time to rest and chill, I do that. But for the most part, if I'm on a panel or something, I jump off. 9 times out of 10, I catch a little video and throw it up, or I see something funny while I'm just, on Facebook or something. I throw a little video up, or maybe even on YouTube. You know, Other than that, if I'm just watching these shorts, I'm actually on panels. So actually gonna get off and go over the Perfect channel in a minute. But like I said, for the most part, Alexis dude, what's going on? So basically, when it comes down to it, like I say, for the most part, I just want to start, doing more with my channel and promoting people's channel better. Not just certain guys in certain spaces. The women as well. Everybody's channel, because everybody needs subs. For the most part, I go on a lot of good channels. They have great content. They share each other's channels. And like I say, for the most part, I'm gonna be issuing a little, information to get people involved. We need to start buying houses. Everybody needs to start, looking at the generational wealth, far as getting their kids and themselves life insurance, benefits. A lot of people just look at it for themselves. You got to look at it for your kids too. I got policies on both of my two younger kids. My older kids, I'm trying to get policies on them as well. They're a little older, so I will actually need their consent, or for the most part, for them to get it for themselves. But like I said, everybody in my family pretty much died, had policies, down to my great grandmother, and because they always taught us at a young age not to be a burden for anyone, look out for yourself. And that's how I look at it when I view these policies and, just the next generation. The more depth I'm into, life insurance, the more I'm seeing it's a need and certain things that follow behind it, that I'm actually structuring certain things to where, it'll be beneficial. And shout out to Alonzo. Alonzo, me and him have great conversations about life insurance. because that's one of my biggest things. When he came over and was talking about it, I was amazed because I was the only one that tell people that I got life insurance, and for someone to come up and talk about it is like having a best friend now in that kind of department. But I see she's in the chat, and like I said, shout out to you, MTGV. You know, you actually, like I said, pulled my card and, gotta fix my description, talk about show what my channel's about. Gold Professor got on me about making a playlist. So now you've implemented me to step it up. I've seen your channels on structuring your channel, and I just ain't got around to it. Been messing around, but like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and do it because I want a lot of my stuff that I'm talking about for money to pop up more than the conversations between the gender war and just men. I want my channel because, like I said, my channel basically I wanted to be structured more or less along family and the knowledge of wealth and buying houses, 401ks. Believe it or not, I had a job for years and I invested in my 401k to like probably the last 3 to 5 years before I quit. And I was at this job for years. I would like to say at least about 10 to 12 years, probably 10 to 12 years, and I invested in my 401k the last probably 3 to 5. I can't recall, but could have had way more money invested into it. But talking to my wife, when I got with her, I was telling her to go ahead and invest in hers because she was with her job the same. Do you know my wife actually, the amount of money I had in my account, it was relatively small because I wasn't putting nothing in, but my wife's job was matching. So 2 years before she quit her job, she had twice the amount of money I had in my 401k when I left. When I found out, like I said, I'm learning these things as I go along. You know, I actually should have spent more time with my aunt. I always, praise my aunt. She went to school um dealing with computers as far as business, got a degree in accounting and stuff. Well, I don't know if she graduated. I know she got associates in accounting, but I don't know if she got a degree in it. But I know mainly just associates for the most part. And she was off to the races, teaching the kids. Um, I know her two youngest had pretty much business mindset. The youngest was, doing things, selling supplies. She was getting the stuff wholesale, and her brother, my cousin, he, pretty much, started his own business because when he started having kids, he wanted to be there for them, and he created that. And like I say, for the most part, I'm actually gonna get some more people to come on my panel, as far as real estate stuff like that, because like I said, I want to get more people involved, in that aspect. Real deal, shout out to you. We have a great conversation on your channel. Real deal finance, stocks, but mainly the market and housing. A lot of people, you don't want to be in your 50s worrying about, especially if you don't have any kids, not married. You don't want to be worrying about your future, you know. And most people are taking the initiative now. I mean, even as a single man, I had life insurance because one day I was going to get married anyway. And when it boiled down to it, let's say I didn't have no kids or I didn't get married. Guess who was getting the money? A nieces and nephews, something like that. Why would I put my grandmother, and she's elderly, older, on my policy? I mean, she could be on there, but 9 times out of 10, you're expected to outlive them. That's like with my boys. I got my name on there for my sons, but then I have each other and their sister name on there just in case something happens to us or, you know, everything goes as planned, you know, they'll outlive me. But if not, things happen. So, at the same time, you got to plan for stuff like this. And that's why I was so big pushing life insurance. So when it comes down to it, like I said, being prepared is the key. You know, having kids, not having kids, you're gonna actually put something into the future. And like I said, MTGTV had me thinking about structuring my channel more. You know, making my viewpoints about money being more, aligned with I want to do for my channel. My sponsorship, showing people's channel, shouting out to them, showing their content because I do go in a lot of different spaces and listening to what's being said and what's being talked about. But at the end of the day, you know, I try to push a lot of channels and stuff like that. And I'm just gonna start moving in, a lot of different channels in different directions because a lot of people, need the support. Some, more than others, but at the same time, like I said, try to focus more on the money. That's why I had the real estate agent, Ramon Williams in the Atlanta area. He came up, gave some good information about the housing market. And going from there, that's the key. So the biggest thing, like I said, the next things I want to do is actually, I think I have a broker that I'm gonna talk to that I'm friends with. Have another real estate agent, which is a lady, and come on, because like I said, the between men and women, it's not an issue. I deal with men, I deal with women. For the most part, promote their channels. I haven't been doing it as much, so I need to, get back on it and start doing it more. Because like I said, my channel isn't just gender based. Um, I dwell in, the manosphere, but you know, I'm pro right. At the end of the day, if someone's doing right, I'm more for that than anything else. You know, even though men, we do get a bad deal in society, but the point of it is, some women do too. So at the end of the day, like I said, I'm pro right. If we all work together, we can get things accomplished. You know, ain't about being right, ain't about being wrong. It's actually just about being, for the right thing in the right ways. So, if everybody start holding themselves more accountable, we won't have too many issues. And shout out to Gold Professor. Like I said, I like his nine laws of self-government. It holds you accountable for things. And for the most part, that's what I try to do, hold myself accountable for certain things. And, like I said, MTGV, I keep telling you it's a tongue twister. Make this go viral TV. I'm actually going to start doing, like I said, more for my channel, start building my channel a little better, have my playlist there to where the channels I sponsor and so forth be all, locked and loaded within a way of everybody can look at everything and it's all structured instead of just everywhere, start putting more content up. And I've been thinking about going live every day, even if it's just 30 minutes or so, you know. Uh, um, that's the key thing, trying to have the time. A lot of people need more time in the day, So I'm looking at that being the big ticket for me. So, shout out to everybody that came. And like I said, I'm gonna start going more live, doing more, broadcasting and, actually structuring my channel. Because at the end of the day, you know, it's mainly about getting things together. And when it comes down to it, like I said, I want to go ahead and start working on people's channel, helping them out, and actually getting myself together as well to promote. So you know, call to action. That's what I got to do. And for the most part, like I said, there's a lot of things that need to be adjusted. In most of the time. So like I said, shout out to Mark Nash. You know, looking on now, he has a premiere channel. So Mark Nash is one of the cool guys in this space I talk to, and he's down in Atlanta as well. You know, shout out to him. He's a veteran. Um, Vivian Jennings with the Veterans Lounge. I'll be over there Thursday. She has a great channel talking with the veterans. So I'll be over there. And shout out to MTGV TV, Make This Go Viral TV. So I'm gonna be over there with your channel as well. Working, 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 working. You know, I'm gonna start doing more for my channel. That's the biggest thing. I've been wanting to do like a lot of handyman stuff as well. So I actually probably gonna start doing some recordings of that. I did some fair stuff yesterday with the boys, took them to the fair. I recorded some of that stuff, me and my wife and the kids. I just mainly showed the fair and stuff, Try not to show too much of my kids on different panels, but none of that stuff. If you look at the beginning of my channel, I showed my boys, at a car show with me. It was late night. But like I said, for the most part, just moving around, you know, building my channel back up to the content that I want from when I first got into YouTube. Because, shout out to Erica Williams. I was on her channel, you know, like I say, for the knowledge. Going over there, listening to what she was talking about with financing, finance, trucking, you know, talking about the market and the way the houses were, business, looking into business. If I'm gonna be top tier getting into that market, I gotta go where the movers and shakers at. And like I said, shout out to Real Deal Finance. We're working some things. Like I said, man, when it comes down to it, I got so many things going on. I literally gotta slow down, because I think I got about like 8 to 10 things going on at one time. So I got to actually slow down and start, processing things and start doing more, as far as my channel and, to build and, give more information. Because, like I said, when Alonzo first came over to the space, you know, I was, real thankful for him coming over and pushing the life insurance with me. Because, at first I was always talking about it. And it's like, it's kind of got swept up under the rug. And like I told him, I didn't mind telling, he didn't want to put it out there. I told him I don't care. Tell people I got 3 policies. I mean, like, what are they gonna do? Try to kill me? I mean, they're not gonna get none of the money. So, and dealing with him, I'm starting to structure things a lot more better for my family, and looking at doing some other things. But I mean, the key thing is, like I said, generational, man. Taking care of my boys, make sure everything is, running smooth. Right, what's going on, man? I haven't seen you in a minute, man. You've been creeping around. I guess I've been popping in and out of Rogers, man. I be moving around. But yeah, man. So for the most part, it's just kind of crazy. Like I said, we need to be focused more on the money. You know, Rael always dropping the heat with the books and everything. And that was my always my biggest thing. People holding themselves accountable for things. You know, that's the biggest thing. People holding themselves accountable. So, for the most part, matter of fact, let me go over YouTube because I don't know who all got wrenches in here or not. At the end of the day, like I said, just getting things together. And for the most part, like I said, building my channel based on the knowledge I know, always willing to learn a little more and to, get some people to come up here that are professionals in that field to actually give the information out. Because, like I say, my biggest thing is the knowledge. I'm here for the knowledge. I'm trying to, make myself better by, learning more. So until I can give it to my kids, because at the end of the day, you know, I rather pass down knowledge and information, wealth, than just passing down, uh, you know, just some, you tell. I don't even want to say it. But yeah, when it comes down to it, man, I just like I said, just trying to get things together as far as my family, and that starts with the finance. My cousin and them, they took advantage of all the stuff that their mom taught them, and they reaped the benefits. You know, Same thing with my uncle. Not to say he wasn't a good man. You know, he worked well. Had a good job, but he structured a lot. My aunt structured a lot of stuff for him in finance because once again, he wasn't taught this stuff. Even my aunt, she took advantage of going to school because she wasn't taught this stuff. She learned it in school and took it to her family and taught them. That's the same way I want to do. I want to go ahead and learn things and pass it throughout the family. You know, every generation. My kids should be doing better than me. You know, in the same sense as my father, he was did well. I've done pretty good for myself. Like I said, I'm not gonna say too much on this space because boy, you start telling too much, these haters, they ready to they ready to screenshot, show your work. But yeah, I mean, like I said, for the most part, steady working, ain't nothing wrong with working hard, getting people in line with, checking their finances, see where they, scale in life. You should be looking at buying a house. I mean, to all people, it's just not for you, it's just not for you. But some who can, look into these government assistance programs. Like I say, look into these warranties on these houses. And when you buy a house, get a warranty package, right along with your insurance. Find a good real estate agent that works with you, that give you all the information. Because I mean, if you got decent credit, pretty much there's no way they denying you for the house, especially with the money. I knew a girl, she was a stripper. She wanted to apply for a house, and most of her money, what she do. So she had got gifts. She had decent credit. She didn't blow through credit cards. She was not there trying to get overpriced cars that she couldn't pay for. She got something decent where she paid monthly on that was, reliable. She did her thing at night, of course, but for the most part, she was decent with her money. She got a gift to go for a down payment. I mean, to go for her closing costs, and the down payment assistance program got her into a house. You know. Plus, she had her little side hustle doing stuff. It never really took off like that, but still, the point of it was there as extra income. That's the biggest thing. A lot of people don't understand. We got to get to the mindset. Start doing more. I mean, there's a simple thing to where you can actually go online and sell pictures. I'm gonna start dropping those videos of the websites and stuff to where you can just take nice pictures and go and sell them. Artwork. There's people who write books, need certain pictures, artwork, stuff like that. Sell it online, they'll buy it. There's people who need their books read. All these people in this YouTube space that has excellent microphones and speak a little well, you can actually read books, for people. That's like I've been learning. I've been doing this ever since I was young. I try to do it every 5 years. I've been slacking for the most part, but I've been trying to every 5 years write a book of my life, pretty much what's going on of all the things that I go through so I can pass it down to my kids, the critique version of everything I did, plus, you know, to write a biography about myself, just talking about the things that I did and, achieved, because I've hit greatness to the most part, in my opinion, you know, because I had a conversation with one of my friends and he was telling me that, that the crazy part is we was working at this job. I'm talking about we was making good money. And this guy was like, man, I got the perfect life. And I'm like, I don't know about that. So, that was from my standpoint. I was like, you got a decent job, it ain't all that, but you make good money. I'm like, so why do you say that? He said, well, I got a job that provides for my family. I, you know, have a loving two boys, a wife that loves me, you know, good job. What can I ask for more? He was like, my car works, you know, what I need. And I thought about it outside the box and I was like, yeah, he's right. I'm looking more on the glamour. I'm like, man, you could be making way more money. You drive a better car, this and that. He had a police car. He literally had a police car. He had an old I think it was a state trooper's Crown Vic or some to that extent. But I'm like, he was right. We I talk about society standards versus your standards or our standards in the in the community for the most part. But at the end of the day, society put a standard. If you ain't making a certain amount of money, you're not living. To the point, like, you hold yourself accountable for your actions and say, when it comes down to it, how much money is enough? Could I maintain life living off of $2,000 for the rest of my life each month or each week? You know, or do I need a minimum of 10,000 a month, maybe even 20,000 a month? You know, so like I said, for the most part, I'm gonna start dropping more, side hustles. Even with writing books, you can actually there's a form that you can write a book, send it to Amazon, sell it. My friend, he actually wrote a book, just talking about the basic things that young kids don't know nowadays. You know, the basics. Where to go get your license at, where to go renew your tag. Paying bills. Because I mean, honestly, there's people I don't even know how they actually live, you know, because there's people that don't even know how, like, you 18 and you never thought about how bills are paid. Like, you never looked at the whole, I mean, you see things on TV, but you never grasp that concept of, like, what if something happened? How am I going to do this? How am I going to do that? Of course, we got Google, but a lot of people don't even think to look up Google at that moment to say, well, Google can show me this. It fathoms me to kind of get an understanding, like, so far we've grown away from the normal things that was taught when you were younger, you know, finances and stuff like that. And everything is just more focused on, like, the look, appearance of yourself. We're losing the aspect of money because you can always make money. You know, I heard that guys are getting extra jobs just for fashion. Women as well. My wife was in the hospital recently, and this traveling nurse and a young guy was talking to her, and he was like, "Yeah, you got them nice shoes on, Air Max or some she had." And he's like, "Your shoes matching your scrubs, like you be doing it, don't you?" She was like, "Yeah," and she was talking about how many hours she had got for that week, and he was saying, "Man, you balling," you know, because I think she was doing doubles and she worked the max in which they allowed her, and stuff like that. And she went a little bit over a little bit, but it was nothing serious. But for the most part, it was crazy how she was like, "Yeah, I'm working." She was like, "Gucci and Louis ain't cheap." She said, "I'm high value, like when it comes to those personal items." And I was just sitting there laughing at her because she was dressed up, had her little hair done real nice and stuff. And I was just sitting there laughing like the way she was talking. But that's the thing, it costs. And if you want a certain lifestyle, you got to provide. You got to run it. She was from the islands. She already had a house in Augusta. She said that was one of the first places she went, and she liked it so much she bought a house down there. And she's up here in Atlanta. She said she's looking to get one up here before she go to Arizona. And when she go to Arizona, she said she's trying to get a house in every area, but still stay down in the Bahamas, so she can just go ahead and retire and have all these houses, paying for certain things that she want. And I was like, that's the key thing to do. You know, we should be on that same wavelength, man, just to trying to, build your finances up the best way you can. There's certain things that I'm putting in play to where I probably won't have it fully done, but for the most part, getting it to where my kids can make things work. You know, for the most part, you know, setting up stuff like with this life insurance, it's gonna be a lot of money poured into it. And like I said, for the most part, my kids gonna reap the benefits. My friend, he was laughing at me. He was like, and I heard a comedian say this thing too. He was like, man, you pay so much money for life insurance. That's you're getting into car note range. Why you just don't just get you a nice car or something like that? And I'm like, well, I'd rather be financing a future than to financing a car. You know, I I showed people my truck one day. It's a '98 um, regular cab Dodge, regular cab Dodge Ram pickup truck. I could easily go get me a car note. I actually had a car note on my other pickup truck. 2010 paid for. Both of my trucks paid for. Like I had a GMC I just sold, uh, paid for. You know, I don't like car notes because I don't like linger. If I had the money, I would go ahead and just pay off my life insurance so I won't have to deal with it anymore. That's the best thing for me to go ahead and pay off stuff. I don't like revolving money coming out of my accounts. I don't like having something that I got, even with my savings, it gets to me that I gotta keep putting money in my savings. Like, man, I know it's needed, but the point of it is, like, I don't want to. I want to, you know, excuse me. Um, the bank I'm with, PNC, they have this feature called Feed the Pig. And you can click it. It's like a game. You can actually click it, set a certain amount, and every time you click it, the money comes up off of your account, or you can set a weekly amount for the stuff to come out, and it actually comes out of your account. And like I said, for the most part, man, I wish I could do that. That would be, the most that I would want to get into to show. But like I said, for the most part, I'm trying to revamp things and have my channel set up a certain way. I'm gonna have to go over there and check out this book. Hmm, okay, cool. Let's see, is that back over here? Yep, it is. All right, yeah. So basically, I screenshotted that, Rael. I'm gonna go ahead and check that out. But like I said, for the most part, man, you know. But I'm gonna go ahead and get things together, man, and like I said, build my channel more. I know MG TV, M, MTGV. She had, some things talking about, building your channel up. MTGV TV. Make this go viral TV. That's the only way I can get it if I say that. But for the most part, she was showing a lot of structure on your channel. How to structure your channel a certain way. L Cool J. Okay. Look, I didn't see you up here. Well, I'll probably highlight you while I was just talking. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna start back doing YouTube Shorts because I like those, doing little funny clips. But I'm gonna start structuring my channel more. Go over there, and I didn't know I can actually to where when I share my channel, because I was wondering how so many people when they share their channel on YouTube, it's backslash their channel versus backslash 358 some whatever numbers. You can actually customize that, and I'm gonna go ahead and get started building my channel up more because I want to get more on the business side of my channel. You know, like I said, I got a guy who's into Cisco networking. I know I'm gonna like pull teeth and nails to get him up on a panel. This guy don't. If it ain't making money, he particularly don't want to do it. He has a certain standard or a certain way how to do. Yeah, yeah, but I, the crazy part about that is, man, it's more of a to me, man, marketing strategy. You know, when it comes down to it, he's a businessman. He's not going to try to do, for the most part, to hurt his brand, but at the same time, he know the way, to get to the top of the algorithm is to do some things. I'll go ahead and do that. I got time. Let me go ahead and drop it. There you go. Just drop the link. What's going on?
What's going on, bro?
Nothing much, man.
Yeah, man. It's like I was saying earlier. It just depends on um, the lifestyle. I think it was in the movie Baby Boy, man. Salute, Kwafi. Um,
You know,
Peace.
I think Ving Rhames' character. I think he said to Tyrese, he was like, "Y'all niggas is standing still, but the world is keeps
same
moving."
movement. Yeah.
And and that's what's going on out here. Like I think Kwafi, I think you might still be in your 30s. I think you might still be in your 30s too. She probably middle late 30s. I'm in my early 40s. I'll be 43 next month.
That's still
Um,
30. That's still 30.
and there's just so much stuff that's just breaking down in a good way in terms of old ways of thinking that's going on out here. People are just So one thing about America is like people are just constantly pushing the limits. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, but limits are always being pushed in terms of innovation. And for example, in Atlanta, I mean, I was in Atlanta for 30 years. I mean, I know about Bankhead, Bowen Homes, all that stuff. And um, Microsoft is putting is bringing, it's going to, for their development for this campus, like a 15,000 job campus in this particular area. Now, you know anything about Bankhead and Bowen Home in the area,
Know
you
all
know
about it.
that if something like that is being brought, there is a significant change that is already taking place. And for decades, Black people have been sitting on, prime real estate in these areas, and they just haven't done anything with it. And they can't make the excuses. Normally people try to make white folks stuff like that because Atlanta has been primarily ran by Black people since Maynard Jackson became the mayor in the 70s. Um, and quite frankly, many of them have dropped the ball. And that doesn't, but in the business world, it doesn't stop moving just because a lot of those Black people have, stood still. And somebody was telling me in Atlanta recently how in the Emmett Park, Reynoldstown area, how houses that were in the 300,000 range back in 2010, they have houses over there now in the 700,000 plus range. They're almost finished with the Beltline. I'm pretty sure y'all familiar with that. And basically, if you're not looking forward, you're either stagnating or you're moving backwards. And we have people who spend so much time looking backwards that they don't go anywhere. And especially in a positive direction. So, there are some people who are just cool with getting by. For me, I just try not to be around those types of people because you have to be very careful because their way of thinking can seep into your own brain, even unconsciously. Sometimes we feel like we have to, to be cool with certain people, we have to adopt their philosophies. And even when it comes to friendships, a lot of times your friendships that you choose to have is going to be based on your class. If you was worth 1.5 billion dollars, would the people you're cool with now, would you necessarily be cool with them? You could be. I mean, if you started out like LeBron with your boys and y'all, you helped them get into business and empower them. Yeah, you could be still cool with them because y'all still have the same mindset. But if you choosing to go in a different direction in terms of elevating, because you want a different type of lifestyle, you want a different life outcomes, and if that person or those people are not willing to come with you, then it's not even about you're leaving them behind. It's that they're choosing to stay behind. And there's just so many people that's out here doing this. And they do it under the banner of, well, this is how Black folks are. No, this is how you are as a person. You just happen to be Black. And so we can never let innovation be something that's only attributed to certain types of people, the Asians or whites. Like Black people are innovative too. Black men have created all types of things, inventions in America. So this is not a race thing. This is just a human thing, because humans are constantly pushing the envelope. And so when you see things like, Microsoft, and I didn't even know this until it was brought to my attention from somebody I know that works at a business publication. It actually blew my mind when they sent this to me because I didn't even realize Atlanta was like this, was really this like, there was so much business going through Atlanta. It actually shocked me. It said Atlanta's reputation as a financial technology hub and its diverse talent pool attracted Visa, according to a September news release nicknamed Transaction Alley. That's what they call Atlanta, Transaction Alley. Up to 70% of all global transactions pass through companies headquartered in Atlanta. Man, when I saw that, I was like, damn. It said up to 70% of all global transactions pass through companies headquartered in Atlanta. Because we all know there's so many companies that moved their headquarters to Atlanta. Mercedes a few years ago. I mean, that's what they named the new Georgia stadium, football stadium, Falcon Stadium, the Mercedes Benz Stadium. They moved, I think it might have been 2014, 2015 from Jersey. So the thing about business is always moving, it's always changing, it's always being, the innovation is always being brought. So, people who are not willing to expand their minds and grow and learn different things, they're going to get pushed out of the way. I mean, that's just the way it's always been. It doesn't matter if you're black, you're white, it doesn't matter. You're going to just get moved out of the way just because that's just the nature of innovation. Old things go by the wayside and new things are brought to bear. And if you're not a creative person thinking with that type of mindset, you're just going to get moved to the side for something that's going to be more innovative. A lot of times it might be younger, because that's what they're designing Atlanta for. They're redesigning in terms of development. They're redesigning Atlanta for younger, techie types of people with that type of mindset. People who just want to be able to walk to a restaurant and not feel like they're going to get robbed, because we all, see all the stuff that's going on in Atlanta right now. So it's a whole different world that's being designed out here. And being in spaces like that, like this, we are able to connect with certain people of the same mindset. We would have never met each other more than likely had it not been for the internet. So, we use these spaces, or should be using these spaces, to actually get things done, because there's a lot of men in these spaces with expertise and mindsets that can link together, form businesses, make money, and move forward in ways that men are supposed to. That's why I appreciate the space.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. I mean, the funny thing is I'm actually meeting up with Dr. Dunbar this weekend.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like, I met up with Kane, and I'm not on that funny stuff, so I'm pretty much more cool with these guys. It can be a thing like that, but you know, a lot of guys who in this space do kind of weird and crazy stuff. You can't have meetups with. I mean, that's like this whole thing I've been hearing about some guys meeting down in Atlanta for some type of meetup for the YouTube. But I'm like, look what it's predicated on. A lot of foolishness. I mean, to be honest,
Right.
if I was to go there, it would be just, to meet up with certain people. But, I would actually have to watch myself and, really think about it because,
Yeah. Yeah.
some of the people in that crowd that's going to be meeting, they with the foolishness. And I don't want to associate myself like that,
Nah.
you
And
know?
he coming to put the boxing gloves on. He coming to whap and
Yeah.
tap on some people.
Yeah, I ain't got time for all that, man. My thing is, I mean, I'm too grown for that.
Yeah, we
You know,
slap
I,
we
I,
slap box in middle school and teenage years, man. Them things is over with.
Yeah, you know,
Well,
my
unfortunately,
thing is these guys should be about business. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, man, most of them are not going for what they call the brotherhood. That's why I have totally disassociated myself with a whole lot of, saying I'm a part of a group, because these brothers don't know exactly what brotherhood is. I already belong to a black historical fraternity, and I'm proud of that. I'm still cool with my frat brothers, and some of them are here, even in space, but, you know, uh, you got the conservative fools over there that's tap dancing and cheerleading, saying that they're a representation of black men, you know, fooling the white men that are over there listening to them, uh, uh, and uh, uh, and really, even one of them emailed me and said, "I'm talking about the white guy." Emailed me and said, "Hey, man, I like what you said in the chat and I saw that you left your email. I hope that you didn't mind me emailing you, but a whole lot of things you said were true. And yeah, if I was the type of white guy that was totally disrespectful, I would have, you know, uh, joined in with the laughing. But true, he says it's true that a lot of us as white men are sitting here laughing at the black men who are going against each other on these platforms because we we don't do that in the white manosphere, you know. And the thing is, no matter how much, and I said this plenty of times, no matter how much shit you drink or piss you, sorry, yeah, piss you drink or shit you eat, these white people gonna still see you as a nigga in their eyesight if they ain't like the white man that emailed me. So my thing is, these brothers got to stop shaming each other, disrespecting each other. Uh, they don't know where people come from. Just because someone don't speak like you doesn't mean they was raised up in boarding homes or the ghetto. And that's not even a bad thing, because if you're in a space and you want to welcome brothers so that they can see what's great about them, you know, then we have to get into you know just really being just that, welcoming. And they're not welcoming. Jay Shine was over on TPOT, and he had a good run with it as well. But those dudes over there, man, they fools, and I tell them to their face when I'm over there.
Well,
Okay. Go ahead.
let me say this. Um, One of the things that I don't like to see is this notion as it relates to respectability be something that's completely associated with whiteness. Um, it's like black people saying, if you're smart, you're white. Like the positive attributes of any human that can manifest in their behavior is not because their skin color. It's based on the value set that they have. On my dad's side, my great grandparent had a value set that they set forth for the family at the direction and the lead of my great grandfather. Um, Community oriented, church every Sunday. Um, but my great grandparents were the type of people that they would give a known drunk, $1, knowing he was going to go and spend it on some, alcohol. This just was the type of people they were. And so, my dad's mom talked about how when they were coming up in the era of time where, black people's family was supposed to be better together, she said that there were black people who thought our family was uppity because of the value set. So whenever you hear this type of talk, this is something that is historically have been used by racist white people to denigrate black people who show that they can measure up and even surpass what whites are doing. So we have to be very careful in trying to attribute black people who come from a certain class of people who conduct themselves a certain way as not being trying to be white. It's just the fact that they just come from a value set in terms of how they was raised or choose to carry themselves that is respectable. That's a difference. White people don't own good values. They don't own being a respectable um, uh, uh, social person that is able to conduct themselves in the proper way, to have the proper interactions with people in a social context. That's just somebody who was raised with that skill set, who was groomed to have that particular skill set, because somewhere along the way, somebody groomed you to be that way. You don't just come out the womb with that type of stuff. Back
And
in
I'll come in after you because I really need to respond to that.
Yeah, back in the day, this was something that was normal for a lot of families because this is where you learn the type of behavior. So you learn, like for example, even the president, stuff like that, when they have diplomatic dinners with heads of state from different countries. They do all types of things that's related to proper etiquette. You know, they have these affairs, they dress a certain way, the silverware is placed on the table a certain way, the meals is prepared a certain way to present a certain type of image related to things related to things like proper etiquette. So this is something that, and it's not, it has nothing to do with how much money you have. I mean, for years, people have always said, um, just money can't buy you class. I mean, Kim Kardashian family has a lot of money. Nobody up here will sit here and say that they're high class. We wouldn't say that, but they got a lot of money. So it's something that's not. It has nothing to do with money. It's a class mentality, and so many people will try to use this. I'm not saying that there aren't certain people who might try to use this from a political standpoint to kowtow to certain whites, because some will. But in terms of the actual behavior itself, it's not trying to be white by being a respectable person. That's not a white thing. That's a human thing of people who just choose to conduct themselves in a much more refined and dignified way, because that's the way they want to be. That's the way they want to present themselves, instead of presenting themselves as some motherfucker who is uncivilized, or how my grandmother used to say, heathen like.
Okay, I get that. Okay, so when I spoke a minute ago um about tap dancing, I'm not speaking that I'm pro-black, because trust me, I have all kind of people around me daily. I can't be pro-black. Whether you black, white, Asian, Latino, I'm still going to call you out, and that's just it. You know, I stand on accountability. You know, and I accept people for who they are, because for one thing, you know, everybody don't arrive at the same time. You know, it's their choice
Right. That's right.
whether they want to just listen, whether they want to be me. I don't want you to be me, but if I set a good example and you say, "Oh, hey, I like that. I like what he got on. I want to see if I look good in that too." I don't have a problem with that. So the only people that are always worried about somebody acting white are the ones who are saying, "Oh, they think I'm trying to be white." Nobody cares about that. That's one of the number one talking points that you see in this space a whole lot. Nobody gives a damn whether that was your choice if you decided to go to college. That was your choice if you decided that you were going to speak proper English. Set your table proper. That's fine. You just got people that do things differently. You know, the whole point is they're living. You know, we don't have to be any way that society tell us to be, but the upper and elite class, would think that you need to put a napkin in your fucking lap when you eat, or at you know the collar of your neck. Uh, People just don't do things the same way. But should I ostracize them? Should I crucify them? No. you know we got some people that don't learn at the same level. I've been fortunate. I come from a good upbringing, but at the same time, and I know I had no business being on near Etheridge Court, Bankhead Court, Bowen Homes, all that. But hey, you as well as I know, being in those areas, we know what they're about, right? And I can't look down on that. I just can't. So I don't get all. I pay no attention to these brothers who want to get into this thinking, people think they white, or because they speak proper English. So what? I got 4 fucking degrees. You know, I'm gonna be me. I just get tired of us shitting on each other.
Yeah, I, I mean, for the most part, we even in my family and throughout, you had the conversation to where we don't act like that. You have a little more class about yourself, and in the community, that's why, like these topics right here, I kind of like, I'm actually starting to walk away from these. That's why I say my channel is gonna be more structured on money, because when it comes down to it, we so caught up in the reference of being a pro-black, to where you forgetting about the main mentality of just being a human and being accountable for your actions. You
Facts.
don't have to be pro-black to be a person that speaks a certain way, and or acting white or acting any other
Exactly.
color or any other thing, just
Facts.
because you carry yourself better. So
You know,
that's why I say this gender topic, like I'm pretty much done with it, man.
and
Like,
you know what, and I tell you, even me, you know what I'm like. You know what my life is. You
yeah,
know, even me, bro. I mean, I could do what they do, but I'm not that. You know what I'm saying? I look at people. I don't respect you because you respect me. You know why I fucking respect you? Because you're human. Period.
yeah,
Point blank. Not because you the homeless person, or not because you the ghettoest person. You know why? Because you're human. Now, am I ashamed of some of the ratchetness and the thing behavior that some of the people, black people do? Yes. you know, and it's even worse when you have the tap dancing, cheerleading conservatives that do it thinking it's going to get them a pat on the back, you know. And I'm tired of them thinking that I'm fucking pro-black because I'm on a channel with a bow tie. They called me the bean pie man, you know,
yeah. Because that's
and I'm
even like
like,
what. Go ahead.
idiots.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
people be so tied into the narratives. Like to me, I'm one of these people. Like in my life, I've always dealt with people individually. I've always given people a fair
Me too.
chance to show me who they are, what they represent. Now, once you show me that, then that's just what it is, And if I'm cool with what you're showing me, cool. If I'm not cool with it, I'm just not going to associate with you. Like I mean, I just always been that type of person. And I've always been kind of a little bit
Yeah, I dig
standoffish
that.
anyway.
I dig that, Ryo. But the thing is, what I look at too is now I'm more into why, because it's so many things that a lot of these brothers have not. So many questions they have not asked. Now in this space, you got a lot of brothers that are revealing things, even about themselves, that they could not because everything was so stiff necked on other channels when they have not signed any kind of damn doctrine or been sworn in by any kind of bylaws of a group.
Mhm.
This is what this group is supposed to be about. You being able to come to each other as brothers and talk about real life issues and not, shaming tactics. We say that we don't want to disrespect brothers, but we doing the same thing that the women are doing out there, gaslighting. And you see that more and more every day of deflection, and that's a very feminine behavior. It's super feminine.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
feminine to where you can fucking smell a tampon. That's bloody feminine.
yeah, I mean, like for example, like you're into fashion. So this is a great example. Um, have you ever been to like a opera or ballet or anything like that?
Oh yes, plenty of time.
I was assuming you had, but I just wanted to make sure. Now I have too. Now we know what you're expected to present yourself as in those types of environments. Like it's not even up for debate. Like this is the environment, classy environment. This is what it is. This is the type of ensemble you need to bring. You're not as a person who is into fashion, for example. You're not going to disrespect the decorum of that place because you know how important it is in that particular space.
Trust.
But if you get certain types of black people out here, if they found out that you went to a symphony or art museum or a ballet, 'cause I'm going to the Nutcracker again this year. I went a couple years ago, but pandemic shut things down last year. They will say you trying to be white.
Mm-hmm.
They will say you trying to be white. Not the fact that we have black playwrights out here like August Wilson and other people, groups of people who are not even black.
I can tell you're a writer, boy. Look at you.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I
He's
was
a
an
real
English.
writer. Listen to shit he just said.
I was an English major in college, so yeah. So I mean, you have these different types of black people who write plays. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Tyler Perry got his name from plays. Is
You know,
that being
it wasn't easy. Tyler Perry had a different kind of connect because Black Hollywood did not really. I mean, not Black
No,
Hollywood,
I know,
but
I know, I know,
Hollywood.
I know that. I know that. I'm just saying, once he got his foot in the door, that's how he built himself up, was through the plays.
By being his authentic self,
Yeah,
because
but yeah,
sometimes it
being
don't
yeah,
work like that.
right. But what I'm saying is that from the black perspective, because there's the creative spark, the imagination. A lot of times when you do something out of the box in Black America, a lot of times the response you're going to get from black people is, "You can't do that. You can't do that. How you going to do that? They ain't going to let you do that." If you
You know,
come with the same type of ideas in other groups, they're going to be like, "Man, that's a great idea."
you know what?
Um,
You know, Raya, and that's true because I got family members that never left Decatur. And you know what they always say? When I used to live all the way up by the Mall of Georgia in a $400,000 home, they would say, "Oh, but that's too far." Okay, too far from what? Oh, a
right,
black man can't have that. I got
right,
family
Hmm.
members like that too, but you always gonna have that ghetto cousin. You're gonna, you know, you can
right,
always have that, because they never had anything to believe in. But
right.
I'm okay with teaching you what you do with the information is on you.
Yeah, and that's the point of this space. The reason why we've gotten look, the reason why we've gotten so much pushback in this space and when it comes to productivity is precisely because there has been generations of men raised by unproductive women who think it's okay until they come across productive men. And then it's like, man, you can't tell me what to do. Yes, we can.
And
Because
let's not not to cut you off, and let's not forget those brothers who are mixed. I don't care what one drop of a black in them. They have been raised through the gynocracy of a white mother who was also the lowest on the totem pole. Yet they think that only going by their white side is working for them, and it don't. You get what I'm saying? So
productivity is
when they do
always
come,
going to be supreme.
yeah, when
Yeah.
they do come into the space where men is period, you can see how they act, and that's what I was speaking about earlier. You can see how they act because they're doing everything that their mother do. So if whether your mother black, white, or whatever, you know, if you was raised like that, it happens. So
Right.
you're right.
Right. And
I,
and
I,
see, that's what I'm saying. Like, we no other group has to fight between. There really should be no fight between unproductive people and productive people. There should not be a fight. Productive people generally should win out. But the fact that we had 4 or 5 years where we had to have a damn online discussion, brawl, damn near about these types of discussions, where groups of other people are innovating. They're coming into predominantly black areas. That's why I brought up Bowen Homes and Bankhead about Microsoft and other stuff. Because
Wait a minute, are they building over there? They building
yes,
what?
Microsoft is building a 15,000 job complex over
I
there.
thought they built homes over there, over right on the property where
No,
we
no,
live.
no, no. I'm saying
Damn.
no, they're building homes in those areas, but I'm saying in that area they're building a office part space for Microsoft.
I
Yeah.
wonder if they're gonna get rid of because I know that Ti and Killer Mike had owned some stuff up through there, but I wonder if the black business owners that have had businesses right across from Bowen Homes, like the Kelly Beauty Supply, the 7-Eleven, and all those the laundromat and all that stuff up there. Some of that stuff was black owned, and I'm wondering will they give that up? You know, if Microsoft gives
If
them,
Microsoft came and offered you $30 million for that property, wouldn't you? I
yep,
know I
but
would.
But a lot of you're right, and you got a lot of people who won't hold on. I mean, who want to hold on to that. I know people that were going to Bowen Homes to get part of the demolition. Like a brick coming from Bowen Homes or
Right.
their signs. From their apartment, and I'm like. Why do you want to go back to more? Why do you want to remind yourself of pain?
Because they don't want to innovate and they don't want to move forward. That's my point. Like that's what this space has shown us that what the Black Manosphere has shown us that there is it's a large contingent too of Black people. These arguments are not about right or wrong. These arguments about there are certain people who want to move forward and innovate and create something new.
It's all about
And there are
teaching
some
students.
people
A
who
lot
just
of
want to
us are
stay
teaching.
stuck in the past. They stuck in the present and the past, and they're not going to go anywhere. And it's you as an individual. You have to choose which side you want to be on. Do you want to be on a more innovative side, pushing things forward, or do you want to be a part of the status quo? In business, for example, this is how businesses go out of business. They have the status quo, and for them it works. It's not working in terms of competition with other groups who are in other companies who are innovating. So after a while, if you don't change and innovate, guess what's going to happen? You're going to get your ass put out of business, and nobody's going to feel sorry for you because you had the opportunity to innovate and change, but you chose not to. Look what happened with Walmart. Before Amazon got into the business, they weren't doing deliveries and nothing like that, and they were wildly successful. But when Amazon got into business and they innovated, they brought that tech capacity to grocery, and they saw what Bezos did by himself compared to
Or
all of
even when
them.
they saw Instacart start today, hey, why
Yeah,
we could do it ourselves. Yeah, you're
yeah,
right.
but Jeff Bezos was a whole different beast, boy. He's a whole different beast. So you talking about? I mean, he got all that tech aspect to it. Because I didn't even know this until my homie who works for Amazon told me. He said, "Man, Amazon makes more money off their tech platform than the delivery. They make more off of the actual technology that they have." And I
I
was
live
like,
right
"Damn,
down the
really?"
street from one of the biggest ones,
Hey,
so I
that's like
get it.
the guy. I actually dealt with a guy who he worked for Amazon for probably like 8 years. Got hired at Walmart for the e-commerce side. He told me personally that Walmart will never be as big as Amazon because they're so caught up on that face to face, you know, customer, hand to hand stuff to where they want to keep people coming into the stores. He said every other company is moving along the test of time except Walmart.
I mean, why not have a brick and mortar and do the other thing too? Give people a choice of services because
But
all money is good money. Well, I ain't gonna say all money is good money, but consistent money is consistent money.
the family base, see, Walmart has a type of structure and they've been doing for years. So if anyone comes in and try to show them different, they'll listen, but at the same time,
Mhm.
their feelings of them doing what they doing for so many years is made them successful. So it's like anybody.
Their business model is tailored towards more low income people. That's the
Yep.
problem. That's the issue.
And that hand to hand, that customer face to face deal, and that's what's hurting them.
Yeah.
Until they extend with the test. I mean, with the way of time is, that's why they're gonna always be second to Amazon. They have the stores. That's like the biggest. I seen a guy on YouTube was talking about it. When it comes to money aspect, McDonald's is more prone than any other business establishment because of the real estate that they have.
Right.
If they were to take another fast food chain, put it at every McDonald's, they would still make more money as a new franchise overall because of location. McDonald's is always located in more traffic populated areas,
Do at
you
every
know.
corner, like
Hmm.
gas, like a popular gas station, like Quick Trip, like the
Yeah,
Arco gas stations out here.
yeah,
They dominating. Walmart the same way, but it's some areas like in San Francisco, they don't have a Walmart like that. You have to go on the outskirts, because they got so many uh, independent shops that voted against that. So you have
yep,
to go
ran
like
them
on
off.
the outskirts. Yeah.
Hmm.
It hurts the brand for the small companies. That's why they don't want Walmart to be so as big in most areas. You know, even with the small towns, I've been through small towns, man. Walmart wiped them completely out. You know.
Rael, have you ever been to San Francisco?
No, I've never been.
Okay, well, they got an area. I was filming last night in an area called the Haight Ashbury. That's where you had all your popular people like that was discovered there, like Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix, all of those. My
Oh,
dad
okay.
even hung out with those people, And I'll tell you this.
Is it like a little 5 Points type area?
Yeah, man, and those
Okay.
places still are standing. That's why even when I went to Northside High School of Performing Arts, I used to
Oh,
hang out in those.
I didn't know you went to Northside. Okay.
Yeah, I graduated from Northside. Yeah,
Okay.
I know a lot of people. Do you remember Travis Payne, in Janet Jackson video? Uh, 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 Shit. He's the choreographer for everything she's ever done, other than Paul Abdul. If you look up Travis Payne, you'll see that he did. What's the one that made everybody go to college
Hmm.
and finish high school? The album that she came out with. 18, 14, 18, 19, some shit. 14.
I think it was 18.
Yeah.
I think it was one of those. I can't remember.
Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, I have so much history with Atlanta, and Little 5 Points is one of them. I'm not gonna lie. I used to hang out at Lennox when it was popular because I used to love going to the Mark Shells Polo store and before the actual Ralph Lauren store was there, and Macy's. Those were my two stores.
Yeah,
My
I
very
remember. I remember.
Yeah, my very first job was working at Macy's, and like you said, people had that mindset as in, oh, you could never get a job working at Macy's because that's supposed to be high class. You know, uh, I started off low. A lot of black people started off low. They started off in the cellar, you know, making fucking cinnamon rolls and selling pots. I was one of them, and then I eventually graduated to working in the men's suits and Macy's. So we all have that thing about coming up. That's what they used to always say in Atlanta. Even if you're a dude that had gold teeth in your mouth, to say, "Damn man, that nigga done came up." You know what they do, man. But it's your mentality of what is coming up.
Yeah, because that's even like the crazy part is one of my homeboys. It's funny. One of my homeboys actually, uh, he was like from Decatur area. Well, he's from the West Side, but moved to Decatur. This guy never went outside of the perimeter. Never. Until he got about 17, he went to his cousin's house in Macon. And I used to tell him, I'm like, man, I don't travel to here. I'm like, in high school, I used to work at the moving company. So I've been there for some years, man. I went to my first time going out. I went to Louisiana, went to Chicago, and my aunt and then was like, "What, you homesick? You calling home?" I was like, "Yeah, man, I want to go home." She was like, my aunt was like, "What do you want to do? Sit here, make no money, or be out there and see the world?" And I never thought about it like that because I was so keened up to, going back home, chilling, eating home cooked food. And I had that mentality to where, I just wanted to be home with my family. That was my man. I didn't have the mentality of being homesick to the point where, man, I don't know this area, man. I don't know nobody. I mean, I done traveled before. But by the time I would say 5, I've been to more states than most people. Like my mom was a big traveler, you know. I like lived in like there's a lot of people don't know I'm from out west. I was born in New Mexico, lived in
Dude, that
Cali,
is a
lived in
plus.
Arizona. Yeah.
That's a
I
plus.
lived in a lot of places. My dad was in the military, so we moved. But the biggest thing when I came back to Atlanta, even when I got my job being in high school, like I said, I've been to Iowa, been to North Dakota, South Dakota, all up Salt Lake City, all the way up to Maine. Maine is beautiful in the fall, man. I've been to all these places. Miami, I've been down to Key West, all the way down to Key West to the bottom. A lot of people ain't experienced that. You know, only couple of places I've been is to the Dominican, going over to Hawaii and Alaska. And I was actually gonna go to Alaska when I went to Seattle, but some stuff had happened, so I didn't get a chance to go. But other than that, man, it's like a lot of people don't travel, and that's why I be telling like most of the men and women when they be complaining about the people in their area. Like, believe it or not, it's funny. I'll be quick with this. Platinum, I was on this channel. I go over there for laughs and stuff. And there's a chick that I always come on this panel, and I actually host this panel this weekend, and we had a good discussion and stuff. But when it came down to it, there was one chick, she always be on the panel, and she's an officer. He was like, "Man, you come down to Atlanta, he like somebody will wife you up, girl. You and your 401k, your retirement plan." And it's true. I mean, a lot of people move down to Atlanta from up north, buying a house, man, just living comfortable because you so big on the hustle and bustle, and you ain't even experiencing life because you gotta move when they come down here. A lot of people get a peace of mind, and plus the environment is different. You the new fish in the pond.
But you
A
know
lot of
what
people
though?
don't realize that.
But you know what though? If you don't go come to Atlanta to do what you say you're gonna do, it could fool you. Get caught up in that party life.
Yeah.
I know people that have moved from up north, worked all their life. My aunt was one of them. She seen over $1 million in her time. She moved from New York, sold her home after retiring as a nurse, moved to Atlanta, bought a really big home with a lake in the back, big ass swimming pool. Them. It was a really nice home, and she moved her kids down with her, and they took her down, man, to the point to where she had to move out, lost all her savings, everything she worked for,
Mm,
because of her children.
mm,
She gave them everything, and that was a problem. So when they came to Atlanta, I'm like, and I don't believe in if you can do it in New York, you can do it anywhere to a certain extent. I believe
nah.
that. But they came down, they want to get into this party life, they want to get into this oh man, Atlanta slow type shit. And they saw every time they went back to New York, they couldn't survive because they didn't have a home. But they would come back down to Atlanta to live with their mother, and ended up, just making more bills for that woman, man. And she
Mhm.
died living in an apartment.
Damn.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I
Hmm.
mean, a lot of people from, I saw it in the 90s or 2000s, a lot of people from up north, especially the New York crowd, came to Atlanta thinking that, oh, these some country niggas, these niggas slow. And I would tell them, I was like, slow sometimes is trickier. That slow burn will cook you. And because a lot of people, man, started coming to Atlanta, especially younger people were coming because they was hearing about Freaknik, 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 Freaknik,
And the music business.
and yeah, entertainment as well. And so what happened was they didn't realize, like, you know cats and females in Atlanta had some tricks up their sleeves too. And I saw a lot of dudes, man, fall down, man. Think coming with that, I'm from New York, nigga, I'm from New York shit. And
And
you
then
know,
that was the mentality we had too, to be like, shit, we better stand back, we better, back down, man, because these niggas, they from New York. It's because of what we heard and what we saw,
mhm.
from hip hop to being ashamed from being from the South, until the
Right,
South
right.
started to make their own music and make everything their own. I know Jermaine. I know Jermaine Dupri. Jermaine has sat down at our table and ate dinner with my oldest brother. You know what I'm saying? And we used to chop it up. I remember he came out with the group Silks Times Leather. You remember them?
I remember the name. I
Yeah.
remember the name.
That was when he first came on. He was like, "Man, I'm gonna be something," Uh, but the thing was, he was proud, although he's from New York and he danced in a lot of videos and shit up
Hmm.
there. He, got on far as that because his father too, but he, really believed in Atlanta and believed in artists. He learned the game up north and brought it down south.
Mhm.
You know, that's why I will always respect that man.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I got respect for it. I mean, you get a platinum album produced under your belt at 18. I mean, you doing
Oh
something.
yeah,
I mean, you doing
definitely.
Yeah.
something.
That's
So,
when I was in Atlanta, man. I mean, over there in that area, and I stayed on the west side. I, like the neighborhood, we used to go to school at this school over off Cascade. We used to go in this community all the time, and we actually met Chris Cross. And they came to our school, and we actually seen him at his house out there off of Cascade. Too short. Met him at the Publix around the corner from my house one day. He was over there at Jermaine house. Came him and Eric Sherman. You know what I'm saying? I was like, dang, like all these celebrities over here. And then that's when I figured out he stayed in the area at a young age. Because Greenbrier Mall right there, that's where Chris Cross knew was spotted at. Because they was the little hottest kids, always dressing, with the latest fashion, and had their little own look about themselves. You know.
I mean, the thing is, it's not to me. It's silly people everywhere. I like up north music. I like West Coast music. I like down south music. Like if it's good to me, it's good to me. I don't care where it's from. Um, and I don't mind people, having some pride about themselves. Where you from? Okay, all right, cool. But when you come with the mindset that these people just ain't shit just because they from down here or from up here, because it happens on both sides. I've seen Southern people take the same approach to people up north, so it happens on both sides. When if you cool, you just cool. You know what I'm saying? And so, um, and I think that in a lot of instances, there's just a lot of um, black people. We tend to be very suspicious type people in general. We just tend to be very suspicious of people overall. It's not just within us; we do it in outside groups as well. Um, just have this scary mentality in terms of knowing other people, getting cool with other people, learning different things. We just really have this collective fear of being shown something different and possibly liking something different, you know. And that's not normal because we haven't historically been like that. I mean, we've been some of the most innovative people in this country. So, in one of the times in history where you're literally living in an age of information and innovation,
What you
especially
say?
when you're in your 20s, like for these young people out here to be out here protesting all the time and whining and complaining. I'm like, man, y'all motherfuckers got it so easy. I'm like, if I had a manosphere when I was 8, 17, 18, 19, dropping the knowledge that be coming through here, I'm like, bruh.
Well, they are outspoken about the wrong things, and I even I applaud them for trying to relive the 60s and have their voices to be heard for as law. But after that, what's next? You can only march for so long. I mean, even Alonzo covered it in my documentary, Asian Hate Coming from a Black Perspective, part 2, where he said, uh, we need to stop marching as Black people and put our economic dollars to work, and show capital. And that's so important. Money ain't everything, but it gets you out of a lot of situations. And even when I talked about the Asian people in the Asian hate video, they thought that I was, whining or complaining, and they did not really, get the whole thing, because they didn't understand that I was speaking basically, hey, of our faults as well. It wasn't just a situation where I'm saying, oh, the Asian people doing this, Asian people doing that, because trust me, they did a lot of shit that we did not do. And our faults are our own faults, our own flaws, or whatever. We need to be held accountable for that.
Mhm.
So we also need to be held accountable for these spaces. because a lot of people are teaching the wrong thing. You know, you got young boys, you know, listen to that. I think DJ Kuda made a very good point. And I like what you just said here a minute ago, Rael. You wish there was a Black Manosphere for when you were 15, 16. But even in that, I think that it's okay to listen, but work your way up to the panels, work your way up to building yourself up in space. And what half of these content creators, they got these young boys minds gassed up to believe that they can come up, disrespect, talk to people any kind of way, back them in the corner. Now, in their real life, you know how these dudes are, just like she just said, when they have the meetup, you got some dudes that's really going there to put on the boxing gloves. I know a few of them. You know, they're gonna
Yeah,
whap and tap.
but
So
that's the thing. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you
and
finish.
the
Sorry
thing
about that.
is, you know, they are not telling these boys, you know, hey, look, man, you know, this ain't the way you do it. I'm glad a few of them have woken up to not listen to some of these guys. Not saying that some of the things they're teaching isn't good, you know, but it's so much more surrounded around that woman. You know what I like what she talks about. I love what Alonzo talk about, because get your money up first. You know, I know you're down, black men, but when you gonna get the fuck up? So that comes hand in hand, even with the black community, of the protesting, the, you know, complaining about this, that, and the other. You know, if that's your aesthetic, that you only complain about women on your channel, let that be. But it's so much more, because half of these dudes are not made to be leaders yet.
Look, I've been talking about this for quite some time. The notion that you're just going to be on your own block for the rest of your life, that shit is just going out the window. I mean, for men, it ain't even like that. Like, your success can be one state over, two states over. It could be in the military. It could be you start a business. It could be you playing a sport. Like, your destiny as a man will take you to just different places a lot of times. And so when you refuse knowledge, you know, for example, when I was coming up playing ball, I love playing ball. What helped me get better at playing ball was not playing ball with kids my age. What helped me get better was playing around grown ass men, because they didn't take it easy on us. Like, if you wanted to get on that court and play, you had to be ready. Because a dude that was 40, he would come out there, man, with some jeans on, some boots, drink a 40, and get out there and bust your ass. And he didn't care. It wasn't no like you gonna call your mom and you was being too rough. Like, if you stepped on that court, he expected you to take it like a man. And so going from my 7th grade to my 8th grade year, my improvement in my game was so dramatic. Like, I was dunking in the 8th grade. I mean, that's how much I improved. You know, so, you know, and these spaces are similar. It's filled with grown men who have had a wealth of history and experience and seen some things and know some things. And so, you know, many younger dudes, they would do very well to, I'm not saying listen to the old niggas who ain't saying shit. I ain't saying that either. You got to piece out and figure out who's who. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you see some people that are saying some things that you can say, okay, I can trust what he's saying. Ask somebody for their email or something, or talk to them in the back chat or something, and try to have a conversation and ask them some questions and, you know, get their perspective, because there's a lot of voices. So you can kind of get lost in that. But if you see some few dudes that you can rock with, you're like, man, I like what he's talking about. You know, try to talk to those dudes and get them one-on-one and pick their brain and ask them what, you know, you got some interest over here. What direction should I go in? What should I do? You know, because there's so many voices, you can kind of lose yourself in that. You're like, okay, this nigga saying this over here, but he over here saying this, and he over here saying this. You know, ultimately, the real men in these spaces are the men that want black men to be productive. to be successful.
Facts.
Those are the real men in this space. Like
I'm a true
I'm
man.
in these spaces specifically because I know there's so many young dudes who are just green and have not even been around men like that. Because when I was coming up, I grew up with my father, and I was in a neighborhood that had older cats too who was teaching us game too about life, not just on like trying to get on some hoes, but just teaching us about life and life in general as men because they had men experiences because they were men at the time. So, and many of these men will be on the court with us, playing ball with us and stuff like that, and just dropping knowledge to us like that. I'm very appreciative of that because they gave me certain perspectives that I didn't have, certain things that we should watch out for, and stuff like that, that I hold to this very day. So, that's the same thing these cats do. Don't be scared to speak up and ask a question. Like, the men in these spaces who really are caring and are here for the right reason, they're not gonna make you feel stupid for asking a question. They're going to be more than happy to share that information and knowledge with you so they can help you.
Man,
But it goes to, I'm gonna say this real quick. It goes to like I always talk about eating the meat, spit out the bone. Like, that's what I say. When I go to a lot of channels, man, I'm not going on the channels, just because, that's my thought pattern. I'm going over there because actually somebody needs to hear something from a married man's status. Like, I mean, I'm married, I'm in this space, so I'm looking at, okay, my opinion should matter to this person over here, or they should be able to take something that I'm saying and get an understanding and say, okay, well, he's married, he over here. So what's going on? Because like I said, in some of these cases, I listen to guys and I say, man, that's not my struggle. I'm married. I haven't been through the ringer a lot of times in these cases, but I get it and I understand. Not everybody, had this type of life to where, you can get away from all that bull crap because you have people in your family that can say, man, you was raised different, you was this and that, so that's why you this and that's why you that. Cool. But at the same time, like I said, I just try to help a lot of guys that's in this space to say, look, I'm married. I've been through some things, true. It's not perfect, but the whole thing is accept this. You might not have my same life where you can go ahead and find your woman like mine and get married, but the point of it is, it's still out there. But if you're gonna just shut down, because I said it one time and I really meant it. When they talk about actually women hitting the wall, there's a lot of dudes who hit the wall because they done gave up on with this stuff about marriage. And like I said, a marriage is not for everybody. This whole build the black community by getting married and all this stuff. No, some people just don't need to get married. It's not for you. So don't force yourself because society standard. You do things respectfully for yourself that needs to be done.
Man, that was wonderful. That was one. That was beautifully said, beautifully stated. I like the fact that we all bring something to the table. Whatever our aesthetic is, it's just what it is. And it doesn't matter who you are. I know Rael is well respected. He don't even have a channel. You know, but what I like about what he do is the things he say. He's cited to back it up. He's just not out here saying shit just to say it, just to hear himself talk on the microphone, and that's what I had to learn being in space, for 5 years and a half now. But I was just in the clouds, you know, and it got to the point to where, I'm like, enough is a fucking enough. Let me do something that's totally different. Let me uh, not jump on a bandwagon because, I got my own identity. If you don't like it, fuck you. That's just it, but we all are men from awkward stages. I said this several times. We learn differently, but what I think we all have in common is that we are willing to learn. We're willing to uh, 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 sometimes shut up and listen. But then again, you got those that are thinking that this way is the right way. This way, we all got you know different different teachings. But I think that if it all meets up in the same place, as success, there you have it.
Well, one of the main reasons why I give so much information is because when I got when I was on the pro black stuff, learned that stuff through college. when I realized that it was wrong, it was a wake up call for me. And the reason why it was a wake up call for me was the fact that I prided myself on a person that just doesn't get got. And I got. And it let me know that I was blinded to something that I needed to be aware of. And that was a humbling experience because when I decided to stand up to these people that were claiming that they were pro-Black, what I found out was that they were full of shit. And I saw the reaction that I got when I actually spoke up. And it wasn't positive. And I was like, damn, like somebody like me could fall for the okie doke. Somebody who was well read, who was insightful and can see things. Like even I fell for the okie doke. So my mom taught me a long time ago that you never take what somebody says for face value just because they say it. She said, always read and research and go look it up for yourself. And that always stuck with me. It was one of the few things she taught me. And it's one of the things that I just pass on to men as well. Like, I'm not just saying something just because, I got some knowledge that I've learned through life. But there are a lot of things that, like for Black people specifically, we tend to think that we always got to learn from people who always fail at shit. And that shit is tiresome. You know what I'm saying? That shit is old. You know, there are people who know how to do shit right. Like, for example, if you want to get into real estate, there are people who've written books on real estate who've done real estate for 25 years. So who would I rather listen to? Would I rather listen to somebody who just started a year ago? Or would I rather listen to somebody who's done it for 25 years, understands the nuances, the 1031s, and all these different things that come, depreciation, all these things that come to bear as it relates to real estate? I would rather listen to the person who's done it for 25 years. If you did it for 25 years, I'm going to expect, and you wrote a book on it, I'm going to expect you to know what the hell you're talking about.
And that's the thing.
There's nothing wrong with learning from people who do it right. Like we don't always have to have some, oh, woe is me, downtrodden underdog story. Because as far as I'm concerned, I'm not a fucking underdog. I don't expect to lose. When I put my hands on something, I expect to win. Because I'm a winner. Like that's my mentality. I don't go into thinking I can't do this because I'm Black. No, I come through the door thinking like I'm gonna get that shit because that's how much drive I have. And so, like I recently got this book dealing with sales presentation.
Put it in the chat so everybody can see that because I want to look at that.
Yeah, it's a great book. And what I really appreciated about this book was like, because you can always learn, and there's just certain things that I learned reading this book in terms of certain things that's just from a nuanced perspective that just goes a long way in you securing deals that you're trying to get with certain companies that really make a difference. Like just certain things that you can do. And it just showed me like you always have room to grow and learn. You can never know everything. No man can never know everything. It's just impossible. But you can become much more knowledgeable about things, especially when you live in an environment where there's such a proliferation of information. And then when you don't know certain things, go to somebody that's an expert. This is why people like me and she, we're constantly bigging up Alonzo because he's an expert in what he's talking about. When you hear him talk about life insurance, you know that dude knows his shit. And that's something that spaces like this need men who can show Black men from that perspective how they can actually build up some things in terms of finances from a wealth building perspective, because these women are constantly telling Black men how broke they are. That's somebody that can help plug that hole and effectively shut down that argument if Black men take advantage of that by doing some of the things that he talks about but that means you're going to have trust to even work with somebody like him. And based on the things that he has talked about, he's been on panels. I was one of the main ones telling him, man, you need to start getting on these panels, man. You need to start talking about this stuff. He is shown his efficacy in terms of being able to understand and synthesize this information, a topic that, quite frankly, scares the shit out of a lot of Black people, because Black people don't want to talk about the possibility of dying and shit like that. But he talks about it in a way that you can really understand. He breaks it down to the most simplest ways that you can really get it. And that's the reason why he's starting to build up much more success, because we've had so many men in the space really, really project him forth like that. And many of us never, I don't know if anybody's personally met him in the space personally, but based off of what he has spoken about, I trust him. Like, and for me to be able to say something like that in terms of dealing with him on that kind of level and money, that's saying a lot about who he is and about his character as a man. Like, I respect Alonzo Hall to the fullest. I respect his story. I respect his narrative, where he came from, how he got shot, how he got into this game. And I have the utmost respect for him. And that's why I'm constantly singing his praises, because that's what we should be doing in these spaces when we're dealing with Black men who have shown their capacity to persevere through things in life that a lot of men didn't persevere through and come through shining like that. And that's how we need to be in these spaces.
And you know what? That's why I respect him so much as well. That's why I handpicked him to be in the documentary, because even we lack, well, even in the situation that he talked about on the in the documentary, I did a full-on spread, on him, because I believe in Alonzo, and trust me, I'm a brother that listens too. Even though I got my insurance stuff, taken care of, I'm going to be working with him on some stuff as well. So, trust me, a lot of us are listening, and you're right. I think that a lot of Black people have that mentality of, oh shit, man, he gonna give me this long drawn out sermon. Oh man, here come the insurance man. Tell him I'm not home. you know, a lot of Black people don't
Right.
pay.
Right.
They don't want to fucking pay, man, and that's just it. But at least he's giving the information out, and he's saying, and he's sincere, because it's like, if you're not getting it through me, fellas, you don't have to get it through me. Go and get it somewhere else, because this is what we need. This is where we lack.
But this was like the biggest thing when I talked to him. Like I said, I got life insurance. I done had it for a while, so I already knew. So when it came down to him with the policy, I don't know if I was the first, but I know as soon as I got through talking to him, I was like, "Hey, when we gonna book a consultation, man? I'm ready." And he probably had that little singing dance, like, "Yeah, man, I heard it all before. All right, I hit you up Wednesday." You know, and after we talked, I was like, "Okay, so when you do the policy?" He's like, "Oh, you ready now?" Yeah. Like, send me the paperwork over. We good. No, I was quick. Like, I wasn't trying to play with him. When it came down to it, that was like the biggest thing. Like, I'm for that for my kids, for my kids, for my family, that's what I'm about. Like I tell my son, I work and do a little things to kind of help you guys ease, because what I got planned in the future and what's going on is going to benefit y'all. Because even with those luncheons that I deal with Alonzo and we go to, when it comes down to it, if you don't teach your kids how to use money and how it benefits them, they're going to just go through that money just like every other kid in their generation. You got to set your kids aside. I mean, let them know. And then back to what Rael was talking about earlier, having an older person that knows, you expect them to give you the keys without bullcrap. And that's one of the things I deal with Real Deal. A lot of people look at him being a young guy and don't take a lot of information he gives serious. He ain't had enough skin in the game. But the point of it is, you know, like Gold P always talk about your truth and the truth. A lot of people get it conflated that true is true. If you can research it up, look it up for yourself, and it's fact, that's somebody you should be dealing with. You shouldn't be ostracizing people on account of didn't have that many years in the game. As long as what they're teaching and it's been proven that it works and it's being done efficient, that's what I'm going with. I could take a child. I looked at a guy who was on Dave Ramsey, and Dave Ramsey was so shocked that this dude was 17-year-old in high school, making $10,000 a month, you
Woo.
know,
Okay.
and automated himself from like that low. That was a low budget. That's what he started at. He's making 50,000 now a month, and he was like constant. This been I think it was like third month or something that he had made like 50,000. And he was like, "Whoa!" How he's like, "I got 3 stores. I found this little system to where every month I'm hitting that threshold,"
You
and he was
know,
amazed.
they have a brother in the space that a lot of people don't talk about because when you got people like Alonzo and him, that brushes over them because they're looking for the bullshit, the fuckery, and everything in the space. Wall Street J. He is a brother that's damn near a millionaire. He's only 23 years old, and Alan Roger Curry puts him on his show, at times, and he talk about uh, gig work, uh, 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 Bitcoin and stocks. He's very knowledgeable about finances. So you're right. Just because you ain't been in it long doesn't necessarily mean that you don't know. So I try to take some of the old and the new. The old is more valuable to me because I do like to go and research in old books because you can put anything on the internet. It ain't nothing like going to a historical library where you got all kind of finance books, all kind of law books.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I do that type of thing. I got books right now that are very valuable in my library.
Mm-hmm.
Where I know I can't find those. They're outdated. Well, I put it this way: they're out of print. I won't say outdated because that same information that is given can still be used to be cited because
Mm-hmm.
there's some truth to that then and even now.
Well, um, Alonzo got my attention. The insurance stuff I was already familiar with. Because when he came around, I was actually at that point studying for it. What got my attention from Alonzo was when he talked about a hedge fund. That's when I really perked up because when a black man comes around talking about a hedge fund, we all need to listen. We all need to listen because that's not an everyday topic that black men tend to discuss. Um, and it goes back to Reginald Lewis's book, "Why Should White Guys Have All the Fun?" I keep saying that this book is basically a manifesto for black men to get into the game of finance and things like that because he was in it and he saw this world that existed and he was thriving in it and he wanted to share that with black men. And so that's why I say that this is a must read book for all black men, especially if you're young, because it'll just orient you into a way of thinking that you really need to think. That's why I'm not really for older men telling younger generations of men that the sky is falling. When I know that there are so many opportunities that's been opened up for black men to take advantage of if black men will just assume the mantle and take it and stop asking for it, stop asking for it, stop asking for it, and go take it. Because that's what this shit is about. It's your
Yep.
force of will. Like when people around you who don't believe you can do it, even Rocky White didn't think he could beat Drago. But in your heart, in your mind, in your soul, like, man, I'm gonna get to this money. I know I'm gonna do it. And that's the difference. Like, it's not about whether these other people believe in you, because their belief doesn't matter. It's whether do you believe in you. That's really what it matters. What it comes down to, and what really matters. And That's because you're listening to your own voice. And a lot of times, many black men are not listening to their own inner voice. They're listening to the mom who told them they wasn't going to be shit like their father, their sister, their grandmother, their girlfriend, or their ex-girlfriends. They're still thinking with their voice. And now, and I tell a lot of men, you have to be careful of what voice you're listening to. Is this your voice? Or is this somebody else's external voice that you've basically accepted as your own? And you basically are telling yourself every day that you ain't shit, you can't do it. Because if that's true, then you ain't gonna do it. Because you've accepted these people's voice as your own voice when it's not your authentic voice. I've never had that mentality in my life where I've woke up in a day and just felt like, man, I can't do this shit. I've never felt that way. I don't know, even at the lowest points of my life, I just never had that mentality whatsoever. Even going back to when I was younger, like, I mean, I was just considered cocky, and it was just like, nah, I'm just confident. And that's something
Oh,
that
that's
is
what they
very,
would say to you, that you were cocky.
yeah. And the funny thing about it was, when I was young, especially like, middle school, high school, I was an observer. I would just sit back and observe people. And I was quiet. But I had people like my dad's girlfriend. I had chicks in high school who would just say, man, you're cocky. I'm like, what are you talking about? You just are. You're just a cocky person. I'm like, yo, I don't even say anything like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just sit back and I just be cool.
Your
But
mind was
it was
full
like
of it.
they could just feel it. You know what I'm saying? And that when you have that confidence and that self-esteem about yourself as a man, it's very unsettling to people. Like it because it's like almost being Superman and having to put on Clark Kent uniform to keep people from fearing you. But you can't do that. I mean, there are certain things that certain ways you have to operate. You can't always tell people what you're doing, can't have always people in your business, but you can't be ashamed of your strength. You have to project it. That's just your nature as a man. You have to project it. That's just a part of you, who you are. That's your will. Especially when you're doing it in a positive way. That's just what it is. But too many times, black men are shamed for their strength that they don't use it. It just lays there dormant and underutilized, which is what a lot of people want you to do because that means it's going to be easier for them to get what you could possibly be getting yourself.
You know what, man? I'm a chameleon. You never know what's next. With me, you just never know. And not that I don't want to tell you, but old Quaff ain't just sitting behind the panels. Shit, I work a whole lot, and I mean work hard. You know, it may seem easy, but it's not. But I don't sit around and even complain about it. I just do what I need to do. But I want to reference back to what she said earlier about being a black man in America, and you've been to more than at least 30 of the 30 states of the United States. I say if you never go, you'll never grow. You know, trust me. Let me tell you, I just come back from Mexico. Never been to Mexico. Been other places. Mexico is fucking rough. When I saw how people lived over there, and there were black people there who were not citizens. They weren't even citizens of the United States, but they were just stuck there. One guy at the border was like, "Hey, bro, can you just put me in your trunk and take me with you?" I said, "Bro," I said, my heart broke. You hear me? I didn't even. I thought about that shit. But being ex law enforcement and going through those borders with something going on like that, and it was just been my luck. That man was in my trunk, and I'm going to jail too. I had to leave him there. And it was just really sad, man. But when I crossed the border back over, I kissed the fucking ground. As much as we complain about America, it's nothing compared to what those people live over there. So even with us arguing in these spaces about nothing and teaching the wrong things and complaining about shit, just anything, it's crazy. But I'll just say this. Um, if you never go, you'll never grow in life. You got to get out of your own way. You got to get away from your neighborhood, and not saying in a bad way, and not meaning because you're getting away from your neighborhood. Oh man, you think you better. People do that to you. They put that in your mind to make you feel that way, and then you start to feel that way. And some people even use it to their advantage, to be cocky, like you said. But in your case, you wasn't. You've always been the person you are. I've been the same way, Rael. I've been the same way all my life, and I'm sure I had haters, and it took me a long time to really see that I had haters, and it
Mm-hmm.
happened when I started to graduate with my second degree in college. I had haters and didn't even know it. It
Hmm.
was always, what I'm like, goddamn, do you like or love me? Do you, or either or both? I need to know that, why are you around me? But it was always, what could I do? Could you get me in to see a music producer? Could you get me in to this concert? Um, and I don't even, I've never had a drink, smoke drugs, nothing a day in my life, not even a beer. And it was always that homie. Me, I did extra jobs. I'm a licensed barber. They would come in the shops and be like, "Hey, bro, they'll wait, they get the haircut, and then get up from the chair and say, 'Can I get you next week?' Instead of just asking me first." You know, that was taking advantage, and I had to learn that. But it's the mentality that the mind, in the mind where people are stuck. And again, if you never go, you'll never grow. That same mentality will leave you nowhere. I've been going since I was 16. I got married at 19, and I started to travel all over. And by then, I had already been to at least uh, 30 something of the 50 states of the United States. Then I started to travel outside of the country. Then I started to, get a little bit of stardom here and there, and found out that wasn't what it was. Then I had to become more educated. So we don't learn right off, but the whole point is you took a stand to move what's been known to be comfortable for you. You know,
Yeah, man. And that's what I was saying, earlier, that when it comes to consciousness, man, and this is just something that, because it makes no sense, the narrative, because in one narrative, Black people will collectively say, we the people who are persevered the most, and then in another, at the same mouth, they'll say nobody got it hard as Black people got it, and it's like, which narrative are you going to use? Because you can't do both. One narrative suggests that you're the strongest. Another narrative suggests that you're the weakest. They're just two diametrically opposed worldviews. And every Black person, male or female, when they become an adult, they're going to have to choose which narrative that they want to run. I don't know anybody that's come from a perfect upbringing. I don't care how much family money their family has. I don't know any person that's come from a perfect family upbringing, perfect parents, none of that. I don't know anybody that's ever existed like that. So everybody is going to start with some kind of deficit. And so there are people who grew up with families with money. Their family didn't give them nothing. They're like, y'all better figure it out. They had a pretty good life. They ate good, they slept good, but their family was like, nah, I made this money. I ain't giving you this money. You gonna figure it out. I mean, there's plenty of people who died giving their money, leaving their money to their dogs instead of their children.
Leona Hensley,
Yeah, what I'm saying? Exactly.
Hugh
So,
Hefner.
so there's no such thing as perfect parents and perfect experience. If you make it to 18 in America, if you make it to 18 and you got your faculties, no brain injuries and nothing like that, man, you got a chance. I mean, you got a
And
better chance to vote.
that's even with deficiencies.
Yeah, even with disabilities, people. I used to volunteer with people with disabilities. I saw people with spinal cord injuries, brain injuries, go to school, get degrees, get jobs in America. In other countries, man, you shit out of luck because they don't have. You have people in America who have donated billions of dollars to help people like that from a nonprofit perspective, even for profit perspective. They have made it their life's mission to help people with disabilities. That took wealth and resources. So I can't accept hearing people in the United States where you got all these libraries and things like that. And even if your mom and your dad didn't do it for you, it's if you get to 18, you got an opportunity. And that's all you need is that chance. That's all you need is that opportunity because there are people in the world who don't even have the opportunity. They just stuck. And like you said, coming from Mexico, and that's usually the mindset I've seen from people when they travel to countries where it's poor and they can really see poverty and really see some poor people, not some chicks who just go out here and have kids irresponsibly just to purposely get welfare. That's not poverty. That's just a dumb broad. True poverty, they usually come back much more appreciative of America than what they were because being poor in America and as you saw, being poor in Mexico are two different things. It's completely two different things. Even when this pandemic was going bad and people were struggling, man, you had people out here donating food to shelters and stuff like that where people could go and still eat and get something to eat. And a lot of these other countries, they don't have that setup like that. And so a lot of times we have people in our group that are constantly looking for something to complain about America. They're constantly looking for something to complain about.
But you know what?
It's like being in a relationship with a chick. Like no matter what you do for her, she finds some reason to complain about what you don't do, but she never focuses on all the good shit you do for her. She just focuses on the negative. So a lot of people do that about America instead of actually taking advantage of the actual good things in America that are there for. Like my fiance, she um, um, I had always told her in the beginning I thought she needed to pursue her PhD, and so she finally decided to make that move. And first semester in school, her professor actually recommended her for a scholarship, and she got this scholarship, $10,000 scholarship, because she listened to me, she applied herself. I mean, she's smart as shit. But I just gave her the guidance she needed. And I just nudged her a little bit. And it's stuff that's out there that's available for people. Like if you apply yourself, and so many people are not applying themselves because they're already thinking, well, if I try that, it's not going to work. We have older Black people who think like this too. We have people in their 50s who think like this, who be the main ones out here trying to give advice. You can't give people advice if you're teaching them that, oh, woe is me, everything is shot to hell. That is not advice. That's just misery loving company. And
Yeah.
Black people need to know the difference between the two.
Yeah, but let me say this. Now, I can't say that everywhere in the United States there is opportunity, but I always tell people you can woe is me, you can stay down, not do what you need to do to make that happen. Only you can make that decision. Move. Go to another place, discover a different place, look where there
Exactly.
are opportunities,
Right.
and because for a long time, the South has been that way. They don't only people that they have ever supported were women and Black women in particular. They never really supported a Black man who is educated, who has really made a life for himself. Everything he's done independently, not no help, no government, no nothing. I'm one of them. I wanted more, so I left. And soon as I moved to a place that was totally different, new experience for me, I used my skills, survival skills, you know, to the point to where You know, soon as I got off that plane, I hit the ground running, and everything started happening for me. Like I said before, but you got even brothers that live out here that are black that say, "Oh man, there's no opportunity." So
Mhm.
I'm saying, you know, maybe the opportunity would be different for you if you move to Atlanta. You know, so
Right.
it just depends on where it is for you. You know,
Mhm.
because there are a lot of um, educational grants. You know, even out in California, and particularly the Bay Area. You know, and even in the little small towns, you know, you have to if you know everybody's going to Hollywood to be a fucking actress or actor, go to Emeryville, and you know, you may just find you may get the gig there. You know, everybody go to gravitate toward that one place. Everybody moved to Atlanta because they thought it was going to be a star.
Right.
You know, you know, everybody gave up their rent money and everything to go on American Idol. It wasn't guaranteed. You know, so it comes with planning. It also comes with having the knowledge to know how and the uh, willpower to say, okay, yeah, I'm gonna make this happen. You know, and you know that's what starts for me.
Right. Yep. That's exactly what I was saying earlier. Like your success can be one state over. When I moved to Texas, I would have. I mean, it's amazing how TV really does program you. Like somebody would have been like a year or two before, like, yo, you're gonna move to Texas. I'd have been thinking about motherfuckers in cowboy hats and boots. Like I wouldn't have. I had absolutely no understanding of what Texas represented. But it's like a perfect state for me. Business friendly, business oriented. You know, people don't bother you. Um, I always say, man, if you come to Texas, if you can't make it to Texas, man, I mean, you just
But you know what?
it
I
just
am
ain't meant for you.
terrified. I'm terrified of storms, Rael. I even thought about Texas, but I'm so used to the California life now. I've been out here. I'm originally from San Francisco, but I was raised most of my life in New York and Atlanta. You know, and coming out here as an adult, you know, even after after divorcing and all that shit, and just coming out here, you know, seeing what this part of life had to offer me, it really worked out well.
Hmm.
Now today, I look at more than just, oh man, you know, it's boring. I don't look at it like that. I look at the economical standpoints, the advantages, what the county has to offer, what the state has to offer. Uh, I look at the crime rate. I also look at you know, education. You know, what is it in for black people out this way? And believe it or not, there's a lot, but a lot of black people have not researched to look what's available. It's there, but nobody ain't gonna give it to you. You got to get out there and look for it.
Right.
You know, instead of just saying, you know, oh, it's only happening for whites. No, put yourself in situations where, and the same thing with the tech guys, even in space, they, oh man, you can't make that kind of money in Silicon Valley. Yes, you can if you're a tech dude and you smart as hell. Trust me. If the white people don't want to give it to you, come out, get your business license and be a contractor. That's still running your own thing and
Uh,
becoming successful to where they have to pay your price. You can't think about, you know, how many Asian people are big in tech and how many
right.
Indian people are big in tech, you know, and you can't play yourself so low to
So
where
yeah.
you with these fake smiles and you're the only black dot in the group. Trust me, everything ain't racism, but
Right.
you do have to be, you know, kind of aware, but at the same time go there and treat it like business as usual.
Right.
You know, that's where I come in at, you know.
I think one of the most important movies I've ever seen was Django. And I really appreciated Django because that was one of the biggest themes of that particular movie was how Leonardo DiCaprio's character Candy, he was constantly testing Django to see if he was really free in his mind. And every time he tested him, he just would not give in to him. And he was just so confused, like, because his whole notion was that he was superior. He was white and he was black. So I can't believe that this nigga is free. But it wasn't about him being free physically. It was more about him being free mentally. And he was constantly testing him. And Django knew that if he flipped, he was going to lose. He wasn't going to accomplish his mission, which was to get his wife, to get his woman. And he played it beautifully because he showed him that he could play the game. He didn't get emotional about it. Mind you, his wife was on the line. I mean, his wife and his wife was on the line. But he played it beautifully to get what he wanted, which was his woman. And so he just did what he was supposed to do. He used extreme emotional intelligence to get what he wanted. He didn't use his fists. He didn't use no gun. He used his intelligence, emotional intelligence. I mean, the situation went sideways because Schultz didn't want to shake his hand, Candy hand. That's what touched the shit off. It wasn't because of Django. But, and that's what a lot of black men need to understand. You can't bring this chip on your shoulder. Man, this country did me so wrong. You can't bring that with you. Because people are already expecting you to. So if you bring that to the table, they already know how to neutralize that. But if you come in with a completely different approach, don't let that shit, man, they say something stupid, you act like you don't even hear it. I've been in spaces before, man, where I've heard white men use the term boy before. Act like I didn't even hear it. Because I knew that in many of these situations, a lot of times, man, they just testing you just to see if you're going to react. A lot of times they're not even racist about it. They just want to see if do you have emotional stability. And it actually shocks them.
You don't have to prove that to them.
You don't. No, what I'm saying is that you don't have to act in a whole ass either. You hear what I'm saying? Because as long as somebody don't touch you, as long as they don't put their hands on you, shit, we good. I don't care what you say. You can say whatever you want to, but if you put them hands on me, now all bets is off. That's your ass.
Well, I stop them in their tracks. I don't care where I'm at on the job.
No, it's not in a
disrespectful way or talking, being all straight up hood and shit. But I say, hold up, let's move to the side. I need to talk to you a minute. I didn't like what you just, did to me here. Don't let that happen again.
Right.
I'm that person.
What I'm saying is it is situational. It is situational too, because many times we do bring that chip, I would say, boulder on our shoulder. There are men who went through way more worse shit than we ever could imagine, and they won. They beat them. Because to me, especially in an environment like this, you know what really matters in terms of productivity, especially if you're talking about business? Talent is supreme. If you don't have the talent to work in your company is going to fail. So the notion of this is why this attack on whiteness is coming, because the realization is that the days of just being able to get over and get jobs because you're white, those days are over with, man. They're gone. And that's why so many of these white people at these last few elections have been fighting so much. It's really started, I would say, probably in a recession of 07, 08. That's when you start.
And I'm hoping that would be even for law enforcement, because now we have to get on to where we have to start giving psychological evaluations, because you can look good on black and white in paper, with no criminal record, but do you really have the stability, the mindset to serve and protect?
Right, exactly. Those days are over with. You can't get away with this stuff like they used to be able to. And so now we're going to really get to see who's really qualified, quote unquote, and who's not. I'm in business, so I see this happening all the time. I see white people being exposed left and right for being incompetent, and getting fired. I'm talking about I've seen companies lay off whole departments of incompetent white people because it don't work. It doesn't work for your bottom line because they can't get the work done. They can't get the work done. So you need the talent because one employee less for years, Apple and Google they had basically clauses or basically agreements that they wouldn't poach any of each other's employees because they knew how invaluable your employees were. So if I got this employee over you, then that's just what it is. So because the talent is so needed to be able to make the money that these companies are making, they need supreme level talent. You know what I'm saying? So you can't alienate. That's why so many, if you do the research on it right now, there are so many employees who are being able to negotiate their own working lifestyle. Some of these people like, look, if you want me to work for you, look, I need a remote lifestyle because I want to go move over here to the Cayman Islands and I don't want to come into an office every day. I'd rather do my work remotely. And as long as I can do my work remotely, I want that. I could take less money, but I want to go move over here instead because they're able to negotiate because their skill set is so needed. The company is just basically left over a barrel. Like, well, I need this person. So, I mean, do I really need them to come in the office every day to do their job? No. Well, all right, cool. And so there are people who are quitting jobs left and right for other jobs because they're able to negotiate their own living and working lifestyle. So this is going to be. I'm actually reading a book on this right now. That's talking about this, and so this is a very prime time for people to get those skill sets that are going to be needed in the present day and in the future so they can actually live the type of lifestyle they want because it's not just about working in America. If you get certain types of skill sets because you have these emerging markets, you can actually start getting applying for jobs in different markets as well because you got some companies, American companies, that have a presence or establishing presence in foreign countries, or you have companies in other places that will be willing to hire you a lot of times just because you're American and they respect the college degrees and things like that, skill sets from America. So you can actually get into those markets as well. So, I mean, it's just wide open for you, especially as men, to take advantage of these opportunities. And so many men are. We've seen a lot of men, who have moved to different places from Colombia, Brazil, and different places, set up businesses, and they like, man, they never coming back to the United States because they living pretty damn good based on what they set up in these other places. So I just want, younger men to just take advantage. I mean, first of all, you got youth on your side. I mean, boy, if I could have 20 years, 20 years of age again, it'd be some things I would do very differently. But many of these men just really need to just find their footing, not focus so much on the females right now, focus on their purpose, focus on getting that bag, stacking that money. So when they hit 40, they could possibly retire at 40 and really just sit back and just enjoy their lives because that's what they should be doing. They should be about themselves first, their own happiness. Don't think about no community, no group, not even your family. Just think about you. What's in your best interest, and then you go from there. It's okay to be selfish when you're trying to self-develop and self-actualize into the best version of you. It's okay to be selfish in that regard because you can't help anybody if you can't even help yourself.
Yeah, man. That's like the big key. That's why I keep saying, that's why I said the gender war and the, pro black. My thing is, I'm just gonna start basing my channel just strictly on the information. Because like I said with Alonzo, Alonzo made it, just plain and simple. When you die, they're not judging you, you know, he was a black man. Of course they're gonna say he was black, depending on the situation and all throughout that. But you're just gonna be another dead man at the end of the day. We can go off, yeah, he was a black man, but at the end of the day, you're a dead man. You know,
Yeah, you also
they're
got to
not.
look at why you put why even knowing that all the things that have happened, why would you put yourself in such situations? See, the thing is, we got too much time on our hands to the point to where we're not. I put it this way: the pandemic was the perfect time for every black man or every person that was brown or black to really get their shit together.
Damn right. Say that again, Quaffle. Say that again, bro.
It was a time for them to really start getting their shit together. I know people who got PPP loans and shit. I've been in business since 2003 and still couldn't get that shit. Not even the EIDL. What is it called? EIDL. One of them. Couldn't get it. But I kept on pushing. But the whole point was, I'm like, it's absolutely no excuse. And that's why when they talk about the reparations shit, I do believe something is owed, but you cannot put money in the hands of people who have not learned certain things, because it'll be gone just like that. It'll be gone, man, And when Rael said something about insurance, my cousin was at his father's funeral, hounding his mom. He was there on drugs. She gave them everything. Her husband, my uncle and my aunt gave them everything in life. And they were the ones who did not come from the ghetto or the streets. And them boys got on. One was a big time drug dealer, and one got on drugs. And they used to always pick at, the other cousins who didn't have a whole bunch. I wasn't one of them, but, they, he was at the funeral. Mama, you gonna give me my goddamn money? Daddy left money for me, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, please just let the funeral be over. After the funeral, and she had to go withdraw all that money that his dad had left him and to give it to him because he was in such a rage and was on that dope so bad. That boy went through $40,000 just like that, was broke within 3 months.
Damn.
You see what I'm saying? So you can't put money in people's hands.
Yeah. Remember that dude on that call for Alonzo had with the lawyer that dealt with life insurance? Said that guy got what, 3 point some million dollars. In a year and a half, he was broke. First thing he bought was a Ferrari. Second thing, bought a house in Cali up on the hills or a townhouse or whatever. And that dude was just living La Vida Loca, man. Like going to Dubai, taking trips to Dubai and stuff, man. Like he blew through that money like it was nothing.
That still wouldn't leave you broke. What, he had been doing something else.
Nah, he's paying.
Oh, of course, the drugs.
He's paying for those too. You best believe that.
Yeah, look at the guy who Eddie. Remember Eddie Long when he had that situation where he had to pay those kids. One of those kids got caught in Miami with a brand new $80,000 Mercedes with a whole bunch of weed. I know it's leasing probably about 20. I just give it 20 pounds of weed, $80,000 brand new car, brand new townhouse he bought down there on South Beach. Going to jail, all this money in jail, can't even enjoy it because all that money went straight to his head. He didn't sit down and say, well, I'm gonna do something with this money. Nah, I'm gonna smoke weed, give me a nice apartment, nice car, and blow it. Like that is our whole life, in a nutshell. A lot of kids, like my son, I talked to him. He was telling me, yeah, if you pass and my oldest son, he was like, yeah, if you did this, I'll just go ahead and go back to Jamaica, live with the family and stuff like that. And I was like, why not go ahead and set up some business over here? Let the business generate revenue, then go back because you have income coming in, or better yet, get you a couple rental properties. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna leave you a good amount to where, you'll be able to start something for yourself. But the point of it is, if you have this same mindset, you're gonna get less because I know you're not gonna contribute what I want you to have.
Gee, I'm gonna tell you a book that you need to invest in for them. It's called, I'm looking at it right now. It's called Kids, Wealth, and Consequences. Man, get that shit. Get this.
You said, what's the name of it?
It's called Kids, Wealth, and Consequences.
Okay, gotcha.
Get this book.
Get this. Straight from Amazon. I'm gonna buy it for him.
Wait a minute. What's the name of the book again?
Kids, Wealth, and Consequences. what I love about this book is that it shows parents who have money, that especially that they might, they want to leave their children something. It shows them, it shows you techniques that you can use to make your children respect money and respect the fact that if you earned it and you want to share it with them, things that you can make them do to earn the money. Like, for example, you shouldn't even be talking about giving them any money until they do some things like do some do some things like nonprofit work. Make them do something for other people where they're not benefiting from it monetarily. That's a good way to teach them valuable lessons. Let them see.
Yeah,
Let
and
them
also
go.
about bank accounts too.
Yeah,
Holding
hold on. Let them let
bank,
them go.
bank
Let hold on. Let them go volunteer at a soup kitchen where they seeing motherfuckers really struggling. When they seeing families coming there in a soup line trying to get some food, that really makes a difference in terms of people understanding. Like, damn, boy, I got it really good over here. You know what I'm saying? Like you was talking about, when you were in Mexico, you like, man, boy, America. It ain't as bad as some people might think it is, So 'cause a lot of times when people get, you just take things for granted until you see people from different perspectives going through some really rough shit. So I would say do some stuff like that. Make that mandatory in terms of, I don't care if they do it once a month. Something, they go volunteer to soup kitchen or go over here, do a cleanup or something. I don't know, whatever you decide you think they need to do, make them do something like that on a consistent basis, like at least once a month, and just see how they react to that. Because that should determine on whether you feel like, is this the smart move to give them some money? Because if you give the wrong kid a lot of money, it can actually ruin them because they're not prepared for it. Like, you can't give a 25-year-old $100 million. Like, you would destroy them. Them motherfuckers would be destroyed, bro. Like, I saw a documentary on this shit. Like, matter of fact, Trump's daughter was on this shit some years ago, and they were talking about children from people who had money and how a lot of them develop all types of addictions, drugs, alcohol. And you like, man, these motherfuckers not for money, but because their parents took away. A lot of times when people have money, they be like, I don't want my kid to ever have to go through what I would, especially if they have no money growing up. And they try to protect them from the world. And it doesn't work because what they end up doing is robbing them of their own ambition. So the kid just basically be looking like, well, I'm just waiting on my mom and dad to die so I can just get this money. Well, what the fuck are you gonna be doing in the meantime? You know what I'm saying? So, like, you gotta really, it's a very strategic way in which you have to really pass money down. This book is definitely, I think, a book you would definitely benefit from. I would also say get this other book too, Family Wealth Transition Planning. That's a good book too. But that Kids, Wealth, and Consequences, as far as what you were just talking about with your son, definitely is a must-have for sure.
Rayo, man, I really think you should be a kids, not, well, I ain't gonna say kids, but a person that's a youth fucking psychologist or psychiatrist, because I think it's hope. You can reach them before you could reach, any of us, if we ain't already there. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because if many people had that skill like that as a parent, like what you got, their kids would be set for life. They'd be set for life as a black man, raising children.
Well, I got some things that I'm putting into work, like um um I mean, I do like coaching, but actually setting it up, interfacing it with the healthcare industry, and start possibly doing some work with boys in some group home settings. So I got some stuff from a nonprofit perspective that I'm looking at doing from that perspective. So I've decided to go ahead and pursue, get my PhD in psychology. I'm just
I,
a
look,
baby.
I heard it. I heard it already.
Yeah, so I've already
I
I've
heard it.
already decided to do it. So, um, but it just depends on which one I want to do. I haven't decided fully
Well,
if I want to go
Morehouse.
clinical or the organizational psychology route.
Morehouse was accepting people even online. During the pandemic for the PhD program.
Okay.
I think that would have been great. Did you? You didn't graduate from Morehouse, did you?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, but I don't know if you want to deal with black schools or whatever, but I think one thing about New York.
I already found a program here in Texas. I already found
Okay,
it.
okay, all right.
Yeah. Yeah. Matter
Yeah,
of fact,
Morehouse calling me.
yeah. Matter of fact, there's a foundation here that is actually giving money away to people who want to go into the field of psychology in terms of licensed counseling because it's such a shortage in the United States. They're basically willing to pay your whole way through. So
Yeah, man. Well, look, y'all, I'm gonna head on down from here, man. This was a good dialogue, a good talk. Sometimes we need it every now and then. I know we pass each other in the chat and everything. It's all love. You know, um, we be in some of the spaces where it's a lot of foolishness. Be in a space where we have to have some laughs here and there. Everybody ain't gonna be the same, but this is one of those serious talks that we need every once in a while. And I just want y'all to know that I do hear y'all. I do see y'all.
yeah, man. For me, I'm staying away from them type of conversations, man. I'm tired of them. Like, at the end of the day, my mindset is very simple. I shouldn't have to convince no grown ass black man to want some money. If he gets money in his pocket, to get some power and influence. I mean, that should be something he should be moving towards.
Hey, Ryo. I was talking to Cam Robb. He want that information from you about the program. The thing is, I was telling you about Morehouse, but he want to know about that program that you're talking about, because the thing is, Morehouse and a lot of HBCUs have a big issue with getting funds out to their students on time. Whether they do the financial aid, whether they do the loans or whatever, and it caused some of the students to quit. They just not on point with that. So he wanted to know about a PA program, like what the information period on what school you talking about.
Well, it's not a school. It's an actual. It's a family foundation that is. They've allocated money through their foundation to go towards people who want to study and actually pursue their license, pursue a license in counseling.
Do you mind giving it to me in the private chat?
Yeah, I'm looking at it on my iPad right now. So.
Okay.
But yeah, it's there's a whole bunch of money, private money, scholarship money that's out here. The black dude that was on Shark Tank with Scally. I mean, that's the reason why he designed Scally, so you could find scholarships that's out here. Like, there's literally
Damon.
No, Damon worked with him.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Okay, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, my mic wasn't working at first. Go ahead.
But yeah, so there's a whole bunch of money that's out here for scholarships and things like that. There are that people can take advantage of, but that means you have to be in a position where you're applying yourself. So you can't be out here saying like, oh, that education shit, that's for white folks. Well, you ain't gonna be able to get access to that scholarship money. There was a Asian dude, I think Eric Williams was talking about him, how he used his scholarship money to start his real estate business. He had got like over $1 million in real estate. I mean, money in scholarships. That's what the dude did for Scally. He used his scholarship money to to just ultimately, create the app. He went on Shark Tank, got the exposure. Next thing you know, Damon John, he wanted to work with him, and I think he linked up with him. So the opportunities are out there. It's just that, like, there are people who just are not taking advantage of the opportunities.
Let me tell you something, man. It starts with a journal, just writing that shit down and putting it into plan. Everything that I've done all the way up until this point with the two YouTube situation filming, all that is planned. And I mean, thought over and everything before I even put it out there. Not because I'm afraid of what everybody may think, but because anything I put my name on, I want it to be a product of Kwafi. You get what I'm saying? You know me when you see my stuff.
I already know you. I already know. Once you said that you made clothes, I was like, he want his shit to be clean.
Like, just watch out for the next shit you see. You're gonna be y'all gonna be.
I can't wait, bro. I know you. I know you're gonna make some fly shit, bro. I already know.
But anyway, I want to let everybody in the audience know that just because a black man wear Gucci, it's not because he's flaunting it or because he can't afford it. It's because of just what he like. We be getting a lot of pushback on that too, a lot,
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of the people that talk about that, it's just because they don't know fashion. Remember when we was having a conversation about men doing their hair and dressing a certain way? I like nice clothes. Like when I was younger, man, I match everything. Like I had a certain shirt that I wore with a particular pair of pants because of the way it, it's like accessories. Wearing watches, bracelets. A lot of people don't know how to dress that way because you was never taught. There's men all the way down to their cologne. They can't wear certain things because of the cologne that they have. Even a hat. Like every time people see me, I always got on a hat. I
But
actually was kicking it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but you know what though? The problem is what we've gotten away from is the fact that a lot of men are afraid to dress and smell good and groom themselves because of they're getting that mixed up with alphabet or
Masculinity. Yeah.
you know what I'm saying, that kind of thing. And that's not the case. You know what I'm saying? All this shit comes in with health, and we've talked about this time and time again, all the way to grooming your body, with no clothes on, all that shit. Cleanliness is very important, and that's the issue. I love me some Bond 9. That shit is expensive, but I love it. It smells good on me. And I also like some of the old schools too, like photo, Lagerfield Photo. Remember that?
I don't know. I don't wear cologne too much.
But look, the body oils are good too, man. The body oils.
Yeah, body oils. Yeah, the most I've ever had is a couple of Polo and some Cool Water. I mean,
okay.
I was never a big cologne person,
And even try out some of the Axes. The Axes are good too.
Yeah. I wasn't even that big on them. I actually I did a promote for Old Spice when they revamped the brand, and they had the body sprays. I had tons of sample packs. Man, I gave them to so many people from my high school because I was doing that marketing when I was in high school. So, like, that was a big thing. A lot of people got involved in, But like I said, just with dressing as far as fashion, like I said, that was my big thing. I was actually gonna go to school for fashion design, and it's a big school out in Cali that one of the guys went to at that Rouseland, and he was gonna get me out there because he had a scholarship out there, and but I was end up going to Norfolk, but they cut their program and lost my scholarship. So after that,
was it FITM? Because FITM is the #1. But to me, I tell people all the times, don't go to school because of the big names, because they ain't even looking at that shit no more. Go to the. I tell many of the kids today to keep some money in your pocket and get away from all the hype. Go to some of the junior colleges. First.
That's why I was gonna go to Barter. I was gonna go to Barter down here instead of Wisconsin. Yeah.
But that was a good school though. That black
yeah.
people.
Yeah.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, but it just when I came down to it, man, I got so engulfed in making large sums of money at one time, so I kind of took school as a back burner, and just eventually just didn't even pursue it anymore because straight out of high school, I was my first year. I only worked 6 months and made things like 20 or 22,000. Next year I made like 38 to 40 something. Then it kept increasing. So by the
And,
time I really quit my job, I had made a good little amount of money.
and that is possible. I tell you what. Now I don't know if Raw L probably remember. They used to have a program called Open Campus.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
remember Open Campus.
Yeah, or either Atlanta Area Tech, where you could be also in Atlanta Public Schools and go to Atlanta Area Tech at the same time and take up barbering.
Mhm.
See, I was one of those guys. I was always busy. My very first job, like I said, was at Lennox and Macy's and Lennox, and my second job that I had done was working at what is now Target, and I did that part time. You know, it used to be called Richway. I don't know if y'all remember that.
yeah,
Yeah, I used to work there, but I always went far out because I knew that the white people was gonna pay more.
Mhm.
hmm
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
That's
They
true.
were gonna pay more, and they really needed you, But I went out there uh, because I ain't even gonna lie, man. Even though I grew up, in a pretty nice neighborhood, good, home, everything. Even when I saw how they lived, made me want to live even better. Not because of wanting to be white or any of that, but it really made me have some get up and go about myself.
Man, you hold on, Kwame. You know about Dapper Dan, don't you?
Yeah, man, that's
All
my
right,
idol.
then. So that's
That's
what
my
I'm saying.
idol.
Like, we ain't gotta make no excuses about being in fashion. Dapper Dan is in fashion, been in fashion for what, 50, 60 years?
Yeah, that's
yeah,
my idol.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Look
don't
at
he
my glasses.
ain't
Look at
he
my
with
tie.
hold on, ain't he with Gucci now?
yep,
Yeah,
That's
but
what I'm
it's sad
saying.
that they had to wait till he almost damn 70 to get that man his roses. Because I'm gonna tell you, if it weren't from him, a lot of people would not be buying Gucci, Louis Vuitton, or
Hell no,
any of
they
them.
wouldn't be.
MCM, none of them, because he made that shit cool.
yeah,
The shit they made was very boring, and they made it on a style of just for rich white people.
Yeah, you best believe he getting paid too. You best believe he getting paid.
And I ordered some Gucci material from Dapper Dan out of that store in New York, and I got it right here. I might be making me
Matter of
some
fact,
pants.
hold on, Kanye did an internship. That's like he did his internship at Fendi. Kanye did his internship at Fendi back in I can't remember what year, but yeah, he did his
yeah.
internship at Fendi.
I
He was
remember that.
he was in fashion then. I thought he was just an
No,
artist.
he did an
Nah,
internship in Fendi, bro.
yep,
Damn.
and
He
and
damn
that's
sure
when he
did.
came out and
That's when
said
he came
that
out. Yep.
they holding us back because they're not giving us the fabric that they're using. He said they won't let us get the plug from the fabric that they're using because it's nicer quality. That's why do you think their clothes last longer?
Let me tell you the
A
only
lot of people
person.
say that because of the money, but it lasts longer.
But let me tell you something. Now you're right about that. When you an independent vendor or a independent fashion designer, boutique style, Adidas or any of them will let you carry their name and their material. As you know, when you go to Adidas, you'll see Adidas by Nigo, the Chinese dude,
Oh, I
Nigo.
didn't know that. I didn't know
Oh
that.
yeah, I mean shit. They've been to our school. I did a whole collection myself, and I'm still trying to, get mine out. I got a really good line, man.
Mm.
I'm telling you, and it's going to be nice. I'm trying to put on a fashion week for uh January 2022. So I got to raise some money, even in this space. I'm the owner of California Capital Fashion Week.
Man, you
Which
know what
means
you need to do, man? You need to set up you a nonprofit, bro.
I'm working on
That's what you need to
Hey,
set up you, bro.
yeah,
You need to set up you a nonprofit, bro.
what
yep.
we need brothers like you to be the
Woo!
promoters.
Bro, because I'm telling you, bro, like, look,
And by the
I
way,
talked to
I went
hold on.
to Adidas University through the whole summer.
Damn, for real? Oh, bro.
Yes, I did.
That's like that dude, Jeremy Scott. His line is with Adidas. Them shoes with the wings on there, like it's self-explanatory, man. Like if you actually have something, that's like the biggest thing. A lot of people run off these gimmicks. I mean, because look at the whole Babe the Nates back in the day. All they were just Nikes with stars on them. Guy made a killing.
Mm.
Remember he was selling those shoes 800. All that the gorilla sweaters and all that was going for $1,200 and all that like type of just crazy money. But nowadays when people are doing this stuff because of YouTuber now, this guy man pretty big and I like how he does this thing. They've been trying to get at him. Omi and the Hellcat. Omi and the Hellcat. That's the guy that he's caught up in that whole thing with the
IRS.
IRS, far as them videos when he was doing the fire sticks. What happened was, I mean, I don't think it's IRS. It's the copyright thing with the fire stick.
Mm.
And this is a crazy deal they gave him. They gave him like I think it's like what is it like 50? Was it like 50 months, 52 months, or I think it's like 282, not even two, but probably like 580 or something like that. Basically, it's like they trying to give him either 5 years or something like that, and they'll take all his money, or he can do like 25 years, and he keep all his money, keep all his cars. And he's like, that's outrageous. How you gonna go so dramatic and extreme? He's like, you giving me time for like a murderer, dude. Like this is a copyright infringement. Remember, what's going with the jail for that? OJ. They
Yeah,
hit him with
all this
copyright.
stealing shit. I can't remember, but yeah,
Yeah,
they talked. Lead attorney talked about that on his channel as well.
yeah. And Omi, man, I mean that guy. Then the crazy part is they only mad not because he's making the money, it's because like same thing with our people. He started going too hard in the paint. He sold his company for $50 million. Now, this is the catch. Why aren't you going after the guy who bought his company? You putting him more in hot water because of the situation of him showing people like a way how to get out of struggle. This guy actually took those caption cards and did it old school way to where there's no copyright infringement on this stuff.
Well, what
So
they do
basically,
what they did was use him as they're gonna always use the big man as the one to rat
yeah,
everybody else out.
Now I'm gonna tell you something. They offered him a plea because they know if they take that shit to trial, they gonna win.
yeah, that's
I hope
exactly.
He should fight that shit.
I hope he don't be
And see,
stupid.
that's what he
Trust me,
doing.
white people
He
even got
should
him in
not. He
state
should not
jail.
take that fucking deal.
White
Hell
people
no.
got him, especially Hispanic families got him out here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Hey,
they
but
gave him that. That's not just a plea deal. They mocking him in that plea deal.
Yeah.
They
And then
mocking.
this the bad part about it. After they took all his money, he had a couple of people shoot him some money. How about he doing the same thing he did before? He went out, bought a whole bunch of new 2020, 2021 cars, 2022 cars. He updated, one of the houses they took from him. He actually ended up buying another house. He's actually staying in the house that he gave to his wife for the kids. So now he's able to stay in that house. Went and bought another house, and the little chick he was messing with as accountant, I guess he's in a relationship with her and all that stuff.
is
It's
he under
open now.
electronic monitoring system? What you call it?
Uh,
House arrest.
House arrest? Nah. I mean, he could move around. They just got taps on him where they
I'm
watching
glad
him.
he was
'Cause-
smart to change his shit over because that's still all his work done. But do me a favor, put up Mr. Spain's comment. I like what he said about him working for John Sakata and Sean John. Mark Sakata, Jakata, Jagasta, and Sean John.
See what I
What
told
was
you? I told you that nonprofit, bro. I'm telling you.
what it was up at
Bro,
okay.
I told
Oh,
you, bro.
that's
Man, that's
that's Echo. Mark
that's
Jacob. That's Echo.
yeah. Oh, Mark Jacobs. Okay, I
Yeah.
thought he
Oh,
said
yeah.
That's Echo. That's
Mark.
Echo back in the day.
Oh, okay. He corrected it. Okay. Oh, Mark. Okay, Marc Jacobs. Okay, cool. That's what's up. You know.
And see, the thing is, when you start talking about emerging markets, man, I talked to some of these shorties, man, in Africa, and I'm telling you, them African women, they pay for fashion, bro. Them motherfuckers
Shit, they make fashion.
pay.
They make fashion. They some of the best tailorers come out of
Woo,
Africa.
man, what? What?
And some of them are men.
Man, I'm telling you, man, you get be like how damn Damon John did, man, with Fubu, man. You start putting some of that shit on people for free. Next thing you know, that shit pop like, yo, where you get that
Well,
shit
you know,
from?
I've dressed a few people, man, but you know, and the thing is, with American stars, they don't want to pay. They don't, you know. So I just started doing my own thing. I have plenty of samples that each one of you could come right here in my whole collection and say, "Damn, Nino, I'm gonna wear this." You know what I'm saying? But I do things that stand out. My shit ain't boring.
Shit, man, you got a whole internet full of people, man. You can put some shit on that got faces of people all over the world. That
Yep,
shit to get out.
I'm
That shit to
working
get
on
out.
it.
But that's the thing. Like I keep saying, man, a lot of these they ain't gonna want to pay nothing. These dudes, when it come down to it, everybody want the free stuff. Everybody want them to work with them and stuff. Like I pay. Like I said, show and prove, man. If somebody in this space talking about some real good stuff and they really putting it down and showing me the work, I go ahead and deal with them. Like I said, there's a lot of people who I'm dealing with now in the back that we making moves. I'm kind of slow on my end for some stuff I'm processing for them. But other than that, man, I'm trying to make moves. Like a lot of guys, I'm joking and laughing on the panels and giving a little information here and there. But somebody who really stands out, you get my personal number and we're gonna
Hell
make something
yeah.
happen.
Hell
Like,
See,
yeah.
I could do a
like
whole bunch for a lot of people if they would be honest about who they are. That's the issue. You don't know everybody body size. You know, I don't even know the demographics of most of these guys because they won't show who they are. You know, they won't even put, some of them don't know their neck size. They don't know their sleeve size. They don't know their chest size. They don't know their waist size. Only thing they know is, slide on a pair, Nike or fucking maybe even Adidas or ball shorts. You know, they don't know their true waist size. You know, how you gonna be a grown ass man? You don't know your waist size. You don't know your inseam. You don't know your neck size.
like, oh,
But
your
see, that's
draw
what
size,
we need
man. I
to
can
hold on. But
never
see, that's what we
understand it.
need to be doing. Like we need to be connecting on that level. Like so many dudes get so caught up on some bitch shit about how much they don't like somebody. And that's not what it's always about. Like there are plenty of white dudes who do business with each other and they can't stand each other's guts. But if they see they can make some money, they'll put that money together. I've seen white dudes put money behind black dudes. If they see a money opportunity, they're like, man, I'm with it. And so you can have something like somebody like for you. I'm just giving an example. I'm not saying, I don't, as far as like your fellas towards them, but you can have it to where because you got your skill set, okay, we got somebody like Kevin in the space that everybody know he be on the suit game. Shit, it can get to a point, man, where people be like, shit, all right, well, you can talk business like shit, man. Let's make a Kevin Samuels collection. Niggas will start buying that shit.
You know what? I kind of already got Kevin's style. Kevin is more of a conservative. I mean, very conservative.
Mm-hmm.
He know the game. He know how to play the game. But if Kevin is out of that, off the platform, he know how to relax it down a little bit more and dress it up. See, but what he's done, he's learned how to play the game of a matchmaker or a image consultant on that level. I wouldn't say he's a stylist. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't gonna lie, some of the stuff he wear is not, all that nice. The nicest thing I've seen him wear was the white tuxedo coat with the black lapels and the bow tie. That was when he did his when he got that his million subscriber thing. When people were celebrating him on that. You know, there are a lot of areas that if you're gonna call yourself that, you got to try.
Well, you're coming from the complete fashion perspective.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
coming
looking at
from
the fashion.
you're coming
That's
from
what
the
we're talking
complete
about.
fashion
Yeah, strictly
perspective.
fashion. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's why. That's only
The
that's
other
only
works he
different.
do is great. I'm just saying. And I like when he check brothers out to see what kind of cologne they wear. I like all that, but I'm also saying, if you're gonna tell people what to wear, he do well enough to where he do the
Yeah.
basics.
Yeah.
He do, yeah.
Yeah, because he only he he already talked about it. Like he likes certain colors, so he just likes certain colors in terms of suit. But again, like we all know, like I mean, every man gonna have a different, sense of style to a certain degree. He's just saying, just for his particular lane, that's just what he likes. That's just his thing.
Oh,
So
trust
ain't
me,
nothing wrong with it.
I get his drift. I like what he do. He know how to play the game.
Yeah, exactly.
You
And
know,
see, that's what I'm talking about. Like you can have those types of connects like that, where it happens in that fashion to where it's like, okay, you make these suits. All right, cool. We can roll this out. All right, well, shit, we got a suit collection, man. Y'all cats need to get your suit game on. And you never know, like we don't know who all be watching. Shit, it could be like when Sean John came out with them suits, man. White boys was buying that shit.
even white boys were, and the thing
White
is,
boys was buying Sean John suits, man.
and even though those Sean John suits were made for black men bodies, because we're not shaped like white men or Mexican or Asian men, not even Italian men. We have a specific build about us. You got some guys that are bigger. See, I'm a thin to medium built top guy, but I advocate for the guy that's 36 and up in the waist. Because you find too many guys who are super slim, they can go buy some shit at Walmart and put it on. And just because they got a nice haircut and maybe on a nicer pair of kicks, they gone on a date for that night.
Right.
I do clothes for body type, not just for style, but for body type. Then it's the print, it's the color. If you're a darker skinned man, I think you need a palette that's not just earth tone, because it don't show who you are.
See, I can already tell just by hearing you talk.
Yeah.
You probably will be much more interested in much more of a higher clientele of people.
Definitely.
For sure.
but
I mean, I can just hear it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
because I
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I look at the color palette, I look at your face, I look at the shape of your face. A lot of guys they don't feel comfortable about going in getting fully measured for a suit.
Yeah.
They don't feel comfortable about telling a real waist size, because you'll find some dudes that'll say, "Hey man, I wear size 36 pants," and then when you really measure their waist from the true waistline, which would be from at the top of your navel, that's your real waist size. That's the true waist, but your comfortable waist size is under the belly. you know but anyway, that is done because you have to be able to measure your hips, your thighs, and your behind as a man. Because you got a lot of guys out here that have all that shit going on, to where I even have to take the backside of a woman's pattern and match it up with the front part of the male's pattern to make sure that it aligns up nicely. Meaning, a male's crotch is 5 to 9, 7 to 9, and a woman is 3 to 5. So that's what you can always tell if a man got on a woman pair of pants. And that's what we find today. Even straight men are buying women pants because of their bodies and how their bodies are shaped. We got to even they wearing it wrong, man. It don't look good. You seen these dudes in these tight pants. It's wrong. Right. They done took it to a different level.
Right. Exactly.
Right. But I'll make stuff for anybody, man. If I knew the true body sizes and the audience that even the manosphere have, but we don't talk about these things.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, man, I'd like to go to things like I'm telling my fiance, like I want to go to ones to go to because they're opening things back up.
Do you know how to? Do you know how to wear? Do you know how to tie a necktie? Both the necktie and the bow tie.
Not the bow tie, but the necktie. Yeah. Not the bow tie.
That's funny. I would think that you know how to. No. What about you, She? She done fell asleep or making a sandwich?
Making a sandwich. But yeah, I was telling her like I want to go to an opera. I hadn't been to an opera in years. So, you gotta get dressed a certain way. Like, it's a lot. You can tell a lot of people in these spaces, man, on both sides, men and women, who just are just uncultured people. They don't have any sense of culture about themselves. Like
I'm
they
gonna tell
just
you
do.
who a sharp motherfucker that y'all won't believe that's sharp, and that's that motherfucking Rogish. Rogish got style. I'm telling you, he do, man. I looked at the beads he had on the bracelet he had on, and I was like, damn, man. It made me think. Okay, well, look, if you rock that, I know I can send you some stuff. Because my oldest brother is a jewelry designer in Atlanta, but
Mm.
he's also a police officer too. but he do that. He got a whole jury line, that he concentrate on at night. And I mean, he got a whole bunch of shit. You know, he got inventory that he put together for 2 whole years. Now the store is ready to be opened up, and he used really real minerals.
Mm.
Yeah, real rocks, real minerals, um, real beads. That's why I've always supported the dudes, man. When I see them selling different things, and on the streets in Little Five Points, when they had a real nice necklaces, and also when they have
Mhm.
Sweet Auburn Fest.
Sweet Auburn Festival, yeah. What you know about that? Yeah, I know about all that
Yeah,
shit.
shit, man, I used to go to all that.
Yeah,
I support
man.
Yeah.
us.
Sweet
Can you hear me
Auburn
now?
Fest.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
hear
we
you.
can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I was saying, yeah, I know how to tie a tie. I've been knowing how to tie a tie ever since I was like 8 years old. My granddad, he was a pastor. So, and the crazy part, my grandma would always tie his ties. So one day I was like, man, let me learn how to tie one because nobody never taught me. So I just went in there and untied a whole bunch of his ties and learned how to do it myself.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I think what we all got to get out of as men, we got to not think that you find dudes who be on award shows, stars. They don't know how to tie a tie because they thinking that the Windsor knot is the actual knot. If your knot don't look like a triangle upside down, you have not tied the tie right. Unless you just intentionally doing a Windsor knot, you don't. They're not. If you don't have a big tie that's crinkly, that where it has to crinkle up, no crinkles should be in the middle.
Mm.
You know, and I think it's okay to tuck it out a little bit and put you a pin there uh, to make it look more flattering. And men who work out and got chest, when you wear vest, I think you should get the vest that's like a oval shape that goes under the chest. That's a nice vest for that with the lapels.
Man,
Yeah.
I'm glad you've been talking like, talking about your fashion background because I just think that is something that, quite frankly, a lot of straight men have ceded to the rainbow crowd of men, and that's not true. And so we just got to get out of this. I mean, I've joked about this before. I've seen men in these spaces who are military men argue against putting on a suit. I'm like, dude, you put on a suit for a living. Like, what are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? And I think one of the worst things that Russell Simmons ever did was be against wearing suits. I thought it was a bad image for black men. I thought it was something that was very bad for the image of black men. One thing I did respect about Puffy was that Puffy put on a damn suit.
I
Puffy
think
put
we've
on a suit.
all been through that shiny suit era, because I mean, I don't tell all my business, man, but I sat on Bad Boy for 2 whole years waiting for my album to come out. It didn't happen because, like I said before, Puffy is the type he want you to be in a 4-man group. I wasn't with that. The same anti nigga that I am now, I'm in a class by my own. My thing is I don't mind. I can work well with other men, but if I know you on some bullshit, I'm just not with that. I'm gonna go on and do my thing.
Mm-hmm.
So um, I've been through that whole phase of Puffy and Sean John, and I've met a whole lot of people, you know. I like what this guy said here, man. He said, I remember my first time at an opera house in San Francisco. At the time, I was too ghetto to appreciate the beauty of it. See, this is what I meant about learning how to appreciate things and, you
Hmm.
know, getting away from what's been known to be comfortable for you. You know, that's very important.
Oh yeah, I
I
put
know.
that. Nino, I put that information in the back for you.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, yeah, I got that. I copied it. I appreciate that,
Hmm.
and I sent it to Cam Rob because he's a school head too.
Okay.
He go to Morehouse. He going to be a doctor.
That's what's up.
Yeah. Um, man, this is real talk. So when you find a brother like this that can speak like this, that means that you know it's a process. Everybody ain't gonna get it right then. They got to meet people where they are. It's just like saying I don't like strawberry. I don't like Neapolitan ice cream. You know, until they really try it. Because they're used to just the fucking strawberry and the vanilla in it. They don't like the chocolate. I was one of them.
Mhm.
So when you know better, you do better, or if you're open to learning things different, um, you can see the beauty in it. That's what I love about art, and I love about museums, abstract artists. Each
Mhm.
time you go to that painting, you'll see something different. You notice that?
Mhm.
And I'm
I
also an
love
artist
going
as
to
well.
art exhibits. I've been to when I was in Atlanta. I went to a lot of stuff. I went to the Symphony. I went to Cirque du Soleil. I went to the King Tut exhibit at the Civic Center. I went to the Salvador Dali exhibit, the Ada exhibit.
Damn, you've been
Did
at
I
all
go
of
to
them.
the? Which one else did I go to? Did I go to the Picasso? I think I missed the Picasso one. There was another one I went to. I went to Salvador Van Gogh. I went to the Van Gogh one.
Look at this classy nigga. Look at him.
Yeah, man, I love that shit. I love it.
What do you know about Baroque?
That name sounds familiar.
Oh yeah, the Baroque exhibit was very nice. Artists, they were like in the Giovanni Boccaccio days.
That name sounds familiar. I think I might have seen it. I didn't go to it, but I might have seen that name.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that stuff, man. I mean, you just see things from it because a lot of times, what a lot of people don't realize is like when you go to these things like art exhibits, for example, or a lot of these plays or something like that, they're snapshots of history because a lot of that art was centered on historical things that were happening at the time. They were speaking to those issues, or they were speaking about those issues, maybe speaking against certain things. So much of that art has an actual historical significance to it. It's not just motherfuckers just painting some shit.
Yeah. And look, and
There's an
not to
actual
mention if you make
reason
that
for it.
your not to
Like,
mention if you make that your first date. That's a wonderful thing, man. A woman will always
right.
remember that. Not that you simping for that, but to show her something different.
Something different. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It makes a difference. Yeah.
like motherfuckers thought that when they came to my house, they're gonna hear a whole bunch of rap music. My favorite artist is Phoebe Snow. If you ever heard of her, you know,
Mm.
Phoebe Snow is the woman that is on every cotton commercial, the Maxwell House commercial. Her voice is so fucking soothing. She's the reason why I sing. She's the reason how I know how to sing today. Um,
Mm.
she's the second person that sung the song for the a different world theme song. You remember Different World?
Mm-hmm.
That's what my life was like. you know, it was just like that. Um, I think Aretha Franklin did that soundtrack, and then she came back and did a different version of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Wow. So that was your muse, huh?
yes, sir. So look up. You guys don't. I don't like telling my secrets, but I'll tell them to y'all. Phoebe Snow. She's full of poetry, man. Uh, Another person that I like. She remind me of Dr. Frances Cresswell as well, and her name was gosh, oh my God, Camille Yarborough. Look up Camille Yarborough. And also what I'm listening to right now is Laura Mvula, Mvula. She's African, but she's from the UK. Y'all gonna be like, damn, do he really listen to that?
What's her name again?
Laura Mvula, Laura, and then M, and then Vula. I like the song called "Show Me Love." And and another one she sang called "Father, Father."
Yeah, that art, man. That it's something, man, about the human condition that just responds to art. It's just something about it. It's just it's a major part of human history. Art is. I remember I was on a panel where a dude was trying to talk about, well, you know, man, people shouldn't be teaching their kids that you try to be rappers, and I'm like, okay, yeah, everybody can be a rapper, we know that, but you can't take away from the fact that people have used rap to escape fucking poverty too, just like artists who painted painted in a lot of instances throughout history to escape poverty too, and how much I think the art industry in terms of like the arts, operas, plays, and all that type of stuff. I think it's about 4% of the U.S. economy. A big part. I mean, that's a lot of money. So I was like, you can't dismiss the impact of art on the human psyche. I mean, it's very powerful. You know what I'm saying? Like you get into, man, when I go see the Nutcracker, man, because I remember hearing it, you know, so much when I was a kid, hearing the commercial for it, and then when I finally was able to go, you know, see it, I was like, man, this is, you know, loved it. You know what I'm saying? I love it. You know, I just love all, you know, going to see things like Christmas Carol. You know, I saw that at years ago at the Fox Theater in Atlanta.
Man, I
Um,
think you should be writing you a movie, boy. I mean,
man, I love that shit, man. I love it, man. I
I,
love it.
I can
I
see
mean, I
that.
love it.
I like
So
writing stories as well, but I do them more like documentary. I do them to make you think from a different, side of things outside of the norm.
yeah, man. I mean, it's just, you know, people just need to experience life. There's so many people on both sides. It's just on both genders, man, you know, that just don't experience life at all. You know, just they just in their own little bubble, and they just have not really been able to really step outside of themselves. They only see themselves instead of, you know, partaking in things like art, where you see things from different vantage points. You know, you see people's different experiences. Sometimes you end up realizing, like, yeah, this person from a whole different country, but they have a whole different experience. I remember when the last thing I saw in Atlanta, it was a guy. He was from Venezuela, and he was talking about, because at that time, you know, Venezuela was going through a lot of stuff. So, and he was just talking about, you know, his experience and how he came to America, and just hearing his story, just hearing him talk about his story in the context of what was going on in Venezuela at the time. It's like, damn, you know, it was really, you know, really interesting to hear his perspective, and how he was talking about, you know, getting those jobs, and how he, you know, had to apply for it and interview for it and all that type of stuff, and how people sit in these jobs for 40, 50 years, you know, because this is their life. I mean, if you classically trained to play the damn cello or the violin, I mean, there's only but so many jobs out there for you to do. Like, this is your life. So you get that job, man, you in that job for life pretty much, you know, until you retire. So I mean, you will see people in there, man, you know, 60s, 70s, playing them instruments, man, because it's their love, it's their passion. That's what they felt that they were created to do.
But
And
it's
so,
sad
you
that
know, it
they
just has
just
an
now.
impact on you.
It's sad that they just now starting to recognize that they had a music musicians union years and years ago, and they're starting to bring that back now because they realize that you still had people in those fields, and when COVID came, they weren't able to work. They
Oh
were
yeah.
music teachers. They were uh, uh, people that played in orchestras and bands, and
hmm
taught, to the point to where uh, 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 they had to give them, some kind of loans for their businesses, or some kind of unemployment, because those people work hard, man. They really do. They keep us
Mhm.
entertained. Waitresses, I couldn't believe it. Dog sitters, a dog sitter in San Francisco make nearly $100,000 a year. Also a bartender.
Damn, for real,
Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah,
bro. Wow.
Yeah, them bartenders make bank, man. You
yep.
know,
Oh yeah, they
It's a
you
can.
got.
whole bar scene out here. It's a whole bar scene.
I know when I used to go like back in the day, man. I used to always tip my bartender every time. My waitress, my bartenders, because for one, a lot of them they good at what they do. They not playing, and then especially the ones that really make those drinks. Or you say, man, I need this a little stronger, and then by the end of the night they say, yeah, you couldn't hang, could put you on your tail. You talking about, man, this drink weak, and we done had you over there throwing up in the corner.
Mhm.
Now I don't drink, but the worst person you can get as a service person that come to you and you tell them, "Could you bring me just a little bit of sour cream or blue cheese?" And they say, "Well, that'll be 50 cent or a dollar extra." After I paid for the meal, now why couldn't you just bring the shit out and get your tip, your $20 tip that I was going to give you? But now that you worried about that, you ain't getting nothing.
Yeah, that's company. That's company. They do that company policy.
Yeah, because
My go ahead.
I found out that sour cream, avocado, what else costs? Cheese, because of the economy.
Yeah,
So
all
Mhm.
even
Yeah,
the
'cause they're
condiments.
commodities. They're commodities. Yeah.
Yeah, all the condiments, either like extra honey mustard, even it's got to the point if you want extra honey mustard and all that stuff, it's costing the company so much. Like only
Mhm.
one place that I know that really don't bother too much, and that's Chick-fil-A. Even though they try to be a little stingy, but
that be
if
them
you
black
ask
Chick
for it,
Fil
they'll
A,
give it to you.
them black neighborhood Chick-fil-A's out here. They gonna give you whatever you ask for.
Yeah, yeah.
I ain't trying to be funny. I'm not saying that
Nah,
because
that's
I say it
real.
in a nice
That's
area,
real,
but
bro. That's
you don't
real.
find that as to where I understand that some, even McDonald's, and I don't even eat McDonald's. Uh, if it's black owned or in a black neighborhood, like the ones that's on Counter Road and places like that,
Camera roll,
they don't
man. I
even
ain't
give
heard
you no
that.
motherfucking straws there. The girls don't even put the top on good on your milkshake. And shit spilling by the time it's a certain way things are done, in certain areas. Shit, they get mad at you if you ask for extra napkins.
Yeah.
With Chinese people do that too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, like at the end of the day, man, the service job, man, a lot of people don't understand to a certain degree. That's a hard profession, man. Like I told you, it's certain people, man, that I don't even associate myself, man. You dealing with a waitress, even my homeboys, if they act a certain way with a waitress, I'm like, hey, man, nah, she ain't about to mess up my food. And then another
Exactly.
thing is, bruh, you sitting up here trying to, get on this chick because she won't, give you the number or something. Hey man, just take it for what it is. She not interested. At the end of the day, it's so many, people they gotta go through the hassle, with these guys, and then you just one other guy that just gonna get on their nerves.
Yeah,
If
Exactly.
she's interested, then cool. If not, leave it alone.
you know what? Most of them waitress girls, man, they have went on so many different dates with guys that probably came to that same spot to the point to where they looking at, hey, this is my job. Let me do my job and let me meet somebody outside of this. Because I had a homeboy. He was pretty well off, had money and everything. He had met his girlfriend and who had also became a wife, uh, being a cashier.
Mm.
And after he had gotten deep with her, he had, it was too much for him. You know what I'm saying? Because he had made a monster. You know what I'm saying?
But you gotta get to a point to where that's like I don't understand those guys who wife them girls up from the strip club, but then you want her to go stop and get a regular job, but live a broke down life. Like you can't take her from a high level and bring her down unless you're gonna put her in a position to keep her up. I mean, like even let's not even say a stripper or something like a cashier or a bartender. You know these guys are gonna be hitting on her because that's what you did to get her. So at the end of the day, it's like, what are you gonna do to like subsidize for that income? A lot of guys just think me being a man is, should be enough. Nah, man. Like at the end of the day, you know, like my whole thing is when it comes to submission for a woman, I take the respect over everything because if you respect me, then the submission will come natural. So at the end of the day, respect goes a long way with me. And I take that very serious. So many guys bark on submission. She can be submissive, to a certain degree and just disrespect you for everything because it's not what she wants or it's not something that's a level that, she want to keep. So, when it comes to it, man, like
And you
being
found out
yourself
later
and
on you've been playing house the whole time, and this bitch really hates you.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
you know,
you don't want that, But like I mean, I know I don't want to just mention people because they're not here, but I'll tell you one person that's all about he about women, but he also about after you get up from the bed, get back to work. You know who I'm talking about.
yeah. But at the end of the day, man, I like when it comes down to it, that's why I like really don't like talking about the gender topics because at the end of the day, it's a stalemate. Because if you getting it, you ain't got no problem.
Yeah,
For the
this is
ones that's
stalemate.
not getting it,
Right.
it's and it's big business. At the end of the day, don't get me wrong, it's big business. If I can get on, like, I got the whole blueprint. I can come on here, tell a couple of stories, give a couple of advices on how to make things better, pattern a whole bunch of guys that are, or beneath me to the situation that's going on in their life, and all kind of stuff. And when it come down to it, respectfully, I could just, play the game, get money, cash shopping, Venmo. I can open up every line to where you say, man, I ain't got cash app. I got Venmo. I ain't got Venmo. Got PayPal. I ain't got all none of that stuff, man. Hey, you can hit the super chat. What about super chat? You can Western Union. Hey, you can Zelle it to me. I give you my phone number. See, it's like so many ways you can break through with this stuff. Like
Let
I
me tell you
said,
something. Is
I
Zelle
used to do
insane?
marketing.
Is
Huh?
Zelle insane? Because I would love to do Zelle because Zelle is so easy. Is it safe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
But you
pretty
got a
much
lot
for
of
the most part.
tech
I
people get
mean,
all
for
your
the
money out your pocket. They did that to the roommates. He had made $10,000 that night, and we looked into his account. Somebody had hacked into that motherfucker, got all them super chats, all the
yeah.
money out of
I mean,
Zelle or
to
one of
be
them.
honest, at the end of the day, anything can be hacked for the right person. They know how to touch all that stuff. You know, like the guy with Apple when Steve Jobs and all was talking about how Apple's can't get virus and all that stuff. He opened up an email that morning, sent the virus to his computer. Dude hit him up and was like, "Yeah, finna shut off your computer." Boop, hired the guy like in 2 days because he was froze. He couldn't do nothing. That guy shut his computer down from where he was at. That's the thing. You making guys mission to actually prove you wrong. That's why I was telling people like one of my homeboys, somebody broke into his car down here in Atlanta. They found out who the guy was, traced his IP because the guy reached out to him online. He looked his name up, had threw up a fake account, and he ended up tracing his IP, pulled up the internet from that way because we know somebody that do stuff like that, and
God
end up
damn.
contacting the guy and reaching out to him. He's like, "How the hell you contact me from this profile and I made a fake profile?" And he was like, "Man, do you want to go ahead and give me my stuff back, or you gonna go ahead and press charges? How you want to do this?"
Yeah, that's
And the
fucked
guy
up.
was shocked. Like he didn't. He's like, "How you know?" Like I said, it's IP addresses, man. Everybody has an internet provider. Your internet provider. That's why a lot of people don't know about VPNs. To where it bounce your signal. And even with that, if you go FBI, they can trace it. It's a matter of time. That's how they got the guy from Silk Road.
That's why I say it's so important that these guys, these content creators, teach the right thing. You know what I'm saying? You can put a disclaimer up all day, but if a person is on your show and you giving them the wrong information and they already a person that's more like a follower type individual and kind of weak to a certain extent, and they trying to get get through their stage of being red pill or becoming in red pill rage to the point where they go home and beat up their wife or girlfriend, or and they ain't even having those kind of problems that you have. And guess what? If he killed that girl, guess what? Who you think they're gonna trace all this shit back to?
Yep. And you got to understand, man, a lot of guys, man, they just want to be heard at the end of the day. They'll spout anything just for people to hear them. And when they cut off that the YouTube, man, that's why I be telling people I don't argue with guys. I had a dude I was arguing on the panel, and I sit here and let him talk all crazy to me, and I was like, you know, I said, you done? No, man, I tell you when I'm done. And at the end of the day, y'all don't know who it is if I probably said his name, but I hit him. I was like, man, go call your YouTube daddy. And then he was hot about that. But eventually, like, all I said was that one thing. This dude like sit there and joan me, talk junk for me, probably about 30, 40 minutes. And all I said was that one line, and that was it. And then I hit him with something else that he did with another content creator. I was like, why is every time I turn around, you making videos about beef? And you always
I can't
beefing with
even
people in the
imagine that
space.
shit because you don't fuck with nobody. I can't
I
even
don't.
imagine.
Like, dude, I say to myself,
I don't mess
it's
with nobody
crazy.
either, but I got niggas that hate me. They hate my guts, and I know they've been on the same panels with me. But I keep
Yeah,
it classy. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not gonna
yeah,
think like you, and you can't change my mind, and you can't bag me up into a fucking corner. Because I'm gonna get
yeah.
back with you, straight up. You
And
know, I don't
yeah,
belong to nobody, no organization. I ain't been sworn in, and nobody ain't gave me no motherfucking rules or bylaws. Nor have anyone told me who was the fucking leader. You know, but I'll take being the leader because I do well at governing who I am and letting people see who I am, and then they chose to follow me if they like.
yeah. But at the end of the day, man, I always say that this is YouTube, man. A lot of stuff that goes on in this space, a lot of people not doing this stuff in real life. We not, boasting up. Yeah, I see so many people yell, go crazy on panels. I'm like, you don't have that same energy in person. Like, literally, I had to catch myself because the guy yelled at me on the panel, of a conversation we was having. And the first thing came in my head was like, who the? And then I caught myself. Cause I was getting ready to let him have it. Cause I'm like, I tell people all the time, like, when I met my wife, I was on a panel talking with some people, and I told them, I said, I don't take disrespect from adults. So why would I take disrespect from a child? If my wife chose to not let me, either, discipline the kids if they were wrong, I wasn't gonna be with her. Cause I said, I don't have time for you to come home and say, no, that's not right. He's my husband or he's my boyfriend and he's a grown man. You don't talk to him like that. I tell the kids all day, I ain't your daddy. I don't want to be your daddy. I'm stepdaddy. I'm your mama boyfriend. All I want is respect. And I put that plain forward, and I stood by that with, my wife, even with her cousin. I told her cousin, if your daughter come to my house and she get wrong, I'm letting you know I'm a whooper. So if you don't want her to be whooped, don't never let her spend the night at my house. And guess what she did? She never let her spend the night over there. Because I told her, if you got a good child, there's nothing to worry about. But if your daughter thinks she can come to my house and tell me, oh, you ain't my daddy, I ain't gotta listen to you, I'm put you outside. It's
You
just
know, you
plain and
don't never
simple.
hardly ever have that with girls, but you have it with boys that have past the grooming stage to the point to where they've been up on their mama so long, and when
Yeah.
a stepfather, well, either just a new man come along, it's an issue. Like I saw uh, this show on the on OWN network, and it was uh, where they had to get the family members' approval to get married. You know that show, and the sons didn't like the stepfather because he was military, but he was there paying all the bills and everything. The boys were disrespecting. He would tell them something, and they'd go to the mom and say, did you tell me to do this? And walk right past him like he was nothing. So when they came home one one day from wherever they come from school or wherever, he took the doors off of they off their bedrooms, and the mothers went crazy.
I did that with my daughter. See, my daughter, she was like that with me because, she started, it was the worst thing I ever did was let my wife start letting the kids go see, their dad, because my thing of it was I didn't want that same treatment with me if I had kids because, me being a man, I respect the situation that he's in, even though he wasn't doing what he's supposed to do, that's still the father. So I didn't want to, bring that type of energy like that. So I would always tell her, work with him, you know, at the end of the day, that's the kid's father. And man, it bit me, it came back and bit me so bad, man. I was so mad. But in the end, like my daughter, we might have our ups and downs, but she respects me because she know I don't bar none. She's 23. I still don't bar none and being disrespected.
Yeah, you have to, man. You have to. Uh, uh, I don't know. I don't think I have it in me to be a stepfather. You know, because I'm too fucking mean. It's just something about me. When boys see me and I walk in the room, they automatically sit up straight. They automatically kind of like keep it quiet a little bit, And I don't want you to be like that. I don't want you to be stiff necked, but it's that presence, man. You know, I've been in the presence of a lot of mothers who were single and their sons were acting up, and they were on some. She kept saying, "I'm gonna get you," and I'm like, "Boy, didn't you hear your mama say blah blah blah?" They sat down immediately. But a woman just can't teach a boy how to be a man, grow him up. She just can't, man. She can probably raise him the best way she can, because there are a lot of women who are out here who are there for their children and to make sure they give them, the best, of education and all that, because it ain't like Rael said, it ain't even about the materialistic shit, you still got some good women out here, but still, even if she's a good mother, she just can't teach that boy how to be a man. Just can't. What's up, G? Come up here and talk some shit, nigga. Y'all still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. I was actually putting a link in the chat. Man, I know Perfect gonna get me, man. I was supposed to been drop this, but the conversation got so good.
Wait a minute. So Perfect is on too?
Yeah, he been on.
You know what, man? I love the fact that we all respect each other. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to do this, but we try to, support each other, because that's what it's about. Like me, if I really fucks with you, Rael didn't even have a channel. And in the trailer, I shouted him out to all the dudes that inspired me to do my own thing. You know what I'm saying? He not even a panel. He was just a dude on the panel. He don't even have a channel, which I think he should have. But I shouted him out. And all the regulars, the day ones, the people that I know that I have been on the panels with, they're all in the back of the credits. Remember that?
Yep. Thank you. Thank you.
What's up with you young men? How y'all doing tonight?
What's going on, Busted?
Hey, hey G, put your channel in the private, because I can't never find it when I look for it.
I don't got no channel.
I'm about to
Man,
say,
you got a channel. Yes,
I'm
you
like,
do.
he do?
No, I don't. I don't do this. I mean, I just be on here to talk to y'all, bro.
I'm about
Hey,
to say,
go. Oh,
I
so
don't know
you be
nothing about
on?
this.
But you know what? Irv was just trying to get me to start a channel, man. And Perf always tell me I should do a channel, man. But you know, I'm too raw and uncut for YouTube, man.
No, but you, I think, man, trust me, the shit you talk is really good shit. You got some dudes that say some really horrible shit, So what you telling, what you talking and speaking the truth on, they can't get mad. The thing is, you're not fake, you're not phony, and a lot of brothers can't get with that. They get mad if you loud or you can't do nothing but just be you. I roll with a lot of dudes that are. I like the real more than anything. And just because brother's intelligent, he speak intelligent, he got degree, and he know proper etiquette, doesn't mean that I don't accept that, because I got it too. I know how to turn it on and off, but I meet people where they are, and I think that's what we forget. We forget the big piece of the puzzle, and that's just respecting people, and seeing people for who they are.
And yeah, like I be wanting to tell people, like, and I seen this subject and it was crazy, like money, and then, and I think that the shit that's going on, man, people is getting disillusioned with this, bro. I don't tell everything, man, but I was homeless for like 8-9 months, a couple years ago, right? Like real life, nowhere to live, bro, sleeping outside, and niggas be getting it twisted. Like I wasn't fucked up. I had a job and everything, bro. I couldn't find nobody to rent me an apartment because I was a felon. And
We
I
gonna work
tell
on
people,
some stuff like that.
no. It's just it wasn't even serious. Like it was serious, but the more I noticed that a lot of brothers don't know how to survive out here. You know what I mean? So if I had a channel, if anything, it would be more geared towards teaching the brothers, like, man, this is how you survive when you only make $14 an hour and only make $10 an hour and $12 an hour, bro.
That's
Because
good stuff.
with them jobs, bro, I was able to get an apartment, a crib, a car, all that shit. Like, let me tell you, bro, when I first came home and shit, I didn't have shit, bro. I didn't have nothing. You know what I'm saying? And my mom was dying. She was sick. You know what I mean? She was on dialysis 3 times a week, going through kidney failure. Then she got cancer, man. So like I had moved with my mom to take care of her because she was dying. Like they cut a piece of her liver out and shit. And my mom passed away, bro. Like I didn't have shit. Like I didn't have nothing, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I spent the rest of my money, taking care of my mama's funeral expenses. I got her cremated. I bought her an urn. I did the what's the stuff called? The after the service where the people come and look at the pictures and shit.
Repass and all
Yeah,
that.
I did
Yeah.
all that, bro. I went broke. I didn't even have no, like, I really just, what I'm saying? I just had to do right by my mama because she asked me to. Me and my mom had a deep relationship, and I grew up rough and I grew up fucked up because my mama was addicted to drugs, bro. And I know it's a lot of us like that. There's a lot of us that, nobody ever taught me how to get a job or skills or nothing like that. I was just out there floating on my own. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't have a lot of us, like I would be more geared towards that. A lot of us is in arrested development and we just don't know what to do.
But
And we in
gee,
those
this
type of situations.
but this the crazy part with you. Like I had people living there with me, but I still wasn't learning as much because like my mom and dad passed when I was young, like 6. So stayed with my grandma. She was with the old times. So, street was more of a hustle to where I can go out there and get some money. I grew up around thieves, stealers, and drug dealers. So, I already had it in me to go out there and do it. But as I got older, like I said, it was a way that, the family was brought up where we had a little class on this side. We was far away from everybody on the West Coast, man. Living in Arizona, Cali, like all my family was in Georgia. So everybody who I learned all my business from was from the street. So when I got over here, like I told people, man, it was the way I had to conform myself to actually be a child all over again. You know, being around all kind of drugs and and all kind of stuff in that environment, it'll change your mindset, man. Especially with my mom and them passing at a young age, man. I was on go for so many other things, and like pastors and everybody who I was over here dealing with, they was like, man, y'all got to change our mindset. We know what happened to y'all. Even my family, they was like, man, we know what type of woman your mom was, what your dad did. But, and my dad, man, he was in the military, good stand-up guy. When my dad died, my mom just snapped. She was a whole different person. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean, yeah,
And
people
it's
go through
crazy.
things. People go through things mentally out here. Like I love talking to the brothers, man. I'm in the manosphere for the men. I don't really care about the subjects. Like not too
Facts.
much. I talk to them, but I'm really in here for y'all. Like I
Yeah.
needed y'all in my life, bro, and I'm not scared to say like I don't got no friends, bro. Like all my
Yeah.
friends are dead or real. Like this is not like all my friends is dead and in prison, bro. And I knew that I had to change my life. So as I was growing, I had to make a decision. Like, yeah, when I was out, my mom passed away. I didn't have nowhere to go or nothing, bro. Like, I had to get out her house in like 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? And it was some wild shit, bro. And I just had a book bag with clothes in it. And my homies, I could have went and got some drugs. I could have hit a lick or anything, but I had to make a decision, bro. Like, look, man, there's niggas in prison that wish they could come out here and wash dishes for $9 an hour. You know what I'm saying? I left the
And they be
place
looking
where
right
niggas
through that
wish.
look.
Yeah,
G,
I
and they
know
be
niggas
looking.
in there with life sentences wish they could come out here and be homeless.
Yeah, yeah,
So
and a lot of them be looking through that gate, and they be looking through that window. I've had guys to break down in the middle of the night when I was a correction officer, and just be crying for their damn dad.
no, bro, look, I cried, bro. Like, man, I broke down. Like, I cried because I knew before, bro. I just went through a lot of growth, man. I went through a lot of spiritual shit, man. Just with me forgiving everything that happened. Because you get to a point where you realize your mom is just a person too. So even when we be in the manosphere, we be mad at the women and shit, but we gotta realize they got traumas too, and they just people too. Not that I'm caping, I'm hard on a woman with certain things, but we all just people, man, and we all trying to survive and live and get through this shit, and we don't know what to do, and we need each other to know what to do. We need somebody that been through it, that grew through it, that can say, hey, man, it's going to be okay. It's going to be a light at the end of the tunnel, man. Like, I remember, like, when I was going through that homeless shit, man, I used to go stay at this shelter when it was too cold at night. And I used to be in there just sitting in the chair, sleep, because there was no room. It was so packed with people. And, like, niggas in there really fucked up, bro. Like, there's people in there that's really got mental problems. That's not like, you got to be thankful for what you got, and it's not about how much money you got, man. I made that decision, bro, and I used to wake up every morning at 5 a.m. to leave that shelter, bro, and I would just walk. And at first I used to just go to the library and be looking for work and shit, and then I started catching little breaks, like to rake some grass here, make an extra $50. You know what I'm saying? I just started surviving, bro, and I came up. And I had this job where I was making like $13 a night. I don't even think it was like 12 something, like 12.50, 12.20. And it was working and shit, man. And it was only working 7 hours a day. Like, so it wasn't like it was paying nothing, but off of that job, it took me like 3 months just to save a deposit to get in an apartment and even find somebody to rent that to me. And I know a lot of brothers is going through that. A lot of brothers is in fucked up relationships and situations just because they need somewhere to live. And it's a lot of women that's like that too. And it's like we don't care about each other, bro. Everything
Yeah.
is about money and a dollar and who could get this and who could get that, man. And that shit'll crush you.
You
Man,
know.
it's like I want to say this real quick.
Okay.
When the channels, I want to get back to, like I keep saying, like what the manosphere that I thought was built around the information stuff like this. When we had guys that were saying that they, down and out, and had a car, trying to do door dashes and like going to get gym memberships to take baths and living in the car, sleeping in, like, dude, situations like that. Like, tell me the best options. Tell me how to hustle hard and get up out of this. Find little odd end jobs. Like, helping each other that way, man. Just little small skills, dude. Using somebody's address, trying to, get in. Because a lot of people, man, you go to these states, dealing with people, you get kicked out. You ain't trying to go home. You trying to make it work. So it's even harder on you that you're trying to make it work with no help, nobody. Then you trying to feel like you shamed because you ain't make it. Like, we done got too much pride to where we can't ask for help no more. But go ahead, Nino.
But you know what though, and I look at it this way too. Sometimes you have to suck it up to the point to where you can't ask motherfuckers, even in your family, for nothing, because you know what they're gonna tell you. They're gonna tell you no. Let's say, assumingly that they will say no, but the independence in you make you say, I'm gonna make this work and I'm gonna use what I got to get what I want. But you do have people who have it worse off than what you have. Just like G said, he was in a bad situation, but shit, he's sleeping, he looking over to the other side, the other dude in the chair shaking because he got a mental health problem, you know.
Nah, and
So
in real life, and we forget about those people. Like we turn a blind eye to those people, bro. Like every time, man, I used to just cry, bro. I used to be at night, dog. When I found myself in that situation, I used to just go in the homeless, like I used to go in the bathroom stall and just bawl, my nigga. I needed a release. And when you see a person who mentally don't even understand, like they so mentally gone, this shit done broke them. It done cracked them to the point where they didn't give up on life. It's like they done went to this whole alternate universe where they don't even realize that they ain't took a shower in 2 months. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, bro. And I used to, like, when I used to get paid from that little job I had, man, I used to buy donuts and shit. And I used to bring them and just give them out to the motherfuckers in there and shit. Like, and a motherfucker called me stupid, bro. Like, you stupid for that shit, boy. Like, this is a nigga in a homeless shelter eating my donuts, calling me stupid for buying everybody donuts. This is how fucked up we be in the head, bro. And in my mind, I know we in this motherfucker homeless. We don't got nothing. I got a little couple dollars. And when I used to be going home, I used to pass this donut shop and they used to give me they day old donuts. And I used to just give them for $5, they'd give me a whole bag full of donuts, bro. And I used to start bringing them to the homeless shelter and shit because they was going to throw them away. And the nigga insulted me for that.
let me say this real quick because I know Rael trying to get in there because he just did his cough. But listen, I can't say his name, but like Mr. Spain down there talk about, he out here in San Francisco area too. It's common for us to where people are immune to when they see people on the streets that's homeless in tents. That's a normal thing. But half of these people are transplants, and it's sad that most of the local city, state, county, or whatever they come from, they give these people these bus passes and say, well, go to Hollywood, and they fool them. And they end up in a even worse situation. And they do it because they don't want people to be homeless in their town to make their town look bad. You know what I'm saying? The government has given these people enough money to cover the small homeless situation. And I'm talking about in the southern states. Like Atlanta has no business having homeless people. Now, the people out here, it's a normal thing. You got motherfuckers living on the cardboard boxes. I mean, up on the bridges and cardboard boxes. They got a whole kitchen out in the opening where they cooking. You know what I'm saying? It's a glass house. I've seen people that had maybe children, that were homeless here and there, but you don't see it as much as you see it in Mexico. I mean, it was very bad in Mexico, but like, it's really bad, man, and we look down on that. You got people that are homeless not because they were on drugs or they destitute. It's just I've seen a Chinese boy that told me he make over $100 $120,000 a year, and that ain't even enough to stay in San Francisco. So he live in a tent. You know, I ain't never seen a homeless Chinese person or Asian person until I got out here. You know, but a lot of artists and people who know how to live off the grid and people who are truck drivers, they know how to survive because or people who live in RVs because they could live for very cheap. You know, they could park the RV at the RV park, pay no more than $300 a month. They got showers and everything. That's a good way to come up. That's why I always talk about the container homes. You know, but they haven't found a place where they could zone them out here yet. Because trust me, I will buy me one, but I don't want nothing but a big, beautiful home in the South. I don't think I would want it out here.
Man, you know them containers are going up in price though. But go ahead, right here.
Yeah. In the movie Steve Jobs, the one with not the one with Ashton Kutcher, but the one with Michael Fassbender that played Magneto on X-Men. The dude, one of the dudes that worked at Apple with him, that when they eventually kicked him out the company, he told him, he said, Steve, you know, he said, your problem is that, he said, you look at yourself as being given up twice instead of looking at yourself as somebody who's been adopted twice. And his point was, you look at your situation negatively when you should be looking at it more positively. And he was you know, he carried that all his life, that chip on his shoulder. When, for all we know, if he hadn't have been given up for adoption, he might not have ever created Apple. That chip might have helped on his shoulder to a one degree, could have helped him, driven him to create. But in another instance, it could have made him be unable to appreciate life. I've said this for a long time. Went through some things early life, especially with my pops. I actually preferred getting the hard shit out early. Because my mindset, you know, coming into my adult years, 18 and beyond, I was so much more mature and wise because of the things that I saw early on. I can't imagine being some of these people out here, 40s, 50s, 60s, who still trying to figure life out. To me, that's worse. The thing is that when you're in these type of situations that you was talking about, there's just no way about it. There are people who come from well-to-do families. Their families got millions of dollars, and they get strung out on alcohol and drugs. What's their excuse? They had it all. They had it all. A lot of times, man, life is about choices. A lot of times people will look at a person that's, for example, a crackhead and be like, man, that's so messed up. But that person took a hit of that pipe too. And we could sit here and say, well, he was going through some stuff. Like, well, yeah, I mean, I've gone through some stuff too, but I ain't never took a hit of no crack. It ain't never been that bad. And so we have to keep things in their perspective. When you're a kid and you just have no control over your situation and you're at the mercy of adults, it just ain't nothing you can do. It's just nothing you can do. You don't have any control like that. You know, it is what it is. But once you get control over your life, you get a new lease on life. And at that point, it's about what you make of it, what you choose to make of it. And that's really the key more so than anything. If anything, the fact that you survive early shit in your life as a kid, it really is a testament to your willpower as a person, which is a damn good thing because there's a lot of people out here who don't have any willpower. Because when you see things at such a low end as a kid, it's the worst. Because I mean, you're a kid and you can't control anything. You just gotta take that shit. So you gotta keep things in perspective. Like when you're an adult, you got a choice. You got a choice to say, look, I'm either put up with this shit or I ain't gonna put up with this shit. But as a kid, you don't have any control or no choice over the matter. And if you made it through that stuff, pretty intact, that's pretty much a testament, man, to who you are, what you have inside of you. Because ultimately, you have no control over what other people are going to do. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, we make a lot of judgments as far as parents and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, man, parents are human. They ain't perfect. I mean, they got shit going on. I saw it, growing up with my pops, saw his issues, and it is what it is. But if you can make it to your adult years, I mean, especially in a place like America, I mean, people literally come to America to reinvent themselves. So I always say, man, like, you don't have any choice in what kind of family you're born into. But when you become an adult, you have the ultimate choice of what kind of family you want to be a part of. And that's a power. That truly is a power. Because just because you're related to somebody by blood, that does not make them your family. And I think that's something that a lot of people really have to really take to heart to really truly understand. I have this book called The Trick to Money is Having Some. And the dude, he made a great point when it comes to not getting support, from family. And he said that, well, the thing that is good about that situation is the fact that you don't have it. You don't have that support. So you can't really, be broken up about it because it's not there. So you have to plan your life knowing that you don't have that support. So that means you got to be much more strategic. And so a lot of times these people that get a lot of that support, I mean, we see it all the time. I mean, kids, spoiled, rotten, get everything they want in life. They become adults. They have absolutely no clue how to live this life. They have no self-awareness, no emotional intelligence. I mean, they're spoiled brats. And as soon as they get hit with any type of adversity, man, they fold. And that's why a lot of times they do go to drugs and alcohol because they never had to deal with any adversity out here. This is the reason why so many millionaires and billionaires don't want to give all their money to their children because they see how detrimental it is. That's why they have this thing called the pledge with people like Bill Gates and Warren Buffett and Robert F. Smith and a whole bunch of other people because they're donating most of their money to actually charity instead of actually giving their money to their children. And so, and that lets you know, like, this ain't even about money or not having money, because those people have money and they're seeing children grow up to be spoiled brats and who end up losing money. So it's really perspective. Like, perspective is something that is really undervalued, but I think it's something that's really valuable in terms of how you look at life, because when you have proper perspective, you understand that no matter how bad my situation was, there's always a motherfucker who was out here worse. Like there's a show on CNBC called The Prophet, and the dude, he went back to the orphanage that he grew up in when he was in Lebanon, because he thought that he was actually Lebanese, but he eventually found out that he was actually Syrian. and his mom and dad, she got pregnant with him, and she wasn't married, and obviously in that region for sure, that was frowned upon. So because they didn't get married, she gave him up for adoption, and he went back to the actual orphanage that he grew up. He was in until he got adopted, and he was adopted, I think, by some Lebanese, and then he was brought to America. And it was funny because in his show, a lot of the work he does in his show is a lot of it is actually helping families, especially in their businesses. It's not just him helping them with their business, but actually helping them come together and work the family stuff out. Because a lot of times the family stuff that isn't worked out is actually affecting their business. And so, man, he went back there, man. He talked to the old lady that was there when he was there before he got adopted. And she was still there. She remembered him. And man, he just broke down, started crying, man, because he just had came full circle. Like, was like, yo, I was lucky. Like I could have not been here. I could have been in a worse situation. And then to see that all the work that he was doing with families in America in terms of helping them with their business and stuff like that, it just really hit him. Just like, damn, like I was really lucky. So a lot of times, man, you think your struggle is something to be ashamed of, when the reality is a lot of times, man, a lot of your success in life resides in that particular struggle if you can get the proper perspective from that struggle and not take it as personally as a lot of times we tend to take it, even though it's hard not to take it personally. But when you step back and look at it from a much more objective, nuanced approach, you realize like struggle is a part of the game. It's just the people who decide to go through it and rise above it tend to be long term much more oriented in terms of being a fully functioning adult and able to handle adversity, because that's going to be a part of life anyway. Adversity is going to come. You don't get to choose it. It just, hey, it is what it is. But if you can make it through that from a child's perspective and persevere through that shit, that's nothing to be ashamed of. That's something to be, admired and inspiring, to survive those types of situations. Because there are people who have went through even worse conditions and they survived it. So when you look at other people's situation, like, man, if they can make it through that, okay, I can make it through this. Like it was rough. I mean, if you had your choice, you wouldn't have wanted it, but that's the whole point. You didn't have a choice, but when you become an adult, you do have a choice, and you do have a choice in how you actually see your own narrative. And that's what the dude was trying to tell Steve Jobs in the movie. Like, you need to change your narrative, because your narrative makes you makes you look at the world in a much more pessimistic way than a much more optimistic way.
I agree with you, Rael. And that's why, like, even with, I'd be more so concerned about the young brothers, right? Because there's no clear distinction for a lot of us between childhood and adulthood. And what I mean by that is, I tell a lot of people all the time, man, no cliche. Prison saved my life, man. I don't know if I wouldn't have went to prison, I don't know where I would be right now. I would probably be even in the worst situation or probably dead, because prison put me around men who actually cared about my trajectory in life. And I know that sounds crazy, man, but I used to sit with
No,
Jamil
it's right.
Al-Amin.
It sounds good. No, it don't sound crazy. It's real.
Yeah, I used to sit with Jamil Al-Amin, man, and I used to have a chip on my shoulder, and I was insecure, and I used to lie a lot. Just, I realize it now because I used to want people to like me. You know what I'm saying? Because I never had the best clothes. I never was the best dressed or the highest looking. I grew up fucked up. And, I used to just have a real bad inferiority complex. I always had to be one up, or I did it better-ish. Or, and when you realize what that type of stuff is, a lot of us are too deep in it, man. And I think that shit broke me to a point where when somebody you respect, be brutally honest with you, I used to lie so much, and I started believing my own lies, right? And one day a man sit down and said to me, like, you know, youngin, we all been 20 years old, man, and 19 and 18 years old. You know, you don't think we could tell when you lying to us? You know, and that shit really hit me. You know what I'm saying? He was like, we know when you lying. We just listen to you because you know you need somebody to talk to, youngin. And it hit me so hard, you know, and I had to reevaluate, like, there's no reason for me to lie. But the reason I was doing it, and I realized it as now I'm a 31-year-old man, back to when I was a 20-year-old man, I was fresh out the fight, like, I was fresh out of foster care. I never had nobody who really showed me that they loved me or taught me anything. You know, I always was intelligent in that I was always literate. So I used to read a lot of books. I always was a reader, and you know, I had a fantastical imagination because I was well read. So I would sound like I know what I'm talking about, but I would just have information with no wisdom. You know what I'm saying, Rael? You know, information and wisdom is two different things.
Right.
And as I grew and grew more, when I came home and when I just started going through, I'm homeless again. You know, I turned 18, went right into homelessness. I came home from prison homeless. And, you know, it's just now in the last couple years that I achieved stability as far as I'm not worried about where I'm going to sleep at night. I'm not worried about where my next meal is coming from. You know, but it took years to get to that point. And I know a lot of brothers and a lot of us, a lot of the sisters too, they've never had a crossover from childhood to adulthood. Because I this shit was so abrupt for me. It was like one day I was a child, I turned 18, and I was just on my own now. It was abrupt. It was like so abrupt that I didn't know what to do. And it turned into me picking up that hammer and doing something stupid and going to prison.
It just, you woke up one day and all you knew was you got to figure it out because you ain't had nobody to teach you. Nobody
and
to teach you, no
taught me nothing.
direction. All you knew was what you knew was the streets and everything that followed behind it. You know, it's the point that everybody has a choice, but the point of it is, in most cases, people only choice is what is being presented to them. That's why I was telling guys when I be telling people about life insurance and certain things, like me and the man had this talking. He was like, well, Rashid, you've been in this space all this time and you ain't been telling guys about trust. You ain't been telling guys about this. I said, I gotta come to you where you at. I can't tell you to go get a credit card for $50,000 and you don't even have a bank account. You gotta
Yeah, you
start at
first got to
A
touch.
to get to B.
That's right.
Yeah.
You know,
Most deaf sheet, and it's just like and I get fucked up with this money shit because most people don't have any money, and most people are, like you said, living check to check. And I let people know, like, bro, you not measured by the amount of money you can make. If you can do good and you can save and make a little extra, that's good. But you know, I'm more concerned about, do you know how to live well? So you can live well and not make a lot of money and be content with yourself, man. I had reached a point and I was breaking down, and I think we all reached that point where I just accepted myself, man. Like, this is me, man. You know, this is me. I'm accepting my shortcomings. I don't have to
and
lie.
your
I can be
fast
myself.
goings.
Yeah, my past. And, you know, I just accepted it all, and it hurt. It physically hurts, though. You know, it physically hurts.
But you know what, though, G? This is why I say what I say, and a lot of guys who don't understand me and the guys I'm around, which are like you and she, you know, I be, you know, in the same spaces with Rael, but I spend a lot of time around y'all in the spaces. And what they don't realize when I go to these other channels and I hear these guys downing other black men, you know, who are honest, you know, and putting their life out there like that, you know, you want to call them Pookies, you want to call them Ray Rays, you want to call them talk about their mama, their daddy, and you know all that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, you got to meet people where they are. Are we gonna dwell in that? But it takes a long time for some people to even get comfortable enough to be able to speak out like some real shit, like what you talking about. And you never know, you may be even to reach some guys that have been to prison, that may have been even in the situations that you've been in. And a lot of guys look down on that in these spaces out here. They do. They look, I mean, down on it. I see
Yeah,
it all the time.
and I'm not worried about. I'm
I
worried
know you
about the
don't. I know you
dudes.
don't. But
Yeah,
you
I'm
get
worried
what I'm
about the
saying.
bros. I understand. I'm worried about the little brothers that don't got, that feel like they don't got no hope, and then let them know like, bro, it's real out here, and I know it's hard, but you gonna make it through that, man. You gonna figure out a way, and if you can't figure out a way, ask somebody, and they'll tell you. They'll tell you, man, like when I give the little brothers a game, I be telling them, like, man, you ain't got nowhere to stay. Go to the shelter, bro. Get you a job. You know, find somewhere to lay your head, bro. You need somewhere to wash your ass. The YMCA got memberships for $10 a week, bro. Hustle up $10 so you can have somewhere to shower when you get off work every day. Cause that's
Get
what
you a
I
gym
did.
membership.
You know what I'm
All that shit
saying?
is important, man. You got to think about it. It's more than just
Yeah,
being
like
home.
this where you can
You
go
got to
eat,
have clean
man.
draws, everything.
Yeah, get for sure, get you know what I'm saying? But you know I did that, you know, before I even became a trucker, I knew the truck stops had laundry machines. So I used to be like, okay, how I'm gonna wash my clothes is if I don't go to a laundry, man, I can slide to this truck stop right off the E-way where the bus go, and I can hop in here, you know, and they got showers in there, they got laundry mats, they got everything in there that you could just do what you do for a couple dollars, and you can sit in there and lounge and they not gonna bother you. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's all type of little stuff that we need to know how to do to survive as the everyday, regular, normal man. You know what I mean? And the normal woman and normal men out here. And a lot of us don't have that wherewithal to keep going through it. And a lot of us don't know about money management, man. So that's why I don't start a channel because I'm not about to spend my time talking about a lot of frivolous things when I know it's real things to talk about, like how to manage your money, how to actually be a functioning low earner. Not that it's bad that you don't earn a lot of money, but let's keep it 100. More people need to know how to budget 40,000 than 100. You know what I mean?
And you're
More
right,
people
and
need to
that's
learn
what.
how to budget 40. You know, most people don't make $100,000,
Yeah,
so
you
you
right,
need to
G, and
learn
that's
how
what.
to budget 35,000.
You know what? And you're right, and that's what Rael was talking about. Not waddling in your pain. You know what I'm saying? And I like the fact that you don't want to. It's probably even hard enough now to even talk about the shit here. But what you got to understand is even if you did do a channel, that genuineness right there is what people gonna appreciate. You know. But yeah, that would be a good thing to be able to help out brothers. You know. I think we need to.
Well, but here's the thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so because we've seen this in movies, we've seen this play out in real life, we've seen this play out in movies, TV shows, where a person, we're just going to keep it specifically to our group, and how, let's say you're a person who makes straight A's, and how a lot of times you will get antagonized from some other black people as being less than black because you making straight A's, you trying to be white. And but if that person that makes the straight A's that is antagonized by that other black person, if they come back and say, "Man, you dumb as hell," then they'll get all offended because they're like, "You dumb as hell," but you just antagonized this person. See, a lot of times people, they will try to antagonize and attack the very thing they wish they could be instead of asking how to do it. And the person who hits back, they're not thinking like, well, I need to be nice to you. They human. They like, well, shit, you attack me, I'm hitting you back. And so that's what this space has really been for a lot of black men who have come into these spaces. They did what they probably did in school. They might have been off task, wasn't serious about their work. It, played a lot of games. And so they antagonized the black people who did take it seriously. Now they're adults now. Now the pressure is on now. Now it's much more serious because when you're in high school, your parents are still there. If you had it like that, you ain't really hit the real world like that. You know what I'm saying? But make no mistake about it. I mean, There are people who might have had their parents around, but it was barely. So now you got to hit the real world. Now you got to get it from the mud. Now you don't have any understanding of how to go about doing it. So now you find a space like the Manosphere where you see a whole bunch of black men that completely don't fit the narrative and the stereotype that has been said and force fed down your throat about black men. Now you're confused because now you're like, well, them niggas, they black like me. How they better than me? Well, because their productivity puts them in a better position than you. And if you want to be in this type of circle, then guess what you're going to have to do? You're going to have to be productive, because the people that have the biggest problem in these spaces have tended to be people who are not productive. Like, who has a problem with somebody talking about trucking on their channel? Who has a problem with somebody dropping knowledge about real estate? Who has a problem with somebody who operates a channel that's talking about life insurance? I know I don't have a problem with either one of those. I have no problem with that whatsoever. But a person who says, who might, let's say you take somebody, because many of these pro-blacks, for example, they fit this narrative. Many of them got multiple felonies on their record and things like that. So they'll come into a black space like this and they be like, well, y'all niggas think y'all better than us. And it's like, no, these men made a different decision. But I asked one particular dude in this space one time about a specific person who kept antagonizing the space. And I said, if this dude came to you and say, look, I sold some drugs, man, I got caught, I can't get financially to go to school, can you help me find some programs that can help me, get into a trade or something like that? And he was like, yeah, man, I will help him. That dude never asked that dude for help. And I specifically asked on the screen on purpose, so it'll be known who we were talking about. And so that's the biggest. Many men will come into spaces like this filled with black men who can help them. But because they've been raised to be against masculinity, especially black masculinity specifically, they feel like they're too good to ask a black man here for some help, because they're so against black masculinity, because they've been taught to hate black masculinity. So they will just antagonize instead of saying, hey man, can I get your email? Can I talk to you? Because I like some of the stuff that you was talking about, the trade stuff, boom, 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 boom. Because you can Google right now, many companies that will hire people who are ex-felons, a whole bunch of companies will come up. You have programs that people have that are in prisons that will show people how to actually set up businesses too. It was a story some years ago.
Or even show them how to get bonded.
Yes. I've seen this story about these brothers who served some time, and they started their own, like the Orkin people, like their own female. They started a business like that, you know what I'm saying? Help pest control type thing. They were very successful. So it's not. I'm not one of these people that will hold people's past against them. You know what I'm saying? People love to try to do that. I'm not one of those types of people. If you're doing something to be positive and to be productive, I mean, unless you outside of killing some kids or something like that, I'm cool. You know what I'm saying? Outside of that, I'm cool. So, but many times these men who come into these spaces, they don't know how to interact with actual men. We're not just black men here. We're men. Like you're a man first. Your ethnicity is after that. And as men operate a certain way. You have to come to men in a certain capacity, in a certain tone. The reason why I know this is because I grew up with a man. I grew up around men. Grew up around men in the church. And I ain't talking about these weak dudes nowadays. I'm talking about grown men that will jack your ass up. You didn't talk to them disrespectfully. You didn't come at them all out of pocket because they will split your shit. And so many of these dudes that will come into these spaces who will try to make it a, this about conservative and stuff like that. It ain't about that. A lot of times these dudes just don't know how to approach men.
And what it is,
Period.
right,
Because they are man physically, but when they speak and think, they think from their mama's perspective, and that's not going to cut it in a space filled with masculine men who are about business. It's never going to work. So if you want to be in the particular space, you're going to have to conduct yourself as a man because you're not a woman. So we're not going to allow you to conduct yourself in that way. And if you don't want to follow those particular protocols, that's cool. You just won't be accepted in the space. And you can't say, well, they better than me. Dudes is giving you information. How many Alonzo puts up videos all the time, and he's giving information. So it's not like information is not being given by black men over here. It's just that certain black men don't want to use it.
Yeah, what it is, Rael, is a lot of those brothers just don't know how to ask for help.
Right.
A lot of those brothers is jealous. They're not even jealous. They're envious. They envy
they're envious,
they couldn't
right.
do it.
Yep.
They couldn't do it, not because, just because, however their life worked out, and I see that a lot. And, I fought, like I told you, I had an inferiority complex bad, and I had to destroy myself to get down to who I really was. Like, who are you really, man? Like, what do you really like? Who are you really? Are you able to take criticism? And that's why the brothers done criticized me, and I feel strongly about things, but I'm always going to go back to myself and be like, think about what they saying, man. Is they right? Is they wrong, man? Why would you be right or why would you be wrong? And a lot of us don't possess that. And I just think, like, in the mental sphere, I'm here for the brothers. You know what I mean? I'm here for the brothers just for camaraderie and have other black men to talk to and not seem like I'm crying or complaining. I just want to talk. And like a lot of us just need somebody to talk to, man. Like we just need people to talk to. Like, but I got a friend who killed himself when we was young, man, and I miss my nigga, dog. And I know he didn't have nobody to talk to. We didn't know how to talk to him because we was kids too, and we tried our best. You know what I'm saying? I used to just give my nigga hugs, like, my nigga, I love you. And my nigga gone. He took his own life. And if I talk to most black men, most of us has thought about suicide, and we scared to even bring this shit up. We scared to talk to each other because we don't want to be judged, bro. I talked to my little brother the other day, and I said, bro, you ever thought about killing yourself? He said, yeah, bro. I thought about it before, and I asked my homeboy, you ever thought about that? He was like, yeah, man, I just thought, would anybody even care? And I think a lot of us have these thoughts, but for some reason it's taboo to even ask each other this shit. Like, why do we not love each other, bro? Like, why do we not care? Like, I be trying to fathom this shit, man, and I be trying to go through it, and I know we still growing, bro. And it ain't about feeling sorry or being none of that. It's about really asking, man. Like, ask him that question, man. You don't know what he going. You don't know what happened to this. You don't know what his home life is like. You don't know what type of trauma and abuse and pain and bad thoughts is inside this brother's head, to where he might want to be successful, but he might not think he worth it. He don't know how to ask you that because people called him stupid his whole life. And he don't, and he internalized that to where when he sees smart people, when he sees an intelligent person, he's envious or he's angry that he's not intelligent, where the whole time he might be smart, but he's so scared to speak what he know is true. Is like, cause you said, cause people picked on him or people talk like, this is the type of shit I always think about and I hear the people in the manosphere talking, and I just be like, man, you don't even know these brothers, man. We so quick to speak so radically and harshly to each other,
and that's why I'm at with it.
Yeah,
That's
go ahead, bro.
exactly
My fault.
No, I'm just saying that's where I'm at with it. I'm not here to let that hinder us from the work that need to be done, but we need to hold other brothers accountable in the spaces that do that a whole lot. Because they can't be in no way with us if they're doing that. You get what I'm saying? You got all kind of brothers in the space. You got PhDs. You got different class, different type men by working class of men, but at the end of the day, we're all black men.
Well, let me say this too. When I was younger, I had a dude I was real tight with, real cool. And when we used to play basketball together, man, like, I mean, we were fierce competitors, man. And it wasn't like we was tall as dudes. My dude, he was like, like 5'2" or 3. Man, we got on that court, man. We competed, man. Like we took it personally when you scored on us. Like that's how much we did not like people scoring buckets on us. And when one of us came up short, man, we would be up in each other's faces, man. Like, yo, man, get on your job, man. Like, but it was all in the spirit of competition. It was all in us telling each other, communicating to each other, you can do better. You can do better. And so what men are going to have to understand is that when you come into spaces with men, there's a variety of things that you're going to hear in these spaces. You're going to hear information that's going to be much more geared towards psychological aspects of your condition, your position, why you grew up certain ways, why things worked out a certain way, and get that context. When you get to the part where it comes to competing, men who are about the competition of things, they're not going to want to hear excuses because men are not built for excuses. Men have never been built for excuses. And that's where the tough love is going to come in at. Because it's sharpening you. It's pumping you up. It's not to attack, it's to get you pumping, to get you feel that strength. They're trying to pass it to you. They're trying to make you feel how they feel. You hear what I'm saying? I remember one time, I think this was before this was during the national championship game. Jameis Winston and they was talking, and they had him where you could see him talking to the team, and or about the team. It might have been after the game or something like that, and he was talking about the teammates, because they was following him because they looked at him as the leader, and they were like, "Well, we with you," you know what I'm saying? "Where you at?" And he was like, he was like, "Y'all strong?" They were like, "You strong? We strong." He was like, "Well, shit, I'm strong then." And he was letting them know, like, ain't no fear here. I'm here with y'all. Let's go get this shit. And so that's what it's all about. You know what I'm saying? We're not going to communicate like women are going to communicate, because this is the type of energy that you need to hear and feel. I don't care if a dude feels a certain level of arrogance. You need that shit. You need to feel a certain level of arrogance to have that audacity to say, you know what, man, I went through all that shit, man, and I'm still here. I'm still banging. I ain't let nobody take this shit from me because I made it through that shit. If you went through some rough shit in your life, nobody can tell you shit because you made it through that shit. You ain't got to prove shit to nobody. You proved it to your damn self. So that's what this is all about. It's many men just can't hear what's actually being said because they view the world through the women in their lives who didn't raise them, because women truly ain't really raising men.
You know what, Rael? That's a fact. You just said a fact. They need to hear that. And you know what? Sometimes a brother need to hear, you okay, dog. You good, man. Ain't nothing wrong with you, man.
Right.
We always do strive for more and strive for better. But sometimes a brother need to hear, there ain't nothing wrong with what you doing, bro. You good. You want to work at that factory, you comfortable doing that. You are not lesser than this person who's chasing businesses or running. That's just what he wants to do. Be confident in who you are and know that you are enough, bro. Hey, we are not in a competition with each other. We are not in a competition with each other, bro. We need to tell each other sometimes, you okay, bro? You doing good. I'm proud of you, bro. I'm happy. I'm proud that
we do that over here. I tell Alonzo all the time, man. I tell Alonzo all the time, man, when he doing stuff, when he put his website up the other day, I told him I was proud of him. We do it. We do it. It's
I'm
just that
proud of
you
Zoe
just gotta
too,
make
man.
you just gotta
I mean,
make
I checked
you
that
just gotta
joint
make
out. You
sure
see
you're
that
listening to
site?
the right people.
Hey, I'm proud of Zoe too, man. I checked that site out, dog. Hey, man, I'm proud of Zoe, man.
Yeah, we do that over here. You know what I'm saying? Because they're at the end of the day, like, you know, when you put yourself out there, man, especially from a business perspective, especially when you're dealing with a Black community that is so scary and so afraid to take leadership from Black men, especially when it comes to something like the financial sector, because they just automatically assume that this nigga trying to get over on me and shit. You know, for him to put himself out there like that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I talked to him and we've talked about this, like how defeated you can feel knowing that you have answers that can help Black people address the issues that they face. And because they're so scary and so scared to take a step forward, they don't utilize it. And you're sitting up there giving it to them. It's right there. It's right there at their fingertips. And so for him, when he put that site up, and I was able to see it, I was like, "That's my man right there. Like, he doing it." You know what I'm saying? Like, he doing it. I'm like, he on top of it. And I was proud to see that. You know what I'm saying? I was like seeing a little brother, man, really get his shine on, because I know that we have been part of that growth too. You know, that wasn't just him winning for himself. To me, that was a win for me too, because I know me and she and other people have been some of the main people that have been in this space, is really pumping him up and really getting the word out here like that. Because I'm like, if y'all really gonna talk the business stuff, I mean the brotherhood stuff, and you got somebody like him in this particular space, to put your money where your mouth is. Literally, put it where your mouth is. Don't just talk it. Put some money in your brother's pocket like that. You know what I'm saying? Help him get his name out there so we can grow, because we have the capacity, we have the intellect, we have the men in the space that can really build, not, you know, businesses, industries, schools, all these type of things. So we got work to do. So we don't have time for men who are not about being productive. If you're not going to be productive, cool. You can't be a part of this clubhouse because it's not for you. The reason why it came into existence is, and it needed to come into existence, if for no other reason besides galvanizing men. It shows that the narrative about Black men is completely false. We have seen men like G and other men come to these spaces talk about their experience to where they made it to. So that's clear that it's not something inherent in Black men that we're lazy and don't want to do anything. Most of the time, you're going to see lazy Black men, you're going to see a mother behind him who raised him. Fathers ain't going to let you be lazy. That shit ain't how it works. That's not how it goes. Fathers do not let you sit up in their house, sell dope, or go to a strip club for a job. Fathers don't allow shit like that. Moms do, but fathers don't. Your dad go kick your ass. And how I know? Because I had a father that kicked my ass. And I wasn't burglarizing and selling dope and shit like that, because I knew better. I didn't fear no police. I feared my goddamn dad. That's who I goddamn feared. And that was enough.
Real shit. Dad be having your motherfucking heart beating. Hey, I just talked to my dad earlier, man. I'm so happy I got to talk to my old head, man. You know, we
That's what's
chopped it
up.
up for a good hour earlier, man. You know, I don't know if y'all brothers know, I'm getting ready to try to get into this farming thing. And my pop, man, he gave me his full support, man. That shit almost made me cry, man. He told me, you know, son, when you get it, I'm coming, man. I'm gonna be there with you. I'm gonna bring my truck and my tools and help you any way I can, man. That shit, you know, I didn't really have him in my life growing up like that because he was struggling with his own things too. You know, as a lot of people are, but you know, when I got, you know,
But
I
you got
love
them
my,
now, bro. Take advantage, bro.
no,
You got
most
them
Do
now.
you
deaf,
do you
man.
have
I
other
talk to
brothers
my
and
old head.
sisters G on your dad's side?
Yeah. I got a brother in the shy. You know what I'm saying? That nigga think he dance revolution. Every time I see him, he young, he like 23, man. He be trying to have dance battles. I'm like, look, little bro, man, we ain't about to be you know what I'm saying? I'm a big nigga. I'm not about to be over here juking. You know, they call it juking.
Yeah, the juke. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I
Oh,
got
is it
him on my
juking or
little
is it
bro.
jitting? The jit. Is it the jit or the juke?
Man, I don't know, man. Whatever that shit is, it's too much for me, man.
I
They
think
be
the
slipping and
Chi-Town calls it jitters.
Yeah, that's what
yeah,
I
they be
thought.
with that footwork. They call it footwork. You know what I'm saying? So they be doing that footwork
See,
and
the Midwest, y'all do that, and they do footworks in Southern California too, where they do all the crip walking and all that.
yeah. You know, all that that's intel. My little bro, he real into that. You know what I'm saying? He a good little dude though, man. I just want to get him up out of Chicago, man. You know, I'm trying. You know, I told him he could come with me, man. You know, so whenever I'm hoping I can get stable enough, you know, where both my little brothers could come with me. You know what I'm saying? Like, come with y'all, big bro. You know, I can't take care of y'all. Y'all niggas grown. Y'all gonna, you know, I can help y'all get gigs. Y'all can stay with me. You know what I'm saying? And whatever y'all need to do, you feel me? But, you know, I'm gonna make them be men and take care of themselves.
Yo, either
But,
y'all can open up your own business together, like me and my brothers. All of us, we can cook our asses off,
yeah.
but they haven't gotten in the mentality of how to do the business. I'm the one who got that. But every time, how you meet up with family, man, it's always like during funeral or just a special occasion, and we say we're gonna do something, we never do it.
No, yeah, like I just like to encourage the little brothers and their talents, man. And I be, you know, like every little brother I talk to, man, whether he my blood or not, you know, I be trying to drop a little wisdom on. Like I got all my little, like I bought my little homeboys a couple books and shit. You know, they be on the block doing their thing and shit. But I know they listen to certain stuff. You know what I'm
And
saying?
you
So
see
you know, I bought them.
playing like you passing out watch towels and shit,
Oh
like
yeah. You know what I'm saying?
sending
Like
their pictures.
I bought him. Y'all know there's a brother from New York. He wrote these things. He an Indian brother. He wrote the Hood Health Handbook. You ever heard of them?
No, but I would like to see what that's about.
Yeah, his name's Supreme. Y'all know I'm God by his name Supreme Understanding. He wrote like the Hood Health Handbook. You know what I'm saying? And
Oh
it
yeah,
just a
I
good
heard
little
of him.
book.
Yeah, I know. I heard about him.
Yeah, you know, he wrote more than that.
Yeah, he
So I
wrote
went
more
and
than that.
bought,
Yeah.
you know, supporting the brother. I bought like 4 books and I handed it to my little favorite 4 little dudes that be in the neighborhood. You know
Shit,
what I'm
put that
saying?
in the chat. Put that in the chat.
But the Hood Health Handbook.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know how to use this shit yet, man. I don't know how to use the chat and talk on the panel.
Okay.
I'm new. Like I
Oh
don't
no,
know how
I
to do
forgot.
all
We got
that.
an information specialist. Rael's a fucking writer, and
Okay, what you do? You do like copywriting, Rael?
No, I was just actually an English major in college, but no, I don't write. I mean, not officially anyway.
Okay, yeah. But I was saying, like, I be trying to help the little bros out, and I finally got one of my little homies to go to Job Corps. Man, he was on the block just hanging around, getting in trouble. I talked him into going to Job Corps. Man,
what age was he? Because they cut off at a certain age.
he was 18. He
Okay,
good.
good,
They cut off at 22. You know
good.
what I'm saying? He had a baby. You know, and I told him like, man, just go to Job Corps. You know what I'm saying? Because he was just getting in trouble, man, and his mom was just be talking to me and shit. You know what I'm saying? And I used to just get on his ass like, man, what you doing out here, man? He's like, man, I'm just in the hood. Like, nigga, get out the hood. Ain't shit in the hood, boy. You know what I'm saying? The hood gonna be here. You need to go figure out. And he had a baby, and you know he left like 2 weeks ago to go to Job Corps, and I didn't even know. You know, his mom had just told me the other day. I was just, you know, I was happy. Like, okay, he had Job Corps, man. He about to get a skill to take care of himself. You know what I'm saying? So I'm waiting for him to text me and shit. I shot him a message, so I've been up just kind of waiting for him to hit me up and shit.
You know what? We all got problems in different races, but they're there, but they're not the same. They're the same problems, but they're just presented differently. Like I like a point that Jay Shine brought up the other night when he's on TPOT channel, and he was talking that half of you brothers sitting up here, doing all this cape, and he be talking about the conservative dudes. They look at everything bad in the black neighborhood while tap dancing for they white friends that be over there. And really they low key laughing at these clowns. Like look, watch the shit show. That's basically what it is. And I tell you this, uh, uh, uh Jay Shine was saying, you know, our problems in the hood are much real, and they're not celebrated or even looked at. But especially when like young girls get babies and young boys get young, they become fathers real young. And he was saying how it's been celebrated with white teens. Damn, it's a show that come on MTV, My Teen Mom or something like that. If you ever seen it.
Yeah, they used to come on back in the early '90s. They had a big show about that.
Yeah,
It cut off for a minute, but now they done started it back because it's epidemic.
Yeah, they got that, and they got My Teen Mom OG. So what she doing now is schooling the young. What they doing now is schooling the younger girls who getting babies. Now, I mean, I guess you could never get away from that. People get children at a very young age. But I guess it's all in the parenting as well.
Honestly, I personally don't think there's nothing wrong with a brother if he had a baby at 18. You just got to be responsible. You got a child. You need to go out there and provide for your child.
Yeah, but
we put this onus on it. Like, no, this like there ain't no structure, man. This structure stuff, like, I'm not. It's more about being responsible and handling your business than it is about not having children.
You know what? My nephew is 30 years old, and I grew up with him basically. And this boy, man, he got 8 kids, 8, right indicator, and but he finally got married.
That boy around there swinging that Dirk Diggler.
Look, I remember when he got his first child. His mom was like, "I'm not keeping that your baby." That baby was walking right down the aisle with him when in his graduation cap and gown when he was getting his diploma. She wasn't playing either because he grew up with a mother and a father that taught him, But it kind of drove him crazy though because he had too many kids. It started coming back to back, and he couldn't deny none of them because they all looked like him.
Hey, he should have knew how to pull out and not even go in at times.
He couldn't help it. When you're young, you can't, man. Listen, you can only pull out of that boo boo box. If that shit good, ain't no pulling out.
Boy, you crazy.
Look, there's a dude in Tennessee. It's an old story. This guy, I think he probably got more kids now. Yeah, 30 kids, 12 baby mamas in Tennessee, and he kept asking for assistance.
On Iyanla Vanzant?
Yeah, he was on there.
Damn.
That boy, I'm saying, you know what it is? Them niggas around there swinging that table leg on them hoes.
Yep, and it's like I did it actually on my channel. I did a video about him, and I was saying that there were multiple kids with certain baby mamas had 2 and 3 kids, and when it came down to it, I think all of them was getting like $5 a piece because in Tennessee you only could get up a minimum up to half, like almost up to half of the dude paycheck because he still need chance to live and stuff like that. So
let me tell you something, that shit drove that man crazy. Remember that? It drove him crazy.
Yeah.
He did the experiment with all the baby dolls.
Yeah.
And she put all them babies in his hand. I was like, damn. Yeah. But the thing was though, the mothers had all them sons mad at him. When I think even with that many children, they should have been, trying to understand their father or getting to know their father.
I knew one worse than that. There was a lady, she had 28 kids. First, she started off with 20 kids in an apartment. She had 20 kids. Was it 20 or 15 kids with one dude? It was either 20 or 15 kids with one dude. He went to prison, so they was in a hotel. And she had the kids like back to back. Like pop one, heal up, popped another one, heal up, popped another one. And she was like, I need help. Y'all need help. She was begging for help.
I remember that story. I remember that one.
Down in Florida, I think. Yeah. And so the dude in the hotel called the DFACS on her because he was like, at first, he starts noticing a whole bunch of little kids running around there. Then he said he started noticing that all of them looked the same. And so he's like, dang. And then once he started seeing them all go in that one room, he's like, I don't remember having this many kids running in this spot. So he called DFACS on that one room. Man, they took her out, put her in a house, furnished the house, gave her food vouchers and everything. She was getting like, I think it was like 1,800 or something a month. She had got a new boyfriend. He was popping them in too. I think he had got by like 3 or 4 from him. Then she had some little side dudes that gave her some.
What?
And yeah. And in return, she had a crap load of kids. But then they took her off of assistance because she took the checks and instead of her paying her rent for the spot she was staying in, she was saying when the storms were happening, she had took the money and had to move her family. She was thinking about the family. So instead of paying the rent, she moved. But she ain't going nowhere, man. She probably went for like 1 or 2 days and came back. Man, Shawty had cop like 2 month checks on them. I think she had like almost 24 to $3,000. And they was like, yeah, man, we ain't give you no money. She was like, but what about the kids? Y'all ain't gonna say that. They're like, we'll just take the kids. And she like, damn. Like all that, trying to steal the
But I
money
wonder if
where
she
they
killed
was
me.
But
literally
all
helping.
that shit, all you gotta do is just marry one man and just live right.
But that's what I said. I think she was kicking it with the one dude for a long time that had the 15 kids from, but he ended up going to prison. And then she was left to go get an apartment, a hotel, and she had like all those kids. I think it was like 19, 20 kids in a two bedroom lodge. 19 kids in a 2 bedroom lodge.
Yeah, ABL,
Yeah.
he posted a receipt from a grocery store, man. This chick, man, her food stamp balance was $20,665.
What?
Damn.
Her
She
food
could have.
stamp balance,
She could have opened up a damn restaurant with that and cooked and made
You know
plates.
she she's selling them stamps, man.
bro.
You know she's selling them
Almost
stamps.
$21,000 in food stamps, bro.
How
That
could you
that's
make
like
that?
it had to
Y'all
be a
talking about
lot
the
because
same? Y'all talking about the same woman or?
Nah, this is ABL. He put this on his channel, I think earlier.
Damn.
yeah.
But you know what though? I failed the law enforcement test. I tried to get a job with the city of Atlanta, right on Ponce de Leon with the police department, working in a corrections. And it was right across from my favorite place where I eat at. It's called Eats, right down
Are
Ponce
you
de
talking
Leon.
about Eats? Yeah, I know about Eats. Yeah,
Man, I
Mm-hmm.
right there.
love Eats. Oh my God, the jerk chicken. Oh,
Yeah, I saw Isaac Hayes in there years ago when I went there one time.
damn. That's right there
Yeah,
by Boulevard, right there.
yeah, right there by Boulevard. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
tell you, I failed the test, and they. But this is how mine's been conditioned. Like what Rael was talking earlier, we were put into a room where we did psychological tests and multiple question. Not really multiple. It's like you press the alphabet, on what you think the next thing would be. That's why I'm good with doing scenes. I found out they had a scenario where a white woman had come in with a fur coat on. She had gotten out of a red sports car, fly ass chick, Chanel shades on, 2 little white daughters had the uh, pink ribbon in their head, nice dresses, and they were eating ice cream cones. And she went in there, all fly. And when she got ready to pay for her food, they stopped the film. And they said, "What do you think she's going to pay with?" And what you thought? What you think? What you think she paid with?
I would have thought a debit card,
Shit,
EBT.
a food stamp card. And they said you can't assume because she looked like this that she's not on food stamps or welfare. Uh, what it was, she had gotten caught for welfare fraud because she was getting gifts and she had to report that men had been giving her that. Plus she was probably laying down for it, doing a little bit of tricking here and
Man,
there. And
hey,
she kind of found out she had got caught with over $1 million worth of money and using a food stamp card. So
Mhm.
man,
we can't look. We can't assume that white people don't get food stamps.
there was this white lady when my wife went to court. And everybody kept telling my wife, like, man, yeah, just apply for food stamp, just don't put your husband income, and you can get it. You got a whole bunch of kids. So my wife is like, every time I try that junk don't work. So I'm like, forget it, I ain't doing it. So it was crazy. She went in there for a traffic violation. There was a chick in there. She was mad at the judge because the judge, her and her husband was in there. The judge caught her for doing that fraud for food stamp fraud. Judge told her pay $5,000 and she was nutting up. Man, that dude grabbed her by the neck and said, shut your ass up, and made her sit down. This lady for so many years had over like I think 60 to $80,000. And she only had to pay like 5,000 or 10,000 back, whatever, something like low. And she was bitching about paying that. He was like, man, if you don't sit your ass down, and the judge was like, oh, we can do the other option, because I was gonna get you for fraud, and you'll do a minimum of 10 years. And
Man,
she was like, what? What? He was like, no, you're not only stealing from the state level, point blank. You don't stole so much. This going into federal. This is bigger than what you talking about. She hit up the $80,000. Just for years, just been getting that money. This dude, he was a truck driver. She never put it on there. She was married to him, kept her maiden name. So all that stuff came to light when she did something and got caught.
I think East is closed. Coffee, is East still open? I thought East was closed.
No, they not. I think because they revamped that whole area down there.
For real? Wait a minute. Well, 2 years ago, I know when my aunt had passed, when I was telling you about that, where she had lost all her savings and everything. It was open. I don't know. A lot of things may have changed now, man. Due to COVID, but that was a number one spot. That was bomb.
Oh no, it's still open. It's still open.
Okay, I was getting ready to say, boy, don't scare me like that.
Yeah, it's still open.
And I just put in the chat too to tell Dr. Dunbar where to go. I'm quite sure she know where to go too, but
it's right. It's right across the street from Ponce City Market. I think it's right there.
Yeah, they revamped all that,
Yeah. City Hall, the City Hall where you said you're applying for. Yeah, that's Ponce City Market now.
Yeah, that's a loft.
Yeah,
those are lofts. I
Restaurants and all that. Yeah.
I got a chance.
Yeah, they got the rooftop now.
They only got the rooftop over there? Damn.
Yeah, Ponce. It's called Ponce Rooftop. Man, it's crazy. Like, you go up there, there's a fair. They have like a little fair scene for, adults and kids. They have like the little skee ball. They have the little horse ride with the water skier. They have a bar when you first come up the elevator. Because, it used to be an old Sears building. So they took that old Sears building and revamped that. And they end up having a restaurant. The restaurant ain't all that.
Talking about the one on Ponce right across the street from?
The old Sears. No, in Ponce, where the old Sears building, that big old loft that they put down there now.
Yeah, but that used to be. But that also used to be the police department.
The police department after the Sears. Yeah, before it was the Sears. Then became the police department. Then after the police department, they turned them into lofts and the shopping plaza. Yeah, that rooftop is nice. Even with the belt line. The belt line they got.
I'm holding on the belt line too. Dr. Dunbar, go to also 2 Urban Licks. It's real. They your plates are like toppers, real small, but they good. I had to order like 2 or 3 of them motherfuckers because they were so good.
Yeah, because I was on the rooftop, man. I went to my homeboy went up there for his birthday, and the food is it's decent. They have like a small menu to pick from up there on that rooftop because they have a restaurant up there, and it actually you have to make reservations for it. You got to make reservations and stuff for it, and crazy.
Look at Rael class ad telling Dr. Dunbar to go to the tavern in Phillips Plaza. One plate,
That tavern
$1,000.
be hitting, bro.
I know it is.
Yeah.
That tavern be
I,
hitting,
I,
bro.
I even like what's the skill the shit
So
with the
talking about
skeleton thing
talking
that
about the bar on in Little 5 Points,
yeah,
the
that
burger
shit
joint.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, Vortex.
Vortex, yep, sure is. They also
Yeah, that's what it's
got
called.
one downtown too, but I don't know if Dr. Dunbar want to go to that one.
Yeah, you don't wanna go that
But they got some good
one.
damn food down there. They used to have
Yeah.
mix down there. I used to work right there in the Grammy Award office right there. I had a job there. You know, my best friend was the president for the National Arts Records and Sciences in that building. That's how I got my first start in the music business.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's some nice little places, man. Um, you know, especially I think with the area he's gonna be at. I probably tell him about some. It's some spots that Kevin always talk about up there. You know,
Look at
like the
Dr.
little.
Dunbar. Dr. Dunbar said he's staying in Bucket. Of course, Dr. Dunbar.
Yeah,
I know where he's gonna be at.
yeah, they got a nice. That's what's called.
That's why I gave him the tavern. I already knew his bougie ass was gonna be over there.
Look, guess what? Is the Gold Club still over there by Lindbergh?
Nah, man, that's
No,
gone.
they shut it down, didn't they?
Yeah, they shut it down. I mean, they actually opened it back up, to be honest, but then they shut it back down again.
Ain't it
You
called
know?
Free Willies now? Something Free Willies?
Nah, that was on the other
Nah.
side. That was on the other side.
Yeah, Free Willis is another one. That's a it's just a parking lot now. They be using for different events and stuff now.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, they actually kind of revamped it and tried to turn it into an event center. But I know, as far as I know, they've been doing like little events outside and stuff about it. But yeah,
You know, I ain't never really lived in apartments, but when I did live in apartments, I lived downtown at the Block Lofts. You know, like it's in between.
Ooh,
Let's see, it's a couple of places but that's where they film Love and Hip Hop. I live right next door to Loom, the rapper from Bad Boy, and
Oh, yeah.
and a couple of doors down from Kaya with her crazy ass, man. She went down to the rental office and to the leasing office and told them that she was scared of me. Come on now, do I look threatening? Because I spoke to her.
Drop the link.
I'm talking about
you wanna get
Kaya,
that one.
my neck, my back, bitch. Excuse my expression, but
Not that one.
oh yeah. She told the leasing people that she was afraid of me.
That raggedy ass bitch.
Yeah, and she was the one who even was all because I put my they give you an area where you put all your talent stuff up on the bulletins, you know, and we all networked in that building, because the little midget from the Ghetto Boys, he did a couple of beats for me for my music. It was a lot of people there, man.
Yeah.
you talking about Bushwick? Yeah,
Yeah. Didn't he
Oh,
die?
y'all talk about the
yeah,
A?
he died.
Yeah.
Bushwick died. Yeah,
Yeah, I
Hey,
had
yeah, we
Dr.
talking about
Dunbar,
that.
man. If you, I don't know how long you want to stay, but if you want to get some nice brunch, check out that Copeland's, man. Copeland got a nice brunch, boy.
Oh,
I'll be in the
Copeland's,
I'll
man.
be in the A tomorrow night.
That
Look,
Copeland's brunch, bro.
Hey, man. Hey,
Copeland's
I'm
is good too, but also try the Flying Biscuit.
Yeah, I like the Flying Biscuit too.
That's all in Atlanta.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
you
You got a Flying Biscuit on
in Sandy Spring, but they also got one downtown
you
by
got
Piedmont
one
Park.
10th,
But
I
you
think
know
it's
that's all Rainbow. So
yeah, I think it's 10th and Piedmont, and then you
Yeah.
got one that's in Buckhead on Peachtree.
and
too.
one in Sandy Springs too, right off of what a 5 Sandy Springs bus go.
Where the good Jamaican spots at? Like I like some jerk
All
chicken.
down.
If you want some good food like that, man, you better that juicy crab.
Man,
Bro,
I don't
hey,
eat. That's what I'm saying, juicy crab.
where you gonna be at?
Bro.
You coming
Where I'm
down to
gonna
the
be at,
Petro? You gonna be at the Petro? What time?
I got a delivery in Charlotte on Wednesday, so I'm gonna leave.
Okay.
I'm leaving Michigan at 5 a.m. I'll be down there about 3:34.
See, Charlotte is 4 hours from the A. I know
Yeah,
you.
that's what I'm saying. You know, we on our clock. You know, I'm gonna be right in Atlanta. That's what I'm saying. I looked at my clock. I'm gonna be right in Atlanta when I
Juicy
drive.
crab,
Okay.
bro.
Well, depending on what side, I drop my phone number in the back check. Depending on what side, I'll tell you some Jamaican joints.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I need a good
the
Jamaican
ones
spot.
that I know are the ones on Auburn, and they also got one near Stone Mountain called Cool Runnings, and that was one of the popular ones. But you got to
Nah,
catch it when it ain't dry.
the one on
But you
Auburn
know
used
the
to be
bad.
the one on Auburn used to be the grill. When it was the grill, it was banging. And
It
then
sure
they
was.
sold it. They sold it.
You know, Cool Runnings moved to Peachtree Industrial.
Oh, really?
Yep, they moved out. That location moved to Peachtree Industrial. Now the one that they got that make the good patties out there on Memorial Drive. Now they still there.
That's what I'm talking about right
It's
there.
a Chinese Jamaican that run that one.
What?
The Chinese Jamaican run that one. Now
They
the
got,
Cool Runners.
they got a Jamaican spot on downtown by the courthouse, man. That shit pumping, boy.
What's the name of that?
I can't remember the name
Oh,
of
the
it, but it's
courthouse?
right it's right there, man, close to GSU, like where GSU is. Like it sits right there, right by the courthouse. Like you could walk to it coming out the courthouse, man. It's right there, man. They got some banging patties too, man. But they
I
food
know it's
raw.
one that came over there. But if they got patties, 9 times out of 10, they buy their patties from the one on Memorial Drive. Everybody in the A buy their patties from Memorial Drive.
Yeah, they do. Hey, Dr. Dunbar, also another place is really good. Killerburger off Cheshire Bridge Road, but I don't want to catch you in insurrections.
He's an insurrection.
What's up, Absalom?
He said insurrection. We all know what that shit is.
Definitely.
Hey, you go to Buckhead and Midtown, boy. You see some shit, boy.
You really are. You really will.
Shit.
But I tell you, Virginia Highlands have a totally different atmosphere from
Definitely.
that side. I like that side where they built the Kroger and all where the Kroger used to be. Is the Kroger still over there? And Publix and all that. Like, you know, one side is Little 5 Points and the other side is Virginia Highlands.
Yeah, it's still.
The Kroger still there.
You talking about the shopping plaza?
Carrots. It's called what is it? Carrollton something. Carrollton something. Yeah, with a Kroger's, Target, Best Buy. Yeah,
They ain't have that when I was out there. Now I know they just had the Kroger and they had them clubs that were right across the street from that, and also where all the dudes meet up to to watch the game, and buy the wings. Dugan's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You talking about on Ponce?
Yeah, on Ponce. Is it Ponce? Yeah.
Oh man,
Dugan's
they revamped. They revamped that Kroger's over there. It's not even the same. Man, that thing it's a 2-story. It has parking at the bottom. It has the Kroger's at the top. It has an elevator to bring you up and to bring the car. I mean, it's a whole nother scene.
A friend of mine live over there who's close with the lead attorney. He's an attorney as well. He live over there too, right across from that Kroger. You know where them condos at right there?
Yeah, I know you talking about that.
Right there.
Hey man, in Atlanta, I be in Atlanta with my cousin all the time, man. Like, but all this nigga eat is chicken.
It's a lot of things they eat.
There's so many restaurants in Atlanta, bro.
No, I know. I be walking around, man. Every time I'm down there, I be walking around. I like going downtown and I like to go by the airport and just look at all the Lambos and shit.
Oh shit! You going by the airport? Then you in a different kind of area.
Yeah,
that ain't too good. He in the hood.
Yeah, you in the hood.
Yeah, but no. But see, right there.
You talking about East Point, College Park.
But see, he might be talking about Hateville, because see, Hateville is definitely Cleveland Avenue. Hey, you can tell the difference when you in Hateville.
About that shit. I'm not talking about over there by USP Atlanta. I'm talking about the other side.
But let me tell you something though, G. Also, don't let me don't let me see you getting caught up over there at the Purple Onion and Metropolitan Stewart Avenue.
What's the Purple Onion?
Oh man.
What's the Purple Onion?
Purple is that damn G on your thing.
I'm gonna tell you what. If I'm a representative, if you catch me anywhere, I'm standing on it. Goddamn it.
Nah, you don't want to stand over there.
It's a lot of girls over there, man, that be, they strippers, but at the same time, they rank with the West End chicks down the street from the colleges.
Hey, I'm a stripper nightmare because I ain't giving up shit.
Man. Hey, them girls got bullet holes and stab wounds.
Oh, them the
That's all
ones I
I'm
like.
saying,
I could rub some cocoa butter on their wounds for them. The hood, man, stop hating on my hood girls. My hood girls need love too, man.
What's it, Rich on McCoy? You can't judge her. You can't judge her.
Judge her.
You
Do
know
not
what though?
judge
I
her.
tell you, all these clubs that stood the test of time, man, that really tripped me out. That's still around. Because I used to hang out in the Montrese, believe it or not. Yes, Coffee did. I used to hang in the Montrese and also the Blue Flame. But I stopped hanging out.
What you talking about?
Hey, that shit hey man, that shit tripped me out.
Right across from the truck stop with prostitutes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That shit tripped me out the first time hanging out with my cousin. That niggas really just hang out at the strip club. That shocked me. They be taking their girls and everything. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, man.
Like that's remember the house dude.
I had a homeboy that called me from the strip club, pissed off. I was like, "What's up, man?" He said, "Man, I'm in the strip club." He said, "Man, there's more hoes in here than niggas."
Oh yeah, they do. A lot of dudes bring their girls with them because they, them girls, man, they be jealous, man. They be bringing them with them. But then again, you got the girls on girl thing. They thinking that
you bring them chicks to the strip club, man.
I would never understand.
They gonna fuck the shit out of you.
Man, I never understand the obsession with giving strangers your money.
I don't know, G. Go to you probably get a little bit more for what you bargained for.
Hey, listen, bro. Listen, bro.
Atlanta is one of the only places in the country where you can touch them motherfuckers and shit like that.
No,
other places in the country, you can't be up on them strippers like that. Like
Florida, New York, Jersey.
I'll be touching real women. I don't have to pay for none of that.
No, I'm just saying you got to understand, like the strip club in Atlanta is like it's like a fucking event, bro.
I don't know. I've been listening.
Yeah, it's like an event.
It's more than just. But then again, it depends on what class of women you want, because you can go to Club Cheetah. It's totally different.
Club Cheetah, yeah.
Gold Club, which they had years and years ago. Number of ball players was up in that bitch.
Which one of the clubs is black and gold?
That was Gold
You
Club.
talking about Onyx is the little popping club now.
Yeah, me and my cousin, we went to whatever strip club was black and gold, but I ain't gonna lie, I was off that cookie. I ain't know what was going on.
Yeah, that probably was Onyx then.
Yeah, I was so motherfucking fried. I was so fried, right? And I had like 3 G's and 20s on me. So that shit was bulging. Man, he was like, go ahead and throw that shit, man. I almost had a panic attack. Like, I ain't throwing shit.
But you know what though? You got them kind of chicks like that. They ain't gonna come near you if you ain't paying. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, none of them came near me because I wasn't giving up shit. They had me. You got to get the $100. We had to pay $100 at the door. You got to get that. Then they only give you $85 or something back. I was like, where the fuck my money at? I ain't know they keep $10 out of every 100.
And of course, they got the biggest bodyguards ever. So
and then they make you they got that 2-drink minimum shit where you got to buy 2 drinks. Man, I was mad as hell. I was trying to go up in there and just look for free.
Yeah, man. We had chicks in college that was stripping in our school. Like, I mean, that's normal. That shit is, like I said, that shit is like it's culture, man. It's
and that's what I'm saying. Where I'm from, niggas is pimps. Like, they ain't giving women nothing. That's like it's just a weird dynamic just to see how different parts of the country is. Because where I'm from, you ain't like they pride themselves on not giving a woman nothing.
Females run Atlanta though, G. Females run Atlanta.
He need to come to California because these bitches out here, boy, they pay for their dues.
Yeah,
women ain't paying for nothing.
Listen, the women where I'm from pay for their niggas. When I went down south and I seen niggas giving, I was like, what's wrong with these niggas?
Yeah, I'm telling you, Atlanta is just one of those cities where the chicks run the dudes. That's just.
And I wasn't gonna say nothing. I wasn't gonna say nothing, y'all. But I am doing a special and it is going to be called "Will the Real Atlanta Stand Up?" Because Atlanta got a real bad reputation because people have brought their bullshit into Atlanta. So the real people, like what Rael was speaking way earlier up on the stream about being from places like Bourne Home, Bankhead, Bankhead Courts, Etheridge Court, Techwood, all those areas like that. Those people were the real people that were from there. Then you had everybody else, coming into Atlanta, giving Atlanta a bad name. So it's certain areas you can't go in doing shit you ain't got no business doing. Whether you're selling dope.
Let's go back. Let's go back to the Freaknik days. The reason why Freaknik got shut down was because of local Atlanta niggas. They were the ones that got their shit shut down. When niggas was out there snatching clothes off hoes in broad daylight and shit like that, they had to shut that shit down because many of that shit, a lot of people don't realize you had two elements at play. You had a lot of college students that was coming in town to enjoy themselves and spend money just like motherfuckers go to Daytona. But then you had a lot of the fucking local motherfuckers from your Techwood, your Perry homes, your Carver homes, your Bowen homes.
Not a nigga didn't say Perry homes.
A lot. Yeah, I know all that shit. You know what I'm saying? I know all that shit.
Herndon homes.
Herndon homes, yes. You had all the
Techwood.
Man, you had all
Little Vietnam, East Lake Meadows.
Yeah, East Lake.
Yeah, they had all that shit, man. And they was out there, man, wilding the fuck out.
Hey,
you know what niggas call Atlanta where I'm from, Rael?
What?
They call it Thought Sanctuary.
That's what it is.
All the bitches in the city, they become thoughts, and when we run through them all, they run to Atlanta and recreate themselves.
Yep.
And when they come down here, you know what they call people when they come to visit? Lick. As soon as they say out of town tag, there go another one. Hey, y'all ready?
And they run right through them. And I'm gonna tell you this: the problem that you have is you got bitches that come there and they think they the baddest thing on earth. And when they get there, all the niggas gonna run right through them and they back to their hometown.
Yeah, that's what happened. Like all the ratchets in the city moved to Atlanta and Houston. Like, what the fuck is y'all going to Atlanta?
Because you can blend in. You can blend in. It's easy to blend in them places, man. Because you got to think about it, man. The sex trade in both of those cities, man. That shit is like damn near $300 million a year in the sex trade industry, bro.
Drake trying to tell y'all. Houston, Atlanta, Vegas.
Yeah, Houston, Atlanta, man. What?
Yeah, that shit crazy, man. Like I know girls, like, man, I just be seeing them like they go to Atlanta. Like you just see them in one way. Then next thing you know, they look like the typical like BBL, 18-inch weave, 6-inch nails. Like, goddamn, you know, went down there and assimilated right into the culture.
Bro, because I mean, you got a lot. You got basically Atlanta like it's like a black Hollywood. So. You can go to Lenox Mall and see all type of damn celebrities. I mean, it's easily accessible too. So these hoes be trying to go to Atlanta trying to catch a lick. Like they be trying to get caught. I mean, when they be having the all-star games and shit like that, them hoes be going there and trying to get a nigga with some money. I mean, that shit is that shit for years, man.
They trying to meet them a young Shaquille O'Neal.
Huh?
That or rap dude.
They try to catch shit like Superhead caught his ass.
Yeah, bro. That ain't nothing, bro. I mean, niggas start when niggas was taking videos from Freaknik back to the different cities they came from to go to Freaknik, and they was showing niggas what that shit was in Atlanta. It was like a beacon went around the fucking country. Niggas was like, I'm going to Atlanta. When I used to go see my mom, man, up north, man, please, niggas like, man, you live in Atlanta? Shit, I need to get down there. I mean, niggas was trying to get to Atlanta. That's why ass is what brought so many dudes from different places to Atlanta during the 90s. It was ass, bro. It wasn't opportunities. It was booty.
Well, it's a lot of everything.
Most definitely.
You could go
I ain't gonna lie, them hoes.
The fuck you want to be. Man. That's the problem too.
I ain't gonna lie, them hoes in Georgia and Alabama, them bitches thicker than pancake mix. I don't even know. I be down that motherfucker looking crazy. Like these hoes are so thick. Walking around this motherfucker, I'll be like, golly.
Yes, sir.
Nigga could barely even think walking around that motherfucker. Like you can't even have a coherent thought.
Man, dude, we saw chicks like that in high school.
And don't fuck around and go to the country and find
Yeah,
one of
man,
them country
listen,
girls.
man.
Oh, you found
They
one
don't
of
even,
from the country?
and they don't know they think they just like, I'm an average girl. You be like,
And if they
only
think
if you
College
knew.
Park is Atlanta and Atlanta is bad, you probably got a good one.
Man, listen, man, I'm telling you, man, I remember my cousin Lil James, he a bodybuilder down there and shit. I wondered, like, nigga, you be in bikinis and shit? He like, yeah, these hoes love that shit. Man, this nigga does shade. This nigga walk around wearing baby oil. This nigga be throwing me off, man. He was my cousin, and back home, this nigga was a gangster. You know what I'm saying? Back home, this nigga was just, this nigga wear Vizu jeans, Bape hoodies and shit. Down here, this nigga's in slacks and linen suits and shit. I'm like, what is you doing?
Yeah, because
He
he
done went
know the
down there.
style. He know what's gonna make him the money. If you're a dude that work out, you look pretty good.
Yeah, he a personal trainer down there.
Yeah. That's a big business. That's a big business.
Yeah,
Being
you know, y'all can even look him up on Facebook. His name is James. His name is James Lee Jr.
And you can fuck a lot. If you're a personal trainer, you look good and all that shit. You can fuck a lot of hoes off of that shit too.
I got a partner from high school. His name is the Ab Guru. He was on Love and Hip Hop. He was hollering at I think it was Scrappy old lady. He had did the carriage ride with her.
He was hollering at her, or he was helping her?
No, he was hollering at her on the show. Like on the show, he was supposed to be hollering at her.
Oh shit!
And Scrappy was trying to come at him. And the bad part is, we know Scrappy from high school. Like Scrappy used to go to another school, but Scrappy used to do a lot of talent shows before he got signed. So we knew him when he was fooling with Trillville. Like he was the era that I graduated high school. So all of us knew each other.
I remember Scrappy had a big house in College Park. We used to always go over there.
That chick had an ass on her too, boy.
Woo. Yeah.
He had a whole studio.
Man, listen.
What was her name? Erica?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
Man, you know who cold? That nigga Meech old bitch. God damn.
Talking about Big Meech?
Yeah, his old bitch, like the one that be on Love and Hip Hop. Oh my God. That whole serious.
Wait, what's her name?
I don't even know her name. Because I don't watch TV. I just be catching glimpses of that shit when I'm fucking with my little females.
Is she on Love and Hip Hop Atlanta or Miami?
Man, I don't know. All them hoes.
Hey, you know who I think G would like? He would like Suki Hana.
Who that? Who's Suki Hana?
Look her up. She on Love and Hip Hop at Miami.
Man, I told him, man, I like fat hoes. I was
I ain't talking about her whole everything. You will like her.
That bitch Tokyo better help. I don't catch her. I'm gonna talk her out of $1 million.
Boy, you stupid.
She gonna be the real nigga. She gonna be the real G on that motherfucker. I got something to say to her.
I think she like a virgin. She had a man that was liking her, but I think he kind of dumped her or something on the show.
I don't know, man. That should be. I just be every time I'm in Atlanta, I be shell shocked. I ain't gonna lie. This one girl,
I'm telling you.
Listen, this one girl was trying to talk to me, nigga. I was down there. Hey, Kwafi, we was at the thing. This girl was trying to talk to me, nigga. I was backing up out the stove.
I'm telling you, bro.
Don't be scared. Don't be scared.
I ain't gonna lie, my nigga. I was intimidated by all that ass. I was like, golly.
Yeah. And they'll run up on you too. Be like, look.
And she was bow-legged with it. I was like, golly, it's outrageous.
There's been plenty times I've had my ring on, and it seems like more bitches attract to you.
Yeah.
And they be like, you gonna buy me one of them too? I was buying something in the store. You gonna buy me one? I say I'm married. She was like, oh, but she ain't gotta know.
Like, when I was married, boy, them hoes was coming left and right, boy.
Yeah, like I ain't never messed with a female. I be down there at least 3 times a month, and I ain't never dealt with no woman down there.
Atlanta is one of the Atlanta is one of those cities where you could just come across a regular chick. She could work at Bell South or AT&T or some shit. Regular, but be fine as hell and be single. Motherfucker be single, be single,
looking like Bumpy the Body out there, man.
Yeah, you be like, how the fuck a nigga ain't got you? I mean, they just be single like it ain't
Hey,
nothing.
I ain't gonna
There's a
lie.
lot
I
of
see the
educated
G.
black women out there. A lot of
what's up,
educated
G?
black women looking for husbands and shit.
Yeah.
Hey, G, you fool around and mess with these Atlanta girls, man. I told my partner, when she suck your soul out, that's it.
Oh no,
You
they know
finna
I
you
ain't no rookie. You know, I'm a
nah,
G.
hey,
I
okay,
ain't
you
gonna
say
toot my
that.
horn. I
You
ain't gonna
say
toot
that.
my horn, nigga. I be fucking with fire breathing dragons around this bitch.
You
Nigga.
say
Dude,
that. You say
Atlanta,
that.
I'm telling you, bro.
That's a
Atlanta
whole
is
new breed,
a
boy.
different
I
breed,
got a
bro.
little chick I'll introduce you to. She start blowing bubbles on that thing. You gonna be going
Nah,
crazy.
nigga.
Bro.
They got sunshine out here, boy. They got sunshine out here.
Bro.
That nigga said they got sunshine. Sunshine.
I'm telling you, bro. There's a whole different breed.
I'm scared
bro.
to fuck with one of them Atlanta hoes. My man said that, man, my man done told me some stories about Atlanta, man. And I told you my cousin took me to that damn party, boy. I was shell shocked about that party.
He must have took you to Swinging Riches.
Man, I'm talking about that nigga. You had to pay the thing. I'm gone. I'm not about to go in here and see this shit. I'm not about to. But Atlanta fun though. I have fun every time I go there, man. I just want to get me some good Jamaican food tomorrow. I want some jerk chicken or shit, like some jerk wings.
Okay, well, you got plenty of choices, but when you go to Charlotte, go to the Chicken Coop.
Yeah, I ain't gonna be in Charlotte till Wednesday.
Well, but when you
So,
go to the Chicken Coop. That shit good. They
but
got
I'm telling you, hey, the girl that was trying to talk to me, like she was trying to talk to me in the store. I think she could smell that I was from out of town or something. You know what I'm saying? But you know,
people know you from out of town, man. They play on that.
I mean, you already know. You know me. I'm a young shiner. So I was being broke my whole life. So I keep a bankroll on me. So I don't know. I pulled that
Now, see,
motherfucker
there you
out.
go. There you go with that nigga shit. I
All
told
right,
you.
bro. There you go.
I
She had already
told you.
told me about
I
this.
told you,
G.
Rob, nigga, I had about 3 G's and 20s on me. That shit was bulging.
See, and see, that's the reason why she ran. See, I told you. Watch. When they see that, they know what to do to
Them
you.
hoes can
They ain't
smell
gonna,
a lick,
they ain't
bro.
gonna give you that regular. They ain't gonna give you that
Them
regular
hoes can
treatment.
smell a lick, bro.
I'm telling you, they
I'm
gonna
telling
suck
you.
your soul.
Not
You
Perfect.
gonna
just
be
You
over there.
that.
You
already
done
know,
quit your
nigga. 3
job.
Look,
pumps, nigga.
they'll
Roar like
set
a
your ass up
lion,
and
nigga.
get robbed,
No,
too.
bro. She gonna have you quit your job, move to Atlanta, and you're gonna be sitting in the corner talking about what we gonna do, baby.
What we gonna
It's
do,
all about
baby?
you. It's all about you.
No, man, I can't do it, man. Young G, I'm shining right now, baby. I'm shining.
Nah, she gonna make you dub. You know, your shine. See,
Shining
I
right
know,
now,
I know you.
baby.
I know your knowledge. Hey, she gonna transform your one into a. She gonna make you a 3. You gonna be the
Man, look,
understanding.
Eric, on Love and Hip Hop, Erica had a little scrappy with that ring. He was looking so sad, bro.
That nigga was looking sad, boy. That nigga like he
He
lost
was
his
looking
best
sad.
friend.
Dude, that's an Atlanta bitch, dog.
That
That's
nigga
an
was like he
Atlanta
lost
bitch,
his
dog.
best friend when she. I'm like,
That nigga
golly.
was a gangster rapper. That nigga was holding the ring like he was the bitch.
I'm telling you, them bitches down there blowing niggas' minds, huh? That nigga said that bitch gonna spin around on the pipe.
Bro.
That bitch doing swirlos on the pipe.
Dude, you talking about home of the Freaknik, bro. They tried to bring back Freaknik when Kasim Reed was the mayor. He wouldn't allow it. He said nope.
Damn.
They tried to bring that shit back, bro.
Reason why he didn't do it because of the people from Buckhead and Piedmont. Because that shit stretched all the way from certain areas all the way up Peachtree.
That motherfucker would have been in this environment now. You talking about some fucking Sodom and Gomorrah type shit?
I just don't remember. Every time I'm in Atlanta, I don't really be seeing no niggas. Where the niggas be at?
Well, it depends on where you at, G.
They be at work so they be at work to pay for them women. What you talking about?
It just be packs of bitches running around. Like, what the fuck going on? These bitches in packs.
But what area you be in, man? What area?
I told you my cousin, he lived by the pen in Atlanta. He lived like.
Oh yeah, that's a rough area.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, you over there?
Yeah, he lived
you are
like
metropolitan. You
it's
are
like
metropolitan.
it's like
over there by Custer Avenue. And
no, I always go over there to this masjid to pray and shit. I go over there to make salat every time I'm in Atlanta. We go make salat every morning at this masjid, and it's like 3 blocks. There's like a little store across the street. It's a bus stop right there. I'm gonna ask him the street,
I
man.
don't know about the Masjid over there. The only one I know is off of Glenwood with East Lake.
Yeah, off of Glenwood. Yeah,
Yeah,
with
'cause I
the
used to
store
go to
right
that one
there
myself.
and the Publix. And the Publix right there.
Do you know how to make? Do you know how to do the prayer in Arabic?
Of course, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. I grew up Muslim, bro.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah. Rabbil Alameen.
Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-siratal Ya siratal ladzina an'amta alaihim ghayril maghdubi alaihim waladdallin. Yeah, you know, you hip to a kula huwa had Allahu somad. Yeah, you already know I'm tough with the surah, bro. I'm tough with the surahs, bro. Trust me, I'm deep in the game. My pop, you know, my pop's a El Rukin.
That's what's up.
That's why I was gonna ask Rael, is he like you part of the temple, or you just you like, huh?
No.
Okay. Now, when you see that Ra, that's what you think about, though, right? And El.
No. Like I know, you know, I know a lot of the brothers in the temple. Like my pop's a El Rukin, you know, he wanna, you know, so a lot of the brothers in the temple went into comedic sciences, but they still kept their nationality. They, you know what I mean? So like Rael, it makes sense.
Wait a minute, who Perfect Timing talking about?
He being funny. He being funny.
Oh, he talking.
he talking about Atlanta. He being funny.
I told you, man, we got sunshine down here. I told you.
I'm telling you, I'm scared of Atlanta, man. I'm gonna be down there tomorrow, though, man. I'm gonna relax and shit.
Let me tell you something. When
I'm probably gonna
Atlanta, you take a trip. You either gonna take a smart trip or you gonna take a trip where you gonna get all your money spent.
No, I ain't spending no money, dog. I'm telling you, man. Like, I'm telling you, I can't spend no money, man. Like, you know, I got goals. I got a plan, bro. I got structure right now. I'm on a strict budget. But if I run across that bitch Tokyo, she can have a bag.
I know a chick. I call a chick right now, man. You gonna be here for about 2 weeks. You ain't driving trucks. You ain't doing nothing.
Call her then, nigga. I'm trying to get lost then, nigga. I'm trying to see what that's about then, nigga. What you talking about? Y'all trying to act like G ain't about that life.
G, you on Tokyo Vanity with the rainbow hair, right?
That's who I want. I want her, nigga. I want to cuddle with her ass. I'm telling you.
She'll take good care of you, boy.
I bet you she a good cuddler.
She got a lot of money too.
Man, them new, like, man, if Atlanta bitches like them New Orleans bitches, I know I ain't going nowhere, man. When them New Orleans bitches talk to me, I just want to pay their rent.
Ooh, oh shit, Simpology 101.
As soon as they're like, hey, baby, I'm like, oh Lord, I'm in love.
Please don't say that again.
I love this bitch already. Hey, baby.
He got caught off the talk. He ain't even got the action yet.
I ain't got the action. Just every time I go to New Orleans, they be just rubbing on me and shit like, hey baby, you hungry? I'm like, oh God, I ain't going nowhere.
Well, Charlotte got that too going on, you know. And then again, if you down by
they just
South Carolina, Myrtle Beach area, or Wilmington, and all that, you got them same kind of women.
They just be so sweet. They be so sweet and pretty with it, but I know that shit poison under there, boy. You know, Billy Bam DeVoe and them already told me that girl is poison. Yeah, that shit the classic. Do not trust a big butt and a smile. Don't do it. But I'd be mesmerized, especially like when I went to Miami. Them bitches was so pretty, bro. I didn't even know how to react to them hoes.
What's up, son, Claw?
Miami is a whole nother ball game, man. Like when I used to go to Miami, like the chicks, like, man, like we would go to South Beach. It was a whole nother ball game, bro.
And listen, I seen a bitch so cold, nigga. We was just, nigga. I looked over, nigga. Every nigga in the vicinity was just staring at this bitch. She was too cold, dog. Like I ain't never seen that color brown in my life, bro. Like that, the color she was and how she looked it, bro. I was like, this bitch is fake. This bitch is a hologram.
You funny, boy.
This bitch was just, it was, bro, you ever seen a female that's so fine, it's like a hologram, like you can't believe this shit is real?
Well, one thing about some of the females in Atlanta, man, they take real good care of themselves. If anything, they gonna keep their motherfucking hair done. Now, I miss saying that because you don't see that a lot out here. You know, these chicks out here, they be nappy head and all. You know, they ain't gonna
No,
get. They
see
ain't
the
gonna do
chicks
no.
back home. The chicks back home, they be fly, but they not really into that. It's not a real artifact. Like it ain't no glam shit going on like that. Man, listen, I'm talking about them bitches be so pretty to me, bro. I don't even know what to say. Like I just be looking like, okay, what do I say to this pretty ass?
You know, you can tell a country nigga when they come to a big place like Atlanta.
Yeah, you know I'm a country nigga, dog.
Look,
I don't know
my
what's going
cousins
on.
like that too. My cousins like that, man. I had a cousin that came and spent one weekend with me. We hung out, and by the nighttime was over, after he had met this chick in the club, he was crying. So, man, I love her. I don't want to leave. I was like,
I
what?
don't want to. They just, man, them down south chicks is they so different than like, man, our chicks is hood, man. Our chicks is rough. These bitches is, you know what I'm saying? You can't. They know they pretty and shit, but man, when you just get down there and it's just like this bitch is a real life doll. Like what the fuck? This bitch is soft. She smell good. This bitch.
And see, they gonna hit you with that. I'm just average. Why you say I'm that? And
Hey
you be like,
she.
no,
Hey
I'm not.
she. Hey she. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Nigga, it's going down. You just like, man, I'm telling you, when I be in New Orleans, I just gotta stay in my truck, bro. I went and got some gumbo last time I was down there, nigga. I wanted to propose to the lady making the gumbo, bro. Like, look, baby, just come live with me. I'll take care of you. I'll
Hey,
buy your car. I'll pay
have you ever
your
been
rent.
to Memphis? Have you ever been to Memphis?
Man, them Memphis hoes ratchet than them bitches. So I don't fuck with Memphis.
Man, them
Man,
hoes look like mechanics down there, bro.
you gotta go to this other part I went to.
Them hoes in Memphis smoke Black and Miles. Them bitches be burping and shit like you old man. You just burp. Them hoes in
gunshot
Memphis
wound.
ain't got no home training.
Yeah, them hoes off the chain. Them hoes look like a junkyard dog down there.
Tell you,
No,
but
that
so
one that
far
was
ain't
Nashville.
nothing. Yeah, man. So far, nothing I have seen is like them Atlanta and them New Orleans bitches. Them bitches is just different, bro.
You know what though? You know, I be like that too when I go to Atlanta because, you know, after being out here
Mississippi.
for so
Oh
long,
my God, nigga, I might have it, man. In Mississippi. Oh my God.
being out here for so long, you see a whole bunch of mixed.
Bro, Mississippi is so slept on, bro. Ooh.
Bro, niggas is sleeping on Mississippi Hunt right here. Woo, them Mississippi bitches is black and pretty. Them is some black ass
Man,
pretty
they are
bitches.
dude.
Alabama.
Slept on,
Alabama,
bro.
I'm telling
That's
you.
in the South, bro.
Yeah, Alabama, all that whole like them bitches is
Birmingham,
Birmingham,
Garden Grove, Bessemer.
Hey, listen, man. Me and my brother was down there. That nigga said, bro, I just want to lick one of these bitches' face.
Damn, boy.
Man,
That's how cold that he just like, God damn, I just want to lick this bitch head. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, bro. That shit crazy, man. We need to get these black holes in check. These bitches got us fucked up.
But see, that's the thing. We keep getting it confused.
But
They're hoes. They're gonna be them.
Hollywood and Valley chicks and the superficial chicks that be like in the super duper like downtown part of Atlanta, you know, they be into trying to get the, you know, highest baller, you know, and they have to come back down to earth.
See, that's the thing about them Mississippi bitches. Them bitches is so sweet and pretty. They just want a nigga that love them.
Bro, that's it, bro.
And I'll be like, I love all y'all.
That's why I be telling most of these guys, I'm like, man, go out the city, go to the country part. Like, you know how many dudes done went to Auburn, Georgia?
Nigga Valdosta, Georgia,
I
nigga.
found my love.
Nigga, look, Valley, and Troup County, you know, down through that way.
Yeah, Troup County, right there, going to LaGrange.
Yeah, LaGrange. Yep. I got family in LaGrange and Lynette, Alabama. Yep. They like, hey, cuz, how you, cuz?
Yeah.
with they pretty black asses, just pretty with gold teeth in their mouth.
Not
Oh,
the
no,
ones with the
no,
golds.
I don't know about that.
Nah,
They
me,
Yeah, they got.
I can't wait to
They
give me
ain't
a black
country.
ass bitch. I'm putting all golds in her shit.
Hey, you ain't even gotta do that. You can go to go ahead and go to Memphis to get you one. But nah, the ones in Nashville,
Nah,
same
man,
thing.
don't talk. Them Tennessee hoes ain't got no home training, bro.
Nah, bro.
You
Nah, see,
know
you
what?
ain't been to Nashville.
I'm gonna tell you the worst bitches in
Nashville,
Chicago
cause they
bitches.
right from
Listen,
Murfreesboro,
listen.
Tennessee.
You know what he
St.
looking for?
Louis
He
hoes.
looking for BAPS.
Listen, I'm looking for. No, I'm not. Listen, St. Louis bitches, Chicago bitches, can't like them hoes is rough. Ohio hoes. I don't want none of them. I don't want no New York. I want a bitch from Gulfport, Mississippi. That's black as night. Nigga, I want that hoe to be motherfucking Whoopi Goldberg color. God damn it. Black. I think Whoopi pretty. I ain't never thought Whoopi was ugly,
Let me
honestly.
tell you something. Whatever you do, don't go over on Ashby Avenue. Is it Ashby Street or Ashby Avenue?
Ashby Street.
Ashby Street in Simpson.
Yeah,
In
be
Simpson.
careful. Be careful over there, cause them bitches will get you set up to get robbed.
Boy,
Hey, Ashby Street in Simpson. Them joker, they be like, yeah, let's do it outside. You can go around the side of your truck. If you done got your pants down to your ankle, took your wallet and take off.
Listen, man.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. You know what's crazy? I've been doing this shit for 3 years. I ain't never fucked with no bitch at no truck stop, bro.
Hey, the lot lizard. That's what they call them.
And you know what? I tell you this. I'm not even judging, because you do got men that are single, and you know, and them white bitches, they be getting it in.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Nah,
they do all kind of shit.
I ain't
So
never had sex with a white girl before. I ain't never
I
slept with
feel it. I
nobody.
feel it.
I ain't
I
never
have.
slept with nobody but black women. I ain't never
I
been
have.
with nobody but black women.
No, I'm just telling you. They out, especially that Petro you talking about. They gonna be
Oh,
there. They
hey.
gonna be at Petro. They gonna
Well,
be.
you been to Jessup? You been to Jessup, Georgia? I mean, Jessup, Maryland?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No,
They
I don't be going up to Maryland. I've been to like Salt Springs, Maryland. Like I've been in them little.
the
I've been in a couple of them
TA,
little areas.
the TA in Maryland.
Yeah.
Man, they go that like, hey, bro. I go take my shower. I go to the truck. Man, look, I don't even leave the light on for them. Like the I don't leave the light on for them, but I like cut
So if
everything
you
off.
leave the light on, do that? Is that an indication that you want some pussy?
Yeah, they already know what's going down. They knocking on the door. You know, Joker might leave them running lights on in the front, or them jokers might turn around and just leave like the driver's side light on, and the chick just know to come knock on the door, even if it ain't that way. If they see you up sitting in the seat, most drivers will sit there and smoke a cigarette, and they'll come over there, get right there, be like, "What's up?" They'll have you know what they doing, because they'll come up do small conversation. They be like, "Hey, you got a cigarette?" They be like, "Yeah," because they see you smoking. Cool. Then they had a little conversation with you. They were like, "Can I come in? It's a little cold, or can I sit down and relax?" And then they start hitting you with the mode. I'd be like, "Bruh." Like one dude I used to work with used to always, fool with them chicks. I'd be like, "Hey, bro, I'm gonna go in this truck stop. I'm gonna go and take a shower or something." And so I might go in there for about an hour. He in there jaw jacking with the chick. I'm like, "Bruh, like do your business and get on. Like this ain't your girlfriend." He be in there for like 3 hours with. I'm like,
Easy to
bruh.
get caught up though with them undercover stings too. So you got to be very careful with that.
Nigga,
Man, them
I'm
dudes
telling you, I
don't
don't
care.
be fucking with them hoes. Listen, when I pull up to a truck stop, I go in that bitch, get me something to eat, and come right back to the truck. Or I take my
Man,
shower, come right back, shut my shit, and be in the back
I
watching
don't
TV.
even.
I be
Yeah,
watching. I be on YouTube doing this shit. Like right now, I'm on my tablet.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Like I don't
yeah.
watch TV. Like I don't watch regular television. I don't do like I just watch YouTube. And I know that shit. I ain't never even seen like a lot lizard. I'll be honest. Like I've been doing this shit, maybe because I'm not paying attention.
You
The
into
only
your
place,
work, man. Just stay into your work. You're doing right.
They,
the only
yeah, cause
place I
they
ever
be
seen,
out there.
the only place I seen them was in Dallas. Like
Yeah.
in Dallas, when I pull up at like the big TAs in Dallas and shit, they be out there.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? I think they were smart to have the Blue Flame right across the street from the truck stop.
Yeah.
That's a good. That was a
Yeah,
smart
they
move.
know them truckers pulling up with the Rikes.
Yep. Man, I got there's a dude named Big Meat I used to work with. Man, as soon as I pulled up in that mud, he like, hey bro, go over here with me. He said, I got you. He done shot me $80. Talking about, man, this trip, I don't like going in by myself, cause them dudes be checking your pocket and everything when you by yourself. So I go up in there with him, we kicking it. And the chick like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead, shoot me there. Woo, woo, woo. I'm like, whoa, like, shout out, I'm good. Like, here, I go $20. Go ahead and dance and everything. That's his money.
Let me tell you
And she
something.
like, you with Big Meat. I know you got money. No, I don't. That's his money.
Let me tell you something. I don't even have to, but I drive Lyft part time. I have picked up chicks in Sacramento at the strip club, and
Mm-hmm.
at the end of the night, I be taking them to hella long rides from goddamn Sacramento all the way to San Jose to a rich ass
Mm-hmm.
white man house, and she going there to hit a lick out. Met the motherfucker. He done sent a lift for her to go all the way there. The lift probably around about 150 bucks. Okay, that's money. She going there to go hit a good lick, probably about 1,000 herself.
Yep.
She met him and probably met him in VIP, and he told her come by after the club.
Go in there and put in
Yeah,
some
you
work.
know what? I didn't realize that shit was big. I didn't realize how much money motherfuckers was making in that shit. I knew this nigga, and nigga said he was a pimp. I don't be believing that shit. It's like, this nigga say he a pimp. It is what it is. Man, I seen like in one night when I seen how much money that nigga made, I was like, what the fuck? Like I was shocked. That nigga had he went, dropped his girl off at the strip club. Then he had another girl that just like she used to drop her off at the bar downtown. And by the time I with this nigga, we chilling and shit, swing around and pick him up. Them two females handed that nigga like $2,700. Like I was shocked. I was like, what the fuck? Like I didn't know that. I didn't know it was going down like that.
So my
That's
thing
a
is,
slow night, 2,700. I know one of my partners, his sister, shoot, on the weekend, she ain't even no thick. She a slim chick. Man, she bring home by 5 racks just in like 4-5 hours.
is that stripping or doing the other thing?
Straight stripping. Nope,
Okay.
Yeah,
just
see, I
straight
didn't know
stripping,
I
and she
didn't
be
know that
getting them
shit
on the
was a big
dances.
industry like that.
Cause when you go to the back, they try to get their little stuff in. It pay like 100, like the little club she used to fool with. They go $100 go to VIP. And you gotta pay that VIP ticket. Then after that, you go back there. Then you negotiate your little extra activities. And then she be like, "Nah, I ain't doing none of that."
Let me
She's
tell
like,
you something.
"This is for a dance."
I don't know if
Go
y'all
ahead.
seen that show called P Valley. That's exactly what you see in them kind of clubs. I'm telling you.
But I didn't know, like, man, listen. I spent, most of my adolescence in the streets. So I didn't know that they was really making money like that because I never knew nobody that had more money than us. I was 17.
Thing is, you
I
gotta be
was
careful in them.
17. Go ahead.
Not gonna say you gotta be careful in them southern states because half of these chicks, man, when they get too hooked on you, they get that R. Kelly effect. You know what I'm saying? Then they try to say you did stuff. So if you ain't in California, pimping ain't easy. I'm just gonna leave it like that.
Look, I ain't doing none of that. I'm saying I never knew, like, I remember I was 17, right? And I met this stripper chick. You know what I'm saying? And I couldn't fathom that they was making money like that. I had that bag on me. And I just couldn't fathom that they was making. I just never seen no strippers with no money. Like I know that they make money in my head. Like I know that these bitches are stripping for money.
You know what? They be quiet about it though, man. Because I'm gonna tell you what they do. If the ones that smart that don't go home with niggas, they get a Lyft or a Uber, and they go home. They be counting that motherfucking money, big old duffel bag of money.
Yep.
They get their money like that. They don't. When they make a lot of money, they don't go home with nobody. They trust me. They make money because they got even their hair costs $300 to $400 just to get done. Because
I told you.
And I tell people, we had this talk on Perf Channel the average little nigga that sell weed make more than the nigga that's going to work at a corporate job. You know, I know that for a fact. I used to just think about back when I was hustling, you know, and I can talk about this shit now because I've already been indicted for it, nigga. So it's over. It's public record. So I used to just sit back at the end of the day, and I knew like at my height I was making like 12, 13, 1400 a day, and it was just like, all right, this shit was normal. You know what I'm saying? So it was like, that wasn't even normal. Like, that was like, nigga, I was, you know what I'm saying? I was a little nigga, but I'm saying I was, you know, I was one of the gods. You know what I mean? And when I got indicted and shit, when the feds came and put it, like the DEA came and got me, you know, I already knew what time it was. You know what I mean? But I couldn't imagine that women was getting naked, making the same amount of money as we making out here dealing with fucking addicts. You know what I'm saying? Like, them niggas that's in the strip club, to me, they be addicts.
Yeah, I mean that's you gotta understand. I ain't gonna say the chick name, but basically she's an older chick in this space. She said how she used to just, send dudes her panties for $50. She'll wear her panties for a day, let them get a little smell and send it to dudes for $50.
And what's wrong with, is these
She
niggas not
said
getting women?
they not. That's why I say if you want to really break down this space, a lot of guys is kind of crushed because they actually don't get the women they want. Because the number one thing you always hear, women always choose wrong. No, they choose right. They choose the man who they want to be with. They just not choosing you. And so when it comes down to it, a lot of guys get crushed and they get in their feelings about that jump because they want these scripper type women, but then they want to be productive, upstanding men. You can't have it both. You can't want the IG models, but then you want to have a productive life and be educated and be about this. It's either one or the other. You know what I'm saying? You like these hoes and you in this space, you really want to be with the hoes. But then you can't talk about it. Cause like my thing is this. My wife wear weave. I don't give a damn about her wearing weave, wig. As long as it look good, it's cool for me. I'm not going out with no raggedy headed hoe. I'm not going to deal with no ratchet looking chick. As long as her hair look good and she's representing me right, that's all that matters. Now, them chicks they be having them lace front that you can see all that crap. If I see my wife got something like that on, I would tell her go in there and take it off. I don't care how much it costs. I go pay for you to get something else because you're not going out with me where I can see the little lines or whatever that crap is that they put their head. I seen a chick in the day, like you could see the little wig in. Like most chicks, they take the real good designer chicks, they put some little hair over it to where you can't see it. Now, if it looks decent for me, I'm cool with it. If it don't look decent, take that crap out your head. Go natural. I don't know, but get a perm or something. But I'm not dealing with that type. And a lot of guys they get understanding to where the chicks they really want, they can't really get. Because my thing is this: what chicks are you trying to get? The chicks that society say are good for you, or the chick that actually gonna be ride or die and be down with you?
I don't
Everybody
know.
be like they have their standard of beauty. That's the thing.
I mean, I don't fuck with all type of women, right? But I just fuck with who fuck with me. I don't
Exactly.
covet that shit. I fuck with who fuck with me. If she like me, I
Go
like her back.
go where you appreciate it. I was talking to a dude on the phone. He was telling me one of his people deal with a big girl, but big girl been there for him and the kids for years. She take
Yeah, ain't
care of
nothing wrong
his
with that.
kids.
That's what
And
I'm saying. Go ahead,
now
Sheeta,
I was
my
gonna
bad,
say
bro.
real quick. I was gonna say real quick. When it came down to it, I used to deal with this big chick. And I told her, I said, man, why are you so damn nice? I'm like, Shawty, like, you big, like, she was married before. Her old man
Big
died.
Fine. You talking about one of them big
You know what I'm
fine.
saying? Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing of it was, I was like, why you big and you so nice? Because most of the big chicks nowadays, like they coming with this attitude because it was even before the Lizzo thing, but because a lot of big chicks that look good, they think they got a one up on the dude. So they got the skinny girl vibes where they can kind of boss dudes around, talk
I ain't gonna
junk,
lie. I ain't
be
gonna
all
lie.
up on them.
I'm big.
And
Listen, I'm a big bitch kryptonite. I be slaying them hoes.
But you know,
I
that's
be
the key
especially the
though.
big fine ones. I
That's
be
why I be
catching their ass.
laughing. Cause
Bounce
when
them
I
off the
told
belt.
that chick, I said, why you so nice? And the number one thing she told me was, she said, first of all, I'm big. So I can't be with a nasty attitude like the average chicks because, you know, you can go get you a skinny chick with a nasty attitude. So I'm at a disadvantage. She said, I gotta smell good, gotta keep my hair done. You know what I'm saying? I gotta do all this stuff to make me look right. And having an attitude is not gonna help my situation. And I
You
was
know
like,
what?
damn, you right.
And it's crazy that I done smelled more skinny bitches musty than big bitches. That was crazy. I haven't smelled too many musty big bitches. I done smelled some musty ass skinny bitches. Bitches with their
Yeah.
breath stinking and all type of shit.
Yeah, but they, you know, it's the ego, man. They think they better, they doing better, they this and that. So who you gonna choose? You gonna choose the
Man, you
skinny
know
girl
what?
or you gonna choose the big girl?
I just think niggas' approach is wrong. Like I don't know, bro. Like I don't look at like I don't know. I'm being rejected. Of course, everybody being rejected. But I'd be cool with all type of females, bro. Like I know, I recognize and accept the the gynocratic shit going on and all that. But I really never had an issue with it. My issue is I can't fuck one.
Yeah.
I
But
always get in trouble for fucking more than one woman.
the point of it is, man, when it come down to it, you gotta figure out what you want and you know, you gotta present that case. That's like with dudes who want to mess with multiple women. You let that chick know from the jump. Most of the time, man, chicks are cool with it. Especially these older chicks now, man, they cool with dudes messing with multiple women. Hell, look at Dr. Um what's his name? Umar, Dr. Umar. Look at Dr. Umar how he married two chicks. Like in the younger years, them chicks would have never committed to that. But by them being older and seeing how he's gonna take care of them, they cool with it. You
I'm
know what
gonna
I'm
keep it
saying?
real. I'm gonna keep it real. The young bitches be going for it too, bro. Like I can
Yeah,
tell
but
you
that's
some
what I'm
shit.
saying.
I
Certain
don't like. I
ones,
can
not
tell you some
all.
shit, bro. Listen, man. I done pulled up with one chick. Like, I don't even want to talk about that shit. Like,
No, I'm just saying certain ones though. That's what I'm saying. Cause I knew a dude. He's messing with a chick. He had proposed to a chick and about to get married. His baby mama was like, "I ain't giving up on dude. So what we gonna do?" And the chick was like, "What you mean?" Motherfucker was like, "He having both of us." And they was looking crazy, like, "Fuck you mean both of us?" She was like, "That's just what it is." And that shit took it for a loop. Like, dude, he was looking at her like, damn, oh, I could do it like this. Because at the end of the day, most of the time, it just that's if you present that, most people go with it, most people won't, you know. But at the end, it's all about boundaries. Just like I told my wife when I first got with her, you know, I don't believe in no woman cutting no dude off. Just like I can't cut you off from having sex. No matter if I'm mad at you, we married. I can give you 1 or 2 days, your head hurt or something like that. But that third day, what's going on? You know? And at the same time, you have medical issues. Women go through their cycles and all that stuff. I understand that. No, don't get down. But in the end, if it's something greater, if you having issues with me, we need to have that talk. Because I always use the analogy of cutting off my water supply. If a woman cuts off a man's water supply, he gonna want to get water from somewhere else if he can't get it where he normally gets it from. And a lot of women don't understand that. When you cut a man off from having sex, you're driving him to go cheat. But which you don't want him to cheat, don't do that. See, a lot of women they think if I cut him off, I can train him to do what I. He's not a monkey. He's not a dog. This is a man. And this is the agreed upon thing. That's why I don't understand with most guys, you don't have that conversation with women before you get into the relationship. And so when she says this or does this, a lot of people are having an issue with it. It comes down to it where you gotta have a conversation. Y'all talk with each other. You know, that
yeah,
that
look,
builds a marriage.
but it don't even. You right. Look, I tell females off the rip, like, I'm not no one woman man. I want two women. You know what I'm saying? I tell them off the rip. and they'll fuck with me. And then when I get the second female, they start tripping. You know
But
what I'm
then that mean they
saying?
wasn't dedicated with it from the jump.
No, what it was is, I'm a good nigga, and women know a good nigga when they got a good nigga. They know that good niggas is hard to find. I'm not tooting no horns or nothing. Like, you a good nigga, so your wife understand that you a hard type of nigga to find. You know what I'm saying? You a nigga that handle his business, you lead the family, you make sure she's straight. Most women is willing to tolerate it because they don't want to lose the good nigga. You know what I'm saying? But I always relate it. I be explaining to them like, bitch, you love me for what I do for you. You don't really love me. Because if you love me, you will want me to be happy too. But you so worried about your own happiness, you willing to make me unhappy long as you happy. That's how I hit them with it. So if I told you from the beginning that I want two women, and now you tripping when I get a second woman, like that shit ain't worked out for me yet, bro. Maybe I'll make it work one day. That's why I always end up fucking with other females. So I always just be like, all right, man, like, I don't know, bro. I'm burnt out. But let me get some sleep, big bro. I'm about to lay it down, but I gotta get on this road at 5 a.m., man.
G jumped off. Yeah, man. Yep. It's been a good one, man. Like I actually didn't even want it to go this far. Even when it came down to it, like I said, I was more along the lines of, talking about money and, like I said earlier, getting my channel together and getting guys, linked up. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have to go back over the Perfect Timing podcast, listen to his pod, and catch back up to what Perfect Timing was saying because I kind of went live actually when he went. So I didn't really want to step on his toes. In the end, you know, you know, the biggest thing is for me to get an understanding. Like I said, I'm done with this whole gender war stuff. I'm done with the men and women, like, even this whole pro-black stuff, man. Like, what is it? What are we doing? In the end, you know, working with each other is the key. That's what I'm for. If somebody's on the plight, to help me out, and I'm here to help you out, and we both going to the same goal, with the same ambition and working with each other and helping each other out, that's what I'm for. I'm willing to work with people who work with me. If you're not black, then so be it. If you are black, then so be it. Because my biggest thing is the community. When you try to help people, have an understanding of this. You pro black if you for your people, but if your people not for you, then what are you? You know, same thing with Bill Cosby. Everybody went against Bill Cosby, and no, my biggest thing with Bill Cosby was if he did it, it happened so long ago. Why are they coming out now? It's something behind this. I question a lot of stuff, man. Even with R. Kelly, they everybody, yeah, R. Kelly's guilty of this and that. Okay, we can say R. Kelly was guilty on the first one. Honestly, R. Kelly was guilty hands down on the first conviction. You know, he was talking about he's dealing with a young girl in the video. He said it. He got off of this whole thing. He didn't learn his lesson, but he moved different. He started dealing with women out of age and the consent. But the thing of it was, he moved the same. Active sexually, whatever that was going on, so be it. That was crazy too. But the whole point that I'm trying to make is, you know, everything is a trick bag set up to all this stuff. So at the end of the day, man, like it's just too crazy for me. Like I'm done with this whole politics. I'm only here for, actually getting to the money actually working and doing things that's going to benefit people, man. You know, Real Deal Finance, I'm over there with him. Mike Shinery is on. I actually need to get over there and check out his stuff regarding the you know, the Bitcoin, Dogecoin, you know, um XRP, dealing with that. I need to go back and look at um Key Business Podcast. I keep saying Key, but K Business Podcast. You know, talk about business, man. Like he had to fire one of his employees. You know, I'm looking at stuff like that. You know, yeah. You know, why the women aren't submitting. I don't care about that. I'm married. At the end of the day, women aren't submitting because they not nobody's. You know, they not to be controlled. Like you can't control another human being, man. Let's have the conversation of you as a man getting better with your finances, doing things different. Like I told you, I had life insurance, you know, before I got married. If things were gonna go afloat in a different direction, I still had money to be buried. I still had money to take care of myself. And a lot of guys don't understand it. You know, getting life insurance at a young age, it only helps you and it benefits you. Like I keep telling people, when I talked about on my channel, me being the bank, me giving myself a loan in my real estate, I mean in my insurance for a real estate deal or something like that. Who's telling people about doing this stuff? Who's telling people about, you know, buying a house right now? That, you know, you can get one no money down. All you need at least is a 740 is you guaranteed approve of. If you have a 740, nothing major on your credit because at 740 you pretty much got minimum on there. And they're gonna give you the down payment from the bank, down payment assistance. They have all these programs. Look them up. It's not even banks are giving this stuff. Not even only that your local program. Everybody has Google. Look up on, you know, Google different programs for down payment assistance. No money out of pocket. Warranties, home warranties, the way you don't have to pay. Everybody complains about getting the roof fixed, home warranty. Everybody complains about getting the AC fixed, home warranty. Refrigerators, washers and dryers, stove, all this. Like I literally didn't take advantage of my home warranty. I had my home warranty. I bought a new stove. Stove came with the house. Bought a new stove. Refrigerator came with the house. I bought two refrigerators before I actually used my home warranty to buy one. AC went out. Got a new AC. New roof. Like these are the things that people don't want to talk about in this space because they don't want to. Man, I'm broke because I got this new. No, man. Like how me improving my life and sharing the information, helping people, than harming. Of course, I'm not going to show my W-2s or, you know, or I-9 or whatever I'm doing. Like, but the point of it is, like, it's only one person in this space know my finances that I deal with, and I trust him with it. You know, if he wants to share it or not, you know, 'cause he's not going to do that. You know, he appreciate my business that we worked together and did this business. But at the end of the day, like, what are we doing, man? Like work together, build something. Actually build like teach each one teach one. Men helping men. You know, I never discount the women in this space. You know, I always say that, you know, there's some awesome women that, you know, taught me some good things in life. Like that's the biggest thing that a lot of guys not understanding. You know, they want to discount the women of this, the women of that. The no man. When it comes down to it, you got some good women that are actually helping, you know, doing things to dudes in this space, working with them. Like, come on, man, what do we actually do? You know, at the end of the day, it's all up to you. What are you wanting to do in this space? What are you trying to accomplish? That's the biggest thing. So You go ahead and sign off on this, man. I'm pushing 6 hours. And once again, we here and we gone.